Greetings, 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 nerd herd. How are you guys? Hope all is well on this amazing day of our Lord. This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. How are you guys doing? How is everyone doing? Shout out to the Dopest mod, aka West in Peace, aka Locked Here Don't Care, aka Renee, aka that girl, that YouTube girl, that woman that handles everything. How y'all doing? Hope all is well. Welcome back, guys. We got a lot to discuss. I got some video footage for you guys. Because you know what's my favorite line? Cite your sources. So it's been some lies going on. You know, I saw another breaking news. Gene Deal exposed. We're going to expose him all right. Because I done had enough. When I say I've had enough of the lies, not just Gene Deal, but all parties involved. You know, all of the parties involved. All the liars. Holla the liars, them. Because people, you know me. Listen. All I can say is the standard that I live by. And listen, by no means am I insinuating that I'm perfect. Let me just say that. You know, I always say, I am human. I am not perfect. I have to learn sometime how to tailor my words as to not sound blunt. You know what I say? It's my tism. Sometimes I don't. Hey, what up, my brother? What's up for show? How you doing, baby? Everybody get some love to the Dopest mod. Everybody get some love to For Show TV. Everybody give some love to the Nerd Herd. Everybody give yourselves a round of applause. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose to be here where the truth exists. And I celebrate you guys for it. I want to say something before we go further, because I just feel like it's important. You know, in my life, you know me, I'm always sitting in my prayer room with the Lord. And he makes a whole lot of sense. He makes a whole lot of things plain to me. When you have eyes to see and ears to hear, he's going to make things plain to you. And if you only ears, he will make it, baby. So I just want to say something, because I've been having, and this has been happening for a while. I have to say this has happened over quite a number of years in my life since I got hurt. But since this whole trial season has started, with not even just the trial season, since the whole Cassie lawsuit, and then all that knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone, everything leaning up to it, I've had a situation happening. I have had an unbelievable round of spin the blockers. I told y'all about this before. They popping out of nowhere. I'm talking people I've known for time immemorial. They are popping out of nowhere. I don't know why they think I'm dumb. First of all, you know your girl. I see life in patterns. I see life in sequence. So I can tell. They all popping out of nowhere, calling me out of nowhere. Hey, and everybody's all back to normal, like we saw each other 3 days ago. Hey, girl. Oh, what's up? You know, you was on my mind. Nah, none of them is saying you on my mind because all this stuff is going on. They literally like, you was on my mind. I just want to pop through or call you or whatever. It is patent. Let me just say something. Let me start with this. Hold on one second. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness in this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Y'all know what that is. My favorite scripture. Ephesians 6:12. Let me say Psalms 92, Psalms 35, Psalms 23 over this Dopest Nerd channel and the Nerd Herd. I know we got some monitoring spirits in the room. You know what I had to do last night? Because I'm gonna be honest, this whole case thing and all these, first of all, another thing, let me shout out, as my grandmother would say, first to begin, to all the content creators who lack journalistic integrity, after 5, 6, whatever week we're on, still haven't learned the law and don't understand how legal cases and statutes run, shame on you. Shame on you. All this false reporting, oh, the charges are dropped and the charges are dropped. All y'all try to do is re-traumatize survivors and victims. And you suck for that. Big ones. You suck for that. I went through a process, and that's why I always say cite your source. You see, we live in a world of monkey see, monkey do. One person says it, then somebody else gonna say it, and somebody else gonna say it. I was like, you know what? Let me do some digging. Let me go look things up on my own. Let me cite the sources, because people don't cite their sources. Everyone is speaking so profoundly like, they are on the prosecution's team. And just monkey see, monkey doing it. One person say the charges is dropped. I hear people on Monday argue, there is no way he's not going to be charged. He's not going to be convicted. I'm telling you, I guarantee. And I've been here every day. And then the next day they're like, come on, guys. I mean, they dropped the charges. I knew it was a possibility. Like, you guys lack journalistic integrity. That's why the press doesn't take you serious. That's why. This tomfoolery, these shenanigans, all of this mashugana, have some journalistic integrity. There are victim survivors out here who don't need to be traumatized by all this hyperbole and y'all trying to Uno reverse card and triple reverse card things because you want to be right. So something that you've argued incessantly for the last 6 weeks, you will flip the script, double reverse Uno card, and swear up and down that you saw it both ways when no such thing existed. No such thing. And then when the truth comes out, oh no. They're not dropping the charges. Here's the real deal. Everybody's trying to now autocorrect. I'm sick of y'all. When I tell you the greatest thing about this case is that it is about to be over, and we could be over this whole I know everything about the Diddy trial diatribe that's going on all over YouTube. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Y'all swear y'all got a dog in the fight. Y'all swear y'all know everything, and none of the above. You're not checking none of the above boxes. All you're doing is buck shuffling for a coin. Buck shuffling for a coin. But see, you won't be the first person who them 20 pieces of silver burned a hole in. Them 20 pieces of silver, baby, it's a heavy price. Now that I've gotten that out of the way, I cover my channel with Ephesians 6:1 because there are a lot of monitoring spirits here. And let me just tell you to all the monitoring spirits, the ones in my neighborhood, the ones that are calling me out of the blue. And so, Heb's my best friend, and popping through, hey girl, you was on my mind. I want to stop by and listen to me, guys. I know when you look in my eyes, you know that I know. I know when you talk to me and you hear that tone in my voice, you see that look on my face that I do. You know, I know. Let's cut the shenanigans. I know you've been sent. I can feel your energy. I can feel your over talking. You're speed talking. You're trying to, it's like I always say, when you watching a movie and somebody's coming and the people are in the room searching things and then they say, act natural. What does everybody do? They say act natural and then they all do some bizarre pose. There's nothing about your conduct that's natural. All the monitoring spirits that watch all day, every time I open my door, you open your door. I know what you're doing. It is irrefutable what's happening. Shout out to West in Peace, aka Locked. This is Nirvana's college wish list, guys. By all means, your girl is going to college, support. And the ones that are calling me out of the blue, trying to pop in and pop out. Listen, dude, I see you. I know what you're doing. You cannot fake the funk with me. You cannot fake the funk with me. Those of you who have popped in or been around for a while and you were doing underhanded things and I confronted you on it and we both knew that you was being shady. In fact, everybody around knew you was being shady because I always ask God, reveal them and show them up to everybody. Expose them so everyone can see their hand. See, when I talk to you guys and I say things like, and I'm talking about the people I know IRL in real life, when I say things to y'all like, don't waste your time doing things to hurt me, you won't make it to the corner. God slaps people down when they try me. I can always tell who has been doing dirt on me because they can't stay away. That's the thing with monitoring spirits. They want to be close enough so they can see what's going on and they can know what's going on in your life. And so they can't stay away, but they're doing dirt at the same time. You know how I always know who did the dirt? Because something tragic happens to one of y'all. Always. It has been a pattern in my life, my whole life. And when I tell people, don't waste your time doing dirt to me, I'm telling you, it's not going to work out in your favor. People get this kind of, who you supposed to be? Who you think you is? Really, I be having compassion for you. I know what you're doing. I know you love me so much you cannot get enough of me. See, that old, it's a thin line between love and hate. You can't keep your eyes off of me. You think I don't know? You do dirt and then you want to continue to live your life like it's nothing. And God shows me who you are. I pray to God all the time. Reveal them to me, Father God. I know. He shows me who you are. And then it is solidified because something always happens. You know, this one ended up. See, I'm going to reveal y'all to other people if I start saying the scenarios. But all you monitoring spirits, look at your lives. You see that crazy traumatic situation that's occurring in your life right now? Those of you who spun the block on me relatively recently, I would say within the last, year, 5 months, 2 years, whatever time. I don't know why. If you are deluded for 1 second to think I don't know what you're doing and that I don't know that you are compromised and being sent to try to come get in my presence to get information or to do something, you got to be the dumbest person in the world. You have got to be I can smell y'all. Y'all have a scent of cheap. You know that Gina Tay bath set that's in the cheap stores around holiday time? They got a whole little bathroom set, may have a little towel in it and some flowers and a couple of fragrances and bath splash and a powder puff. You smell like cheap perfume. You smell like cheap perfume. Leave me alone. What is it that you need to know? These random calls from people that we don't talk all the time. I haven't talked to you in ages, but now you calling me all the time. Go away. Well, as we used to say in Brooklyn, don't watch me, watch TV. Get your life. It's so corny. I'm tired of it now. I'm really tired of it. The one redeeming quality about this trial is that it soon be over and y'all could scram and go back to, the far reaches of over there and over there in the internet where you belong and leave me alone. Go back to watching me from a distance. The statistical probability of every time I open my front door, you open your door. Every time I open my garage, you open your garage. I could have won the Powerball 7 times by now. Enough already. You ain't tired. You ain't tired. Go back and look in your journals from childhood when you used to sit down and write. When I grow up, I want to be rediscover your dreams and your hopes for your life. I'm tired of you now. Because it's so transparent and it's corny. Stop calling me with these random, oh, hey, girl, what's up? I miss you. You've been on my mind. What's up, girl? Please. Enough is enough already. You don't give 2 shits about me. You don't. Any I was on your mind is just a result of the fact that you either are trying to have some sort of adjacency because of this case, or you're being paid. You're being paid to contact me. They are switching y'all. I don't even know if you realize they're switching y'all out. Like one come, I'd swat that fly away. Then they give a day and then the next one come. Or sometimes they overlap. Once they see I'm swatting the fly away, they'll say, well, you call in and call. Come on. Now, I understand we're in World War III. Times are hard. maybe short on money. Somebody comes offering you a little 20 bands or something to come get information from me, or come around and plant something. What, you going to try to drop a listening device in my house? I have a thing that a reader, a radio frequency detector that shows me anytime somebody comes to my house. Trust me, that's why I don't let y'all in my house. That's why y'all can't come to my house, because ain't nobody gonna come in here and drop nothing. And the one or two of y'all that I've allowed to come, and you mysteriously left things behind, me fling it in the trash. Okay? Because no weapon formed against me shall prosper. Now that we've gotten all of that out of the road, hey guys, how you guys doing today? Hope all is well. Hope all is well. I have this nonstop riffraff of people calling me out of the blue that we ain't talking ages. Hey girl, you been on my mind. What's up? What you up to? How, baby girl? How? Get out of here. Scram. It's so see-through and corny. I'm tired of y'all. And the fact that you would allow someone to come to you, because I know he's spreading that money. You know why I could recognize the pattern? He did it in the first trial. The first trial, same pattern. Same randoms all coming around. Hey, girl, I was just thinking about you. The same damn thing 25 years later. You think I can't see through y'all? And the number one giveaway is when you submit yourself unto a reprobate heart and you take that money, you take that devil money and you come try to infiltrate my life out of the blue. All these things that's happening in your lives, all these little tragedies, where you think they're coming from? Y'all don't hear me saying, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. I rebuke you back to the depths of hell from whence you came, never to return again. I break all spells, holes, witchcraft, iniquity, binds, word curses, any assignment of evil, iniquity, everything from this time, whether intentional or non-intentional, from this life and every life cycle, and I return it to sender. I put it in an envelope marked, do not return to sender, never to come back to me again. You don't understand how your life just explodes in a powder keg all of a sudden. You know it. We all know it. Because guess what? We have connections and other tentacles that bind us, and people be like, oh, you heard about what happened to such and such? I'm like, oh, what happened? Oh, they blah, blah, blah. I ain't going to say them and call them out, because then I'll compromise other people in our lives. May you continue to get the life you deserve for what you think you're doing to me. No weapon formed against me shall prosper, bro. Now, shout out to the Nerd Herd. How you guys doing? Make sure y'all throw some blue butterflies in the chat for my girl, the Dopest Mod, West in Peace, a.k.a. Miss Renee, Miss Locked Here Don't Care, Miss Watch Your Back, Miss I got my girl and she got me. Don't play with it. Okay? Don't. Now let's talk about these run-of-the-mill liars that have been going on. Shout out to Locked for always keeping me in the loop. And sometimes she'll hit me up early in the morning, which would be too early for her because we're on different time zones. And I know she losing sleep to inform me of stuff. And I'd be like, yeah, I heard it last night. Thank you, boo. I love you for that. You always got me, and I love it. And I love it. So while we have lots of other things, let's get to the easy people. Now, those of you who follow the Dopest Nerd, you've seen me say it on other shows before. Tyrone Blackburn. Hey, those of you who are not familiar, hold on. This story requires a little shine on the lips. Let me tell you how God watches over me. Back when all of this stuff first started, Cassie put out her lawsuit. Lil Rod came out with his thing. I made that TikTok. It went viral. I did not make the TikTok under the guise of going viral. I did not know it would go viral. I wasn't into social media like that. So I had no clue that it would go viral. In fact, I was just sitting on my couch watching YouTube, waiting to go pick baby girl up from work. And I saw the video on Tisa Tells. She was reading the lawsuit. And they got to certain counts in the lawsuit, and it said, he said to me he shot the woman in the club. He was trying to force me to do something, and he started getting angry because I wouldn't submit to his will. And he said, I will eat my mother's face, or I will what? I'll eat your face or something like that. I'll eat my mother's face or some craziness. And you think I bust my gun. I shot that girl. And that's when I was like, oh, audacious, are we not? Okay. And I made the YouTube. Excuse me. I made the TikTok, and it went viral. Now, I didn't know it was going to go no viral. Honestly. Because as viral as that went, how come a bad boy executive called into a radio station, the Ryan Cameron show, Magic 1075, where I was being interviewed? She called in and said, I am a former bad boy employee. I worked at Bad Boy when this woman got shot. I've been in the music industry for 15 years. And while I don't work for them anymore, this woman is not lying. We all know he shot her. We knew it. We all talked about it. Everybody knew it. Everybody in the business, everybody in the entertainment industry, everybody knew. She's not lying. Just like the R. Kelly stuff, we knew all about it. We saw the tapes. We knew everything. This woman is not lying. May she get her justice. May she get her justice. This was 2 weeks ago. Now, how come TikTok went viral, but the woman admitting Puffy shot me while this man is on trial right now, how come that ain't go viral? Perhaps the hidden hand of the internet trying to make sure I don't get justice. Baby, why would you keep effing with a woman that God allowed to get shot in the face with a 9mm hollow point bullet, not only survive, but look whole and still be of sound mind and body 25 years later? Are you dumb? Y'all on the remedial, no disrespect to people in the remedial lessons, everyone needs an education. But clearly y'all is short bus shorty. Why y'all keep effing with me? What is it? If you don't believe in God, what is it that's going to make you believe that God is real and that he got his hand directly on some people's lives? How come nobody's talking about it? And everybody tried to make this thing when I made the video. What's up with the YouTube mafia? Oh, and people came in my chat. Oh, you just want people to talk about you. You on your own, you want attention. Really? And it doesn't matter to you that a former bad boy employee called in and said, I was afraid to call today. I was going to stay anonymous. I'm not going to say my name, but anybody who hears my voice will know who I am, because everybody knows this person from the music industry. I don't know who she is, and I wouldn't dare disrespect her by violating the same. I don't know who she is. She was a caller to the radio station. I have no way of accessing that. But guess what? A TikTok went viral. That TikTok has been seen in excess of 20 million times. But a bad boy employee saying, yes, he shot her. Crickets, cicadas, maybe the cicadas that have come to America and they all over. You see those videos where they're in Montana, they're all over people's houses and all, and you just hear, they rubbing their legs. Cicadas, crickets, because that hidden hand, that YouTube mafia. Oh, trust me, I had a spiritual advisement already tell me. I thought it was just 3 or 4. Spiritual advisor told me 10 people got together. 10 is a group of 10 that have gotten together to work against me. You know how we gonna know who it is? When y'all start seeing stuff happen to them. And I already saw one that was like, something's happening. And there's another one who, let me see how I can say this. I'm going to start giving y'all some puzzles. I'm going to give y'all puzzles, blind items. Perhaps you can figure it out. I'll give you guys some blind items. I'll make you work for it. Do you guys like the overlay? Have you seen the overlay, the Dopest Nerd overlay, guys? My son made it. You guys like it? Can you see it? Y'all see this overlay? Is it because, let me see. You see, that's supposed to be me. She got locks, glasses, bam. My son made that. Shout out to my son, Donovan. He is the real MVP, and my son Devon, and my daughter Nirvana. Shout out to the family. But look on the screen. Can you not see the overlay? Yes, my son made it. You see the locks and the glasses and the city skyline? Hey, we out here. Well, let's talk about Mr. Tyrone Blackburn. So I told you guys before when this whole case started, and I didn't even know who Lil Rod's attorney was. I just said, let me look up some attorneys in the case. Let me look up some attorneys and see. So I kept seeing this name, Tyrone Blackburn. I was like, let me call this guy. I do my, I cite my sources. So I went, I looked up his name. I tried to look and see what I could find about him. Yes, the frame. And then I looked on his Instagram. And when I looked on his Instagram, I saw Trini. So I was like, oh, he Trini. Okay. We Trini. Let me call him. So I reached out to this guy and we talk, and he seems level-headed, and I'm exploring the possibility of having him represent me. I'm seeking advisement from him. I'm getting to know who he is. I want to see how I feel. And I'm exploring whether or not I'd like him to represent me. So after some time back and forth, we're talking, and I'm like, present me with your legal representation contract. I want to read through it. I want to see what's what, because I don't just leap and make any decisions just like that. And trust and believe. If it looks like I just leaped and made a quick decision, I'm able and capable to make a quick decision, but trust and believe. Hey, Naima from Flushing, Queens. What up, boo? Watch you all the time from the bleachers. Well, thank you for joining the party, girl. Come on in. And to everybody, I love you all. You know by now I would have usually called you guys' name. Shout out to my neurodivergents. Shout out to my people in the nosebleeds. Shout out to my people out in the bleachers, luxuriating on your couch, your bed, wherever you're watching us from. Shout out to the people at work, making that daily bread and still participating and listening to make the day go. Shout out to the people on their commute home. Don't let them people stress y'all. You're going to make it. God is great and all that. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose to be here with us. And I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So I'm talking to Tyrone. I'm feeling him out. And, there came a point where I was like, okay, he seems cool. And we did talk a lot. And he just was like, oh my God, there's something about you that's so cool. I could just talk to you about anything. And so even though he was supposed to be representing me legally, he was going through something. I could see that he was dealing with the pressures of the case and all this stuff. And maybe this might've been his first big popular case or whatever. I don't know. And he was going through, he was just like, you're so easy to talk to. So we could literally talk. We would talk. And he would tell me about his fiance, and he's helping her raise her son. And he enjoys being a stepdad, and about his auntie and his mother, their money, cousins, and da-da-da. He wanted me to write insurance policies for them and all kind of thing. And then they was going through some difficulties, and they broke up, and he was talking to me about it. He was like, we broke up, and I was just like, yo, bro, hold it down. Things will work, give her some space if that's what it is. If you love something, let it go, just the run, like who I am, the person that I am. When I see that people are in need of sound listening ear and, sound counsel, I don't have a problem sharing that with them. But then he started to seem peculiar to me. These tales started getting very hyperbolous and bizarre. This person is, now, I ain't even call your name, Siri. I don't know why the hell you listening to my conversation. Mind your business. Mind your business. But it was just hyperbole after hyperbole. Just every new tale was taller than the last one. And I was just like, what is he talking about? And so he started representing me. And we started the process and this, that, the other. And instantly I started saying, nah, something not going right with that boy there. Something off with he. I find he a little offish. And I said it to my daughter, said it to my son. I was like, I don't know me and him. So instantly I sent him, after a couple of little things. He told me all kind of tales. How his girlfriend, they broke up. His fiance found out that she was in the cartel or working with the cartel, some craziness, all kind of crazy stories. And the long and short of it was too much for me. And here's the deal. You know me, I'm about receipts and correct change. So anybody that wants to get litigious and try me, try your best, boo. I have those conversations recorded. I have those conversations audio recorded. I live in a single party consent state, and I am not required to let you know I'm recording the call. I have them all recorded. So if there's ever a dispute about your recollection of the facts, I'll gladly share a copy of all of my recordings for you. But as for me and my house, I'm going to serve the Lord, drink my water, and tell the truth. You got a problem with it? Take it to the altar. It's above me now. Take it to the altar and talk to your Father God. I don't play a game of your word against mine. I play a game of your word against you. So at any point where you start to feel like there is a discrepancy about what you think, no, boo, I got you on recording with all those crazy tall tales, bizarre narratives, and all kinds of foolishness. So anyhow, I get to a point where I was like, but what happened to this guy crazy or something? I don't know. I kept telling my daughter, this shit is getting from weird to bizarre. And so I kindly, me and my personal assistant, ChatGPT, kindly typed up a lovely letter and told him that I am rescinding his representation of me. I ended it. This is a termination of our representation agreement, yada, yada, yada. I bid you adieu. I wish you well in your future endeavors, but me can't bother. And now we hear he's arrested for mowing down, not on top of all the other tick, tick, boom, crazy things. We done heard in the trial with the lady Bana, if you will, rest in peace. What's her name? The nickname is Bana, but her name is Bangalan or something like that. I can't remember exactly. One of the people that testified, one of Cassie's friends. She said Tyrone was representing her, and she had to fire him because he added some facts to her thing that she did not say, and added some money amount to her thing that she did not say. And she was like, what? So she was like, Ninja, no thanks. I don't need your help. Then we heard about other people that he was representing, and they was like, no, I ain't gonna need your help. Sorry, this sounds weird. And there was just a series of complaints and all these other attorneys saying, something is awry, he's doing things improperly, this is a violation of the standards, ethical standards of law and how you file a lawsuit. He was putting like all the pictures and all the, basically, in essence, arguing his case at the filing of the document, which is a bit extreme. Now, yeah, it was salacious and it caught the attention, and everybody was like, ooh, and he was putting pictures of mugshots and all that in the lawsuit. He tried to do that with me. I said, don't do that with my thing. Don't do that with my thing. No. Before I ended my working relationship, I was like, don't put them pictures in my thing. I don't like that. File mine the regular way. I don't want them pictures and thing in there. No, it looks imbecilic to me. It looks juvenile. It looks like a pick-me chick. The chick that's out with her friends and they're going to a party. Maybe it's a cookout, and and so everybody's just cool and sporting. It's a little kickback, nothing too hectic, but something light. Everybody's having a good time, and she come doing the most. She got on a sundress, and she a little jiggly in the back, and she don't have on her little body slim or nothing. She just like jiggling, doing it and doing it and doing. She just jingling, baby. Go ahead, baby, and doing too much, and tapping all the guys when she like and rubbing on your man. Oh, come here, you got something in your hair. Let me see what's that. They pick me, Gil. Let us do too much. The one that us do too much. It's one thing for a chick to be a pick-me. It's another thing for your attorney to be a pick-me. And this is all protected free speech. Locked, if you will. The disclaimer, please. I feel like it's coming time for the disclaimer. Let's put the disclaimer on. Jingling, baby. Go ahead, baby. You're jingling, baby. Go ahead, baby. Future of the funk. Yeah, just doing too much. You know the kind. Doing too much, as they say in the South. You doing too much. And it was too much for me. I doesn't do all them things. When I'm dealing with professional now here, while we're kikiing and we're laughing, I'll, make, here's the just shout out to the Dopest mod for always being Johnny on the spot. The views expressed on the Dopest Nerd channel are based on opinion and belief and protected by the First Amendment right as stated in the United States Constitution. Where was I again? Yes, doing too much for me. Let's give the next disclaimer. The Dopest Nerd does not endorse or condone bullying, harassment, doxing, or contacting anyone on behalf of the channel. Do we got any more disclaimers? Because lawyers be wanting to be litigious and shit. And I don't have time. Because like I said, I have audio recordings of every conversation. If I don't know you personally, and you're calling me, especially if you connected to YouTube. Now, I have people that I have a rapport with, and I say, it's not needed here. This is my people's. But trust me, in a situation where I suspect that something may be awry, you best believe, click, before your ass on that phone. I'm recording. Because I ain't playing those games. I'm not playing them at all. And I can feel the energy. When I feel the energy and something ain't just right, you best believe I got my back. I got my own back. He's arrested at the courthouse for mowing down the process server for the attorney Joe Tacopino in the Fat Joe lawsuit. Like what? Like what? What? Huh? What? An attorney, an officer of the court, a fiduciary of the legal system, mowing down a process server while they're attempting to serve a process, which is one of the most rudimentary, basic 101 things in the legal field. You serve notice on somebody. It's not a beating. It's not like you go to your mommy and she say, but wait, who spilled the juice? Which one? All you spill the juice? All you come and line up here now. You're not going to get licks. You're not going to get a cut ass. You're not going to get any, you're not going to have to go in the corner and hold up the books while your friends play outside. It's a natural process of the friggin' legal process. You backed your car into a human being because they served you with a legal notice, which is what you want to do in filing a case. Are we kidding here? Are we kidding here? Like, this has gone from bad to worse. I thought Busby was the problem of this case. I mean, he got his own issues now. We ain't gonna forget that. But baby, this is, you see what I said about, didn't I say early on in the channel, this is gonna be a circus? Didn't I say it? And then where you have a client who has a very worthwhile and serious lawsuit against this man for lack of payment for all that he contributed to the album and all these other things he had to undergo, and you are now making his case trash because it's going to be so mired in the muck and the mire. Who's going to want to take over his case? I feel sorry for my brother. I feel sorry for my brother. I do. I feel sorry for Lil Rod. How is he going? I don't want to put my mouth on anybody, but it feels like justice will elude him just because. It's one thing to be tainted by connection to Puffy, because that is Kaiser Sose, Shaitan, Zideveh. It's one thing to be tainted, connected to him. But for your attorney to make you tainted, you can turn this man case into hot potato. Nobody want to touch it. Too hot. Nobody can hold it. You have muddied the waters. Didn't I say that there was going to be all sorts of craziness and bacchanal to try to undercut and undermine the outcome of this trial? I said so. I said so. I have nothing but, listen, me and, hey, for sure, what's the deal, my bro? Me and, or let me use proper vocabulary. Lil Rod and I had a very rare moment on the Tisa Tell show. And our being able to speak to one another acted as a source of relief for both of us, because we both knew what it was to be connected to this person and to have the stain. Listen, they say when the devil comes around, there's a lingering scent of sulfur that just won't leave. And to have your God-given talents and your pursuit of those God-given talents interrupted simply because you crossed paths with this man. Yes, Martha, Tyrone Blackburn, Lil Rod's attorney. To have your pursuit of your God-given talents tainted because you crossed paths with this man. With the man with many names, Puffy. That's horrific. In and of itself, it's horrific. It's horrendous to participate in doing what you love, which he's naturally talented. Lil Rod is a talented gentleman. I'm talking musician, producer, talented. I would not be surprised if he could sing, because whenever people are that talented, they are multi-talented. But to have your case stained and tainted by your attorney, listen, when I tell you I got out of Dodge, I disconnected from Tyrone so long ago, because I said, nah, man, something to feel right around here. Something not go right, star. I was like, let me get as far away as possible. And look is what's happening now. As this man is in the home stretch of this case, where we will get to learn that God gives recompense and he will get convicted, please God, let the angels and God up above, that he will give. And listen, now I told y'all, God gave me prophecy. I told y'all early in this channel, he said, Puffy's world will collapse. I'm not inserting my own wishes because I don't wish death on anyone. I don't believe in the death penalty, and I don't wish death on anyone. He said, Puffy's world will collapse. He will try to unalive himself, and Babylon will fall. We are now in World War III. Puffy's world has collapsed. And it is my sincere belief they arrested him early because he was going to try to take himself out. And when he is convicted, I still believe that is a possibility that he would attempt that. Not the least of which is the confirmation we got here the other night from the great Sonny Williams, brother of Sonia Williams, that confirmed when the City College thing happened, he learned that Puffy was suicide. I caught myself, YouTube. I caught myself attempting to unalive himself, seeking the relief and escape of unaliving himself. So the likelihood, and that was from what occurred. His career took a meteoric rise. So imagine now if he thought he would never be brought to bear, and now he is. I keep telling people, I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm not doing this, it's all about me, self-aggrandizing walk and dance. No. The only way that you know that someone has a truly prophetic gift is if God imparts prophetic wisdom and vision to them, and they share it with the world, and then you see it come to pass. Now, how could I have known 3 years ago? There was nothing over 3 years ago that said this was going to happen today. Nothing. That man was living his life, trafficking and coercion and RICOing, living his best life. As the people told me, you seem obsessed. Let it go. There are people that are even now trying to out here on this internet tell me how I should feel and what I should and shouldn't say and all this stuff. How dare you tell me what I should and shouldn't, can and cannot say about the man who shot me in my face? Where on earth do you get that level of caucasity, and does it come in a size extra large? Because you tripping. There's people out here reporting this case every day with a whole lot of caucasity and a whole lot of main character syndrome and self-aggrandizing, centering themselves, making them self the story. And the reporting is just a byproduct of their fame. Are you kidding me? But you out here telling me what I can and cannot say about the man that shot me in my face, and I have yet to receive justice? Where they make these people at, Lord? Surely you ain't make them. Surely you haven't made these people. Perhaps these are the, have you ever heard of a movie called They Live? I'm sure you guys are familiar with the They Live movie. And when they put on the glasses, they can see the truth. And when they take the glasses off, they just see the matrix, what we think is quote unquote the real world. Absolutely. Absolutely, for sure. We could definitely do that. The only way that God has set up this structure and this system of prophetic and empathic gifts. The only way, and listen, a lot of people have this whole misnomer. A lot of things went on today. I also watched Miss Jones' interview on The Breakfast Club. Miss Jones was a former singer, or she may still be a singer, but she was an entertainer in the 90s. And she also was a radio show host in the New York market and in Philly. And Miss Jones was talking about when Star and Buck Wild, she used to be on a show with Star and Buck Wild, and they had done this thing where when Aaliyah was unalived, they reenacted her being unalived on air with the sound of a plane crashing and all that. And they got in trouble. And the sponsors, she said, McDonald's, this one, all. But guess why they ended up? Now, she said the next week or next few days, 9/11 happened. And that's how they didn't get let go immediately. But because she went off on them and was like, I'm not participating in this, I'm leaving. And she left. She got in trouble for telling them off and leaving. And then one of her friends that worked at the station or something told her, like, just apologize to the station director or whatever. And then they called her and said, we need you to come back. Because all of the sponsors started pulling. McDonald's, this one, all their sponsors. And capitalism, baby, is all about the sponsors. So they needed her as a balance. But guess why the sponsors pulled? Because guess why they were able to fire them? They had a little reprieve for like a little bit of time, but they got fired. And guess why? Because when I got shot, they also did that to me on the morning show. They started saying, hey, anybody who knows this one-eyed hoe, call us and give us the dirt on her. And they were playing rah, 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 rapid gunfire on I promise to God. When I tell you, I was paralyzed with fear, heartbrokenness, sadness. This is what they did to me. And Star's still out here. He got a YouTube channel. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying, you dastardly pieces of shit. You listen, you hear me? And I would have to say, maybe the younger brother, Buck Wild, that was his half brother or something. I don't do that half brother shit, but that's how he used to address it. I don't remember him being completely a part of it. I think it was more of him and his show producer playing the rapid gunfire. Rah, rah, rah. Tell us the dirt on her. Give us the dirt on her. To which everybody called the station. Everybody that knew me was calling the station. We know her. That's our friend. And she feeds the hungry. She owns businesses. She's a business owner. This woman is a good woman. How dare you do this to her? How they was going off. They got so many calls at that radio station. Oh, baby, they flooded the radio station. Flooded them. One person called and it was like, I had a fight with her when we was like in the 3rd grade or some stupidness. Yes. A grown adult called the radio station at the behest of Star and Buck Wild to say that they had a fight with me in 3rd grade because they were making fun of me after I got shot. This is how deep Puffy's money is. So if I don't have time to mix and laugh and kiki with these content creators that's out here centering themselves, baby, you don't even know what I've been through. That's why I had to check the little youngin' who was 9 years old when I got shot somewhere in Nebraska. Don't know nothing about nothing. Who the hell do you think you are to come on my page and fix your blood clot self to bright and type up? You don't have a right to feel like that. You shouldn't say this and you shouldn't say. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? You don't have the right to tell me this. I can feel and say what the I want, and I will have and will. And you don't have a dog in the fight. Move your bumper clot and go. You can't tell me how to feel about this. This is my life. Y'all bringing yourself here. I said, imagine you will fix yourself to take yourself out of your life and your job and your family and whatever you're doing with yourself to make ends meet and whatever, to come to my soapbox on YouTube and tell me how I get to feel about the man who shot me in my face and has escaped justice for 25 years. You are bright. That is what you call main character syndrome. That is what you call centering yourself. And then skedaddled himself on over to BJ's page and try to write some mess. And they're talking about you and and she's this and what, and she said this and that. Messy heifer. And then go try to come back to my page and say, I want to talk to BJ. I said, shut up, heifer. I was watching the show. I saw your messy ass post, your super chat. Who you think you playing with? I screen recorded it, biatch. And I was merciless with him because God is still working on me. And that's the only person that I have to ever make recompense and face judgment at the hand of. Okay? I had to remind him that while I am inextricably connected to Puffy throughout the last 25 years and probably for the remainder of my life, and through no fault of my own and no consent of my own, involuntarily, I said, you on my page, minding my mother in business. Why are you here? You got a dog in this fight? How does this apply to your life? While you're trying to tell me how to feel, think, and talk, move your that way. But this is the life we live. People got audacity and they swear they're all centering themselves, making it about them, and the reporting is an after. It's this after effect. It's a sidebar. Hey, by the way, this nigga's on trial. Yes, that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Even the people commenting and all of that. That's what they're doing. Who else would that be okay with? If it was one of your favorite celebrities, you think you could tell him how to feel if the tables was turned? If I shot him, you think if he would complain for 25 years, anybody, they'd be like, that's right, brother, we stand with you. How come when it's black woman pain, everybody wants you to let it go? But when it's everybody else, they got room for it. Never forget, commemorate, never forget. But when it's black woman pain, everybody's offended. Everybody's annoyed. Why so temperamental? When are you going to let it go? It's not like he did it on purpose. You're an innocent bystander. How do you know what he did? I told you it was 2 ambulances at the top of the block. I told you that. I was searching, doing research today for today's show. I saw all kinds of friggin' old like news columns and reports from back then, and all kind of little journalist stories where I don't even know if the journalist is still alive or whatever, all kinds of stuff. And guess what I saw? This was a reporting from back then. It said, from back at the trial, it said Sean they call him Puffy Combs or P. Diddy Combs, I think Puffy at the time. Sean Puffy Combs said he fired in self-defense. Oh, trust, I screenshotted that shit. I got it right here for you. So today we talking about lies. We talking about Tyrone Blackburn and his weird self. And now you're arrested for mowing down a process server. One of the most basic and rudimentary facets of law. People are process servers. All they're doing is, the process servers don't even have a dog in the fight. He literally is hired, just like you hire process servers to go and serve people. Just like you dropped the ball in Lil Rod's case and didn't go serve people and all this stuff, got all kind of parts of the man case dropped. Somebody come to serve you and you back your car up and lick down the man and then put your car and drive off. How we are telling me say? How we you are telling me say? What kind of sitting there? Like, this is bizarre. So we know, ping pong pong, liar. All the weirdness, all the crazy statements. Jag is here. I see. Hey Jag, hey Jag, hey Jag. What up, sis? Now I got a video footage, so I want to save this part for the. And then they say Puffy's sons are planning a big Independence Day celebration, and they setting invitations. Invitations to who? What they call high-ranking guests invitations. You mean the high-ranking guest list of people that wouldn't come testify for him? That high-ranking guest? Those are the people y'all inviting to the party? The ones who would not come and stand up for your father and say, hi there, yeah, this is my friend. Yeah, he's a good guy. He wouldn't do that. Those character witness friends? Y'all saw that? Did y'all see that? Listen, I jumped just now. I'm usually steady and cool as a fan. I jumped just now. It wasn't just a hurt, it's a see. That thing shook me just now. I was like, the spirit of the living Father God is in this room, boo. The spirit of God is in this room. Those things are affixed to the wall. The K, Nirvana just stuck it up there. It ain't even stuck to nothing. It's literally just sitting on top of that thing. Look at it shaking. Look at it shaking. Now, who's doing something? Why would it be doing that? Because God is here. Because God is in this room. Like I told you. Joy to the world. It's according to them. They believe the man coming home for independence. They ain't even say 4th of July. They say independence. He coming for Independence Day. They having a big celebration for him. And all those high-ranking guests and guest lists is coming. They're inviting them. The same high-ranking guest list that wouldn't come to the courthouse and say, yeah, that's my friend. He's a good guy. That is what they're saying. Apparently it's on social media or something, or they could look and see. I don't know. But this is what they're saying. This is what they're reporting. But according to me and my God and what I believe God is, the message God is sending me, liar. You're not going anywhere. You're going back to MDC until they send you to whatever jail or federal jail you will be, or federal prison that you'll be serving your sentence in. And that is my sincere prayer to my heavenly Father up above. I don't think he would do me and those other survivor victims like that. And let me tell you something. It's like when President, forgive me for calling him president, when Trump said, if she wins, it's a fraud. You know why he made that statement? If she wins, it's fraud, because he paid to make himself win. So he said, if she turns out to be the winner, then you know they're running some fraud, because how could she win when I paid to win? People don't understand when they say things, not only do they be saying, they think they're saying one thing, but they be telling on themselves. Be telling on themselves all the time. So now Tyler Perry. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. And look, God is no respecter of person, and I don't put nothing past nobody, but I must say that I'm disappointed, especially in light of the movie. I hear all the things that people are saying. I hear all of the things that he likes to, profit off of people's pain. But I will tell you, in this final movie, Straw, as a woman who has endured this on top of this, on top of this, on top of this, all at one time, I felt seen and validated. A lot of women did. A lot of women did. And I can say beyond a shadow of a doubt, I feel disappointed. And here's the deal. You want to do that? Love who you want to love. But you don't have a right to violate anybody. No means no. I don't care how much money, how many zeros is in your bank account. and how much money you have. I don't care. Or your position in life or your title or whatever. No means no. The same no that if I'm in the line at Chipotle and they like, you want fajita veggies? No. And then you decide that you're going to overstep the boundaries of someone's presence in your home and essay them, and they say no. No means no. No means no extra sour cream. No, I don't want that cheese. No. No is no. Who do you think you are? And now you have to pay the piper. You have to face a jury of your peers and pay the piper. That's what it is. Because see, if people would get off of this high horse of, you don't feel afraid to reach out and grab a whole handful of somebody's business. So if you're not afraid to do that, what you afraid to come out the closet for? Like, baby, closet door been open. Okay. No disrespect. The closet door been open. We know. You ain't even in the closet. You think you are, but you're not. And far be it from me to out anyone. That is not my place. That is not my business. But baby, you can't come out the closet if the closet don't have no door on it. Your closet don't have no door. The closet been wide open. Nobody's a fool. So this facade that you think you're playing, this is about, and it's not about sexuality, it's about power. It's about the power dynamic. Make no mistake. Sexual assault is about the power dynamic. I can have what I want when I want, or I can get what I want. I don't care what anybody says. Well, whatever, however he tingle. However he tingle. I get what I want. I want. No, no means no. And so survey says, you's a liar. He came out with a public statement and he ain't say nothing. He think he said something. He said a scripture and he didn't say the whole scripture. And he's like, stay calm, stay calm. Stay calm for what? We didn't do nothing. We didn't do nothing. What we need to stay calm for? You stay calm. You stay calm for when they come and put them Chanels on you. That ain't got nothing to do with us. Because anybody, here's one thing. Even down to a child. If all the cousins is at grandma's house for that summer and they running around and she's like, y'all ain't gonna be in and out. You know what they say. Y'all don't come in that door one more time. If you go out, stay out. Y'all ain't gonna be in and out, letting all my air outside, or that good box fan, letting all the box fan wind outside. You're not gonna do it. So you scared, you will sneak around the back because you can't let grandmama see you. And it take about 7 minutes for you to twist the knob and hold it and then pull it out because you don't want grandma to know you going in the back door. But you need to get in that house because y'all got to get the ball. But she already told you if you come in that front door, y'all all going to take a nap. You don't want that. Until grandma walk in that front room, look down on that floor, and there's some red juice on her white carpet. Oh, who did this? What everybody gonna say? I ain't do it. Especially if you ain't do it. First thing out your mouth is I didn't do it. Have you heard him say I ain't do it? Have you heard Puffy say I ain't do it? Have you heard any of these guilty so-and-so say I ain't do it? No, you have not, because they did it. And that's what happens when you're guilty and you have audacity, caucasity, and you fall into this matrix environment where you start to believe that you are part of the power elite. See, we live in a society full of gatekeepers. And you want to know what's the worst thing? While this one gatekeeper is being prosecuted and moved out the way, all the rest of the other people is sizing themselves up to see who's going to be the gatekeeper to take his spot. Y'all worse. You would think people would learn. Oh, there you go. I'm a savage. Whatever I want, I have to get that. Yes, that was one of the craziest moments. Yes, honey. Let me put this up here. Kreitzer Jr. That. I'm a savage. Whatever I want, I have to get. That was one of the craziest moments I've ever seen a Black person act. It's embarrassing to all working professionals. Ashayo. Ashayo. But this is what the gatekeepers do. This is what the gatekeepers do. My sister Jag said the truth of under attack on this app. The truth is under attack. Please, everyone, share this live stream. Absolutely. And I saw, sis, that they try to strike your channel. I saw that thing on the front of your channel. I could not believe it. I was like, what the? Let me take that back. I could believe it because guilty people will stop at nothing, not to say that they didn't do it, but to prevent you from proving that they didn't do it or that they did it. To prevent you from saying the truth. Here's what I'm watching with the present content creators and all this stuff that's going on. They are the new gatekeepers. They're trying to be the new gatekeepers. And that's why when that dang documentary I did, you know, all those hours they interviewed me, all these very profound and amazing statements I made, and then they're going to say so. And let me tell you the craziness about that. They tried to tell me that we don't want you doing any other documentaries or any other interviews until our documentary comes out. Now, we did this in February, March. I said, when you expect your documentary to come out? December. Hey, I looked at Nirvana and was like, I said, what? I said, heck no. You can't tell me not to talk to nobody else. Oh, but we don't want. I said, I don't care. I don't care. You cannot take away my inalienable right to free speech. I would never abdicate that and give it up. What? Don't talk to nobody. And then this is what y'all put out? Me sitting on the screen going, what? Listen, God knows I'm a woman of God because, baby, anyhow, I would have said, okay, I'm not going to talk. And they did that to me. I would have cussed them from sun up to sundown right on this good internet, right in these good World Wide Web streets. Cussed them from sun up to sundown and went in my prayer room and repented to God. Call name and all kind of thing. I would have cussed them out because don't play in my face. I'm a survivor. And that's how I know Puffy's hand is in all of this. You're going to do a documentary and tell me you don't want me to speak and it's friggin' February and you're not anticipating your shit to come out till December. And if I'm not mistaken, it came out in January. So who you think you buying silence from? Are you bugging? No, I don't play those games. I don't play those games with anybody. So that's right. Like my girl Locke said, regulators mount up. Now, for the creme de la creme of lies exposed. For the creme de la creme. Let me get your boy right. Because him love lie too much. And I done caught that ninja. Wait, let me send, hold on. I have to send this thing. I'm going to send it to Locked so she could put the link in the chat when she pulled it up on her own. But I've had enough. I'm tired of liars. You know what today's thing is named after? 2 truths and 7 lies. Because I've had enough. I just had a whole discussion with with Sonny, talking about people will just keep lying and how they look up and they, where is it? Okay. Here we are, because like I always say, cite your sources. So my sister, Miss West in Peace, I just sent you something. I'm going to put them up on the screen, but by all means, please look at the website that I got them from, and then you can put that link in the chat. Because I'm tired of people playing in my face, and I don't tolerate the playage of, you know how big people say, don't put your hand in my face? Yeah, don't put your hands in my face. Don't play in my face. Don't put your hands in my face. Don't lie. If you lie, I'm sorry. My frame of mind is, if you lie and your lie intersects with me telling the truth, too bad for your lie. Too bad for your lie. Crap, we'll smoke your pipe and the dog will eat your food. That's what your lie gets, because I don't got time for it. I'm playing those games. Let me see. I didn't even self-edit the pictures of them to let's see. Should I leave? Let me see. Let me crop these photos while we're talking. Y'all talk amongst yourself. You know what? I'm not going to crop them because I want it to show the source material. Yes, I'm not going to crop them. I want it to show the source material. So let me pull these up. because people just like to lie too much. And there's nothing I can't stand. There's nothing I can stand like a rusty liar all the time for no reason. All the friggin' time for no reason. Why you had to lie so? There's not even no reason. You're an adult. When an adult just gratuitously lies like that all the friggin' time, my God, it's so annoying.
Against Tyler Perry.
What do you think say invalid file type? Vaughn? You know, the hackation. Don't worry. Yeah. She said, my mom and my grandmother, what up, Keish? My mom and my grandma said, one thing I can't stand is a liar and a thief. That's right. That is what I just say too. Because a liar would steal and a thief would lie. I cannot stand them. So since that is trying to, you know, the hackation is always going to try to prevent me from something. But that's why I always keep other devices with me so that I can absolutely, let's see if I pull it up as this file type. That should do the trick. There we go. Hopefully that should do the trick. If not, I will play it.
I don't know if he put any
Hold on one second. Because you know how I feel about liars. I'll be so sick of them. Now let me pull up these image files so all you could see. Because people does have nothing to do with themselves and they would just lie so for no reason. They would just tell a lie. I have a problem with that. Listen, if somebody, let's say you are in a store minding your business, you just came home from work. Now you see what this says? It says, but his most enduring legacy, this is talking about Jack the Rapper. His most enduring legacies was the creation of his newsletter, Jack the Rapper, aka the Mellow Yellow, and an annual convention with the same name that he started in Atlanta, June 1977. From a modest start, the event became a must-attended event, and for any and everyone in Black music until its end in 1994. Now, I went to Jack the Rapper because, like I told you, I am a female vocalist. I'm going to start singing and putting videos of me singing and doing lives of singing up here for y'all. Tell me if you like that. If you're interested and you want me to do it and we could do like a little karaoke, tell me, I will do it. Or they could come up and sing a song and all kind of thing. I don't mind. But you see what that says? It started in June 1977 in Atlanta with a modest start, and the event became a must-attend event for any and everyone in Black music until its end in 1994. All right, I will present another thing because, like I said, let's build this to a crescendo. What year did it end, guys? Put it in the chat. Jack, what was it called? It was a music festival. It's an open book test. It was a music festival called Jack the Rapper. It was in Atlanta. And it ended in 1994. So we're going to do an open book quiz. Now make sure y'all got your books. I hope everybody brought their books to class. We're doing an open book quiz. Put it in the chat. What year? Put it in the chat, guys. What year did it end? This is a press pass for Jack the Rapper, like your pass. This is Bill Stephanie. He used to be the head of Steph Son Records, and I was trying to get a deal from him at one time back in the days of Harlem. So let me read. This is his story about Jack the Rapper. You never heard of it? I'll tell you guys some. See, your girl been summer everywhere. Your girl been summer everywhere and a part of a summer everything. My sis Jag, you still up here? Jag could tell you what Jack the Rapper is. It was a must be. It was a whole lot of music conventions, Impact Music Convention, Jack the Rapper, all types of stuff. But I digress. Let me read a little more. this is Bill Stephanie's article about Jack the Rapper. So this is an old article, and he said, as we begin to attract more and more rappers, gangsta and otherwise, fewer and fewer of the other Black artists attended. There were shooting incidents, fights breaking out in the lobby of the hotel, threats of retaliation. It was just a nightmare. And even with all the security we had hired, it just couldn't be contained. Now, how on earth could a gathering so innocuously titled The Family Affair steeply descend into chaos? Well, it didn't begin that way. And for those like me, at the time, an up-and-coming record label executive lucky enough to attend 9 Jack the Rapper family affairs in a row, it was a wonderful, enlightening, sometimes frustrating ride. Okay, I see in the chat. There go my sister Jag. Jag, know what? There you go. Tell him, sis. We've been out here in these here streets for a long time and a part of things. Jack the Rapper ended in 94. I'm about to call somebody. I'm about to pull somebody card right now. I'm about to pull card because I'm tired of lies. Listen, gratuitous lying is the worst. Now, if you're in a store and somebody runs in and says, give me all your money. Everybody put their hands up. Give me all your money. And they try to rob the store and you got your rent money and you know you and your landlord been on shaky terms because you've been struggling to pay your rent. You hit a bump in the road and your landlord said, I'm going to let you stay. You got it together finally. You done paid up the arrears, and now it's time to pay your first fresh month of rent back on time. And now these here robber dudes are in the store talking about everybody give me your money. And you screaming, you like, this the money for my mama's surgery. I got to pay the doctor in the morning. If you tell that lie, I'm not mad at you at all. Because 9 out of 10 times, the guy robbing the store, he got something on his back too. Sometimes they just thieves, but other times they got a pressure going on and they may feel a need to go and rob to feed their child or whatever. And you might catch the right dude on the right day that be like, I'm not going to take your mama's surgery money. You understand? If you tell that lie, I don't have a problem. I do have a problem with that. And there's maybe 2 or 3 other lies are not going to be vexed. Let me read this part of the story. When the annual convention began, 1977, Joseph Dighton Gibson Jr., also known as Jack the Rapper or Jockey Jack Gibson, was a well-known and well-respected figure in what was then referred to as the Black music industry. Jack's fame derived from him once being the pioneer disc jocking on the nation's first African-American owned radio station, founded in the years after World War II, WERD in Atlanta. Gibson was a part of a generation of radio personalities that talked jive or the hip speak of the day, lending colorful jargon-filled and often rhymed commentaries to the listening audience in between record spins. They had names like Tommy Dr. Jive Smalls and Genial Gene Potts and John Honeyboy Hardy and Long Tall Lanky Larry Dean. Now, let me remove this one so it doesn't take up space. And let me add this to the stage. Because 1 thing's for certain and 2 things for sure. Me can't bother with a liar.
So, but it's real funny, man.
Hold on.
How stuff I talked about years ago. How Tyler Perry was in.
Let me turn that up.
At Jack the Rapper. I don't know if he was at Jack the Rapper per se, but Jack the Rapper was in Puerto Rico. And me and my
hold on. He said, hold on, let me pause.
My man was sitting at a table, black.
Hold on, let me pause. Let me pause it. He said Tyler Perry was at Jack the Rapper. Hold on. I don't know if he was at Jack the Rapper, but he was at Jack the Rapper. What? People get mad at me when I say 2 truths and 7 lies. How the you gonna start out saying me and my man was at Jack the Rapper? Look up in the sky. Like I said, normally it's off to the right, but he must have saw me talk about him. So now he turned to the middle. He started out with Tyler Perry. Me and my mans was at Jack the Rapper. And let me wheel and come again. Let me wheel and come again. Because one thing with me no blood clot like is a liar. I cannot stand it. When you hear me say, me can't stand one liar. Listen closely, boys and girls.
Black, pretty boy black. We were sitting at the table at this nice restaurant.
Oh, wait.
And
let's
two
move it back.
bottles.
Because ain't no reason for grown people to lie for no reason. Now, I don't know why the Hackation don't want this to start at the beginning. I don't know why the Hackation don't want this to start at the beginning. But we're going to get you back to this beginning. You're going to play at the beginning. Well, go ahead. Let me make it go on. Let me make it go on still. Go ahead. Okay. We got it back now. What does Hackation say? You not getting this thing? Okay. We're getting it back now. Hold on. Okay, there we go.
How Tyler Perry was in at Jack the Rapper. I don't know if he was at Jack the Rapper per se, but Jack the Rapper was in Puerto Rico. And me and my man was sitting at a table, Black. This kid named Black, pretty boy Black. We were sitting at the table at this nice restaurant. And 2 bottles of champagne came over to our table. I was like, damn, Black, you balling like that, bruh? So I know you got that.
Forgive me for stopping it. Where did open book test, boys and girls? Where did Jack the Rapper take place? Where was it founded and start in 1977 till 1994? And where did it take place? Atlanta. Not Puerto Rico. Atlanta. Okay, let's go back. Because people like to come for me. People want to do breaking news, Gene Deal exposed, and then it's nothing like Gene's a great guy. He don't lie. He tell the truth. He tell the truth. All right.
The bill. He was like, Gene, I thought you ordered that shit. I said, I ain't ordered nothing. What are you talking about? So I called the waitress. I say, hey, yo, these bottles is about $200-300 a bottle, bro. And you talking about we in the in early 2000s.
Early
They're like
huh? What? Huh? The early 2000s? Well, do you work at CERN, Mr. Gene Deal? Are you a fiduciary on the Hadron Collider? Are you a time traveler? Y'all was at Jack the Rapper in Puerto Rico in the early 2000s? Really? When it ended in 94? Because I went in 93. Really? Early 2000s, you say? Early 2000s, you... Let me get my best Lil John. What? Huh? Early 2000s in Puerto Rico? Tyler Perry sent y'all 2 bottles of liquor that was $300 a piece to your homeboy Black? Okay. I promise, Olia, I'll try not to interrupt going any further.
$300 a bottle. I was like, hey, yo. Yo, this at the wrong table. You know what I'm saying? And she said, no. The gentleman over there sent the bottles over to the gentleman over here. And they pointed to my man Black. And I looked at the gentleman over there. And I looked at Black. I looked at the gentleman over there. And he's smiling. And then I looked at Black. I looked at the gentleman over there. And it was Tyler Perry. I was like, oh, snap. I said, yo, little.
Huh? What? Lies. You're too lied. You did in a Puerto Rico at Jack the Rapper in the early 2000s, and Tyler Perry sent 2 bottles of liquor to your friend Black. Now, why would an adult make up such an egregious friggin' lie? Because the gatekeepers of now, see, time and distance make people forget shit. Oh, thank you. Let me put West in Peace up there. At the Dopest Nerd. Natanya, you have to stop it at least once every couple of minutes for fair use. Anyway, you're gravy. 100. Thank you, boo. That's why I love my girl. She always got my back. That's my sister. That's my sister. That's my sister. That's my sister. Hey, boys and girls, in the chat, when did Jack the Rapper end? What year? But people get mad at me when I say I call him 2 Truths and 7 Lies. Now, where's Black? I'm sure Black is probably deceased or something, because you know you can't have a party in the story that could come out and tell the truth. 1994. Thank you. Excuse me, Locked. Give Cook's Crate a gold star, please, and give one to Beverly George, and give one to Keisha and Patricia and Margie. Everybody gets a gold star. What? You was at Jack the Rapper, a festival that started in Puerto Rico and ran, look at me. You see how the 2 Truths and 7 Lies that's rub off on you? A festival that was in Atlanta for its inception, but you was in Puerto Rico in 2000s. Listen, now I know they be turning on CERN. I know they turned it on one big time in 1989 and it created this massive portal. But I tell me, say, there's people in the internet gatekeeping, calling me a liar because I calls his ass and everybody else out. Y'all monitoring spirits that's watching, go run tell that, because I don't play no game of your word against mine. I play a game of your word against you. I bring receipts and correct change at all times. Cite your sources. You think me have time for lie? What you doing 60 years old? I sit on TV and tell people blood clot lies. For what? Making stuff up. For what? This is why I keep telling y'all. When I say something, people like to question me, but I was out there in them streets. I am New York. I am Brooklyn. I am the music industry. When they falsely accuse me of, oh, you trying to take a good black man down. You trying to take down hip hop. I had to remind them, baby, I am mother effing hip hop. I took my allowance in August 1979 with my sister, Nikki. I walked my behind to Straker's record store on Utica Avenue in Crown Heights, Brooklyn. Stop. No, he's not getting confused of nothing. He's not getting confused of nothing. We're not making no thing for him. Because if he's confused about that, every single story he told is sus. We're not making no excuses for him. You don't have to tell no grown person what they mean. Maybe he means this. No, maybe he's a liar. 2 truths and 7 lies. Maybe he's a liar. That's it. That's all. Maybe if you incentivize for him, how many times you could go on one platform and tell the same story? Tell all these different stories. You get paid for every one of these interviews. And I'm not pocket watching like he was doing to his friend Black. Oh, you balling. You bought these 2 bottles of liquor. You a big man. In the early 2000s, you was in your 40s. We had to tell people about, ooh, you got all this money, you buying this liquor. Didn't you guard the most famous of famous people in the world? Why somebody can't buy 2 bottles of liquor? You pocket watcher. Oh, you balling. Oh, that's how you could listen. It's the devil is in the details. I didn't make that up. The devil is in the details. But people is out here on these internet streets, other content creators calling me, oh, she wants it to be about her. Really? No, I like the truth. But for some of y'all, in the immortal words of my boy, you can't handle the truth. And ain't nobody gonna come here and tell me he must mean and he must mean. No, he mean what he said. He said what he mean. In my household, we grew up with say what you mean and mean what you say. We heard that 92,000 times a day. Don't tell me what nobody mean. I only going by what they say. If it come out of their mouth, what they say. I don't want to hear what nobody might mean. No. 2 truths and 7 lies. I ain't saying he lie all the time. He just tell 2 truths with 7 lies. It's a ratio. So if you tell 144 lies, somebody do the math. How much truth is in there? I don't have time to play. Like I be telling people, I don't have time to play. Now, if he told 144 stories, 20 of them is 20 of the stories is lies. Okay? I did your basic math. 144 divided by 7. 20 of these stories is lies. $20.5714286. Stop playing in my face. With everybody trying to hog this and make it about them, when all I'm trying to get is justice. But the camera likes to go to the loudest mouth. First of all, why you keep chuckling on all these stories? He could talk about. I watched the beginnings. I didn't know what it was, and I didn't watch the whole thing. He came in, and it showed him sitting down, and another guy sitting down, and another guy sitting down, and it had British voices, and it looked like they was handing them like a tablet. And it was the Puffy beating Cassie video, and he's fucking chuckling. I said, I can't watch this. I couldn't even watch the rest. I had to turn it off and move on. Because what is there to chuckle about? Inappropriate expressions of emotions. You emotionally dysregulated. You hyperbolous. All of your tails grow larger and larger and larger. But people listen, our brother El Haj Malik El Shabazz said, there will come a time where they will make you love a lie and hate the truth. That's Malcolm X for those who don't know. They will make you hate the victim and love the oppressor. That was from the ballot and the bullet. I would like people to stop playing in my face. Stop. But I'm going to let this carry on.
Ninja, let me find out you wake up in the morning and Muddeer's in the room with you.
You see?
Man, he sent my man 2 bottles of champagne over. I was like, yo, Black, you know him? He was like, yo, no. I said, send him back. He was like, I'm drinking them. I said, all right, dude. Go ahead and drink them all if you want to. Tyler Berry sending grown men bottles of champagne over to their table back then. So when I told that story, you know, I guess some people were mad at me because I told the story. But I also knew about the Boondocks. Did you ever watch the Boondocks? And they did this segment on there
2 truths and 7 lies. So he told a bunch of lies.
Actor and now he's gonna throw was acting like he was a woman, like Muddeer, but only to have sex with men.
Huh?
You ain't never seen that?
You ain't never seen that?
I never seen it. I heard about it though. I've been hearing about it all.
Could you possibly wheel and come again? Of course I could. Let's start with this. But his most enduring legacies was the creation of the newsletter Jack the Rapper, aka the Mellow Yellow, and an annual convention with the same name that he started in Atlanta in June 1977. From a modest start, the event became a must-attend event for any and everyone in Black music until its end in where, guys? When was his end, guys? Anybody? Let's see the teacher. Okay, come on, pay attention, boys and girls. Let me call a name. Let's see. Joy to the world. Sarah, Martha, and Keisha, come to the front of the board and write the answer on the board. What year did Jack the Rapper end? And for 3 bonus points, in case you have 2 homework assignments that you missed, you'll get 3 bonus points if you also write the state that it was held in. Good, Keisha. Very good. You got your bonus point. I'm going to give you 6 bonus points since you were preemptive and you put where it existed. Rest in peace. I'm going to have to take off 1 point. It's an open book test. Why you wrote City College there, girl? Thank you, guys. Rest in peace. All these people get a gold star. Everybody get a gold star that gave the proper answer. So we're going to go back to this again because there's going to be somebody who circles the wagon.
I don't know if he put any racketeering or any criminal acts against him, but it's real funny, man, how stuff I talked about years ago, how Tyler Perry was at Jack the Rapper. I don't know if he was at Jack the Rapper per se, but Jack the Rapper was in Puerto Rico.
How you going to start out with, but Tyler Perry was at Jack the Rapper? I don't know if he was at Jack the Rapper. How is this how you tell stories? You enter it with a lie, but people side-eyeing me for saying 2 truths and 7 lies. Really? Really? 2 truths and 7 lies. And it's always that little look. Who are you looking to see if God is watching him lie? What?
And me and my man was sitting
looking up
at a table, Black. This kid named Black, pretty boy Black.
See him looking up, right?
We were sitting at the table at this
but people call me
nice restaurant. And 2 bottles of champagne came over to our table. I was like, damn, Black, you balling like that, bro?
Pocket watching.
So I know you got the bill. He was like, Gene, I thought you ordered that shit. I said, I ain't ordered nothing. What are you talking about? So I called the waitress. I said, hey, yo, these bottles is about $200-300 a bottle, bro. And you talking about we in early 2000s. They're like $200-300 a bottle. I was like, hey, yo.
In the when early 2000s, you say? You mean after I got shot? The 2000s, listen, all them music conventions been stopped happening. I remember in 1990, those who know. I remember, I think it was, let's see, probably 1994 or 95. I went to the Impact Music Convention. This was in Miami this year. Somebody look out to see what year Drew Hill came out. That's how we'll confirm what year it was. Because Drew Hill performed. They had just came out and they had the song, Tell Me What, and they used to jump high in this, like they did that step where they jumped. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you need. And I was like, why are these dudes jumping? But they could sing their behinds off. Somebody, rest in peace, look up anything and tell me what year Drew Hill came out, because they were fresh. They were new. Their song had been out for a little while. Okay, 1995. Thank you, AC. 1995. I'm sure it wasn't 98. It was before then. Rest in peace said 1996. Okay, 1996. We was in Miami. And let me tell you how you can mark this year. And if you don't believe me, which you should have no reason to doubt me, let me tell you who I was with. So my homeboy Al, his name is Alfred. His father was a pastor. He had a whole church. Al was a young man who grew up in a good family, a very Christian, religious family. His father was a pastor, he had a big church. And Al was out on the scenes. He was very smart, and he was on the scene. And, he used to hang out with my homeboy Manny and all of them. He used to be at the shop, and he was managing me. He was managing me at the time, and I was trying to get a deal. So, okay, if they were founded in Baltimore in 1992, but this is when they were founded in Baltimore in 1992. But the song Tell Me, when their song Tell Me came out, when it had been on the charts for a little while, and that's what they performed at Impact Music Convention. They probably just had come out, and they were performing it at Impact. I was there with DJ Clark Kent, my homeboy Al. There's a guy in the music industry named Kenny Bird, light skin. You'll know who Kenny Bird is. He used to be real loud and a little pick-me-ish back then. Listen, Kenny, I'm not trying to come at you. I'm just saying, when you was younger, that's what you was doing. And when I tell you what happened that day, you'll know why I said it. It was DJ Clark Kent. So we was chilling all day. We went jet skiing the day before. And so I had this, back when we used to wear the European straight hair, baby, that European straight weave. And so while I was jet skiing, I didn't tie my hair down. And baby, that thing turned into hupakacha. It might as well have been, guess who's coming to dinner? Natty dreadlocks. My hair turned into one rotted natty dreadlocks. Could not get them tangles out for nothing. Mind you, I'm in Miami. And we chilling. So we go now. I said, we got to go to a store. I got to get something. Like, I had a cute little hat there, and I put it over my head. But I was like, we going out tonight. We was going to it was the big night of the Impact Convention. And so we went to Ball Harbor Mall. For those who know, and we were shopping and this, that, the other. And I said, I need something fly to put on my head. I cannot go. Like, we could not detangle that weave for nothing. And I was with all guys. So it wasn't no sister girl. Like, I had one of their friends. I met this chick. Her name was, it was a name of like a state or something. I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but it was the name of a state. It's going to come to me. Not Arizona, something, one of those type of names. But she was there, and she was a friend of some of the dudes that I knew. And so my homeboy Peter Panic introduced me to her. Peter Panic is another big producer. Used to work with DJ Clark Kent. DJ Clark Kent at the time was the head of black music at Motown. Was it Motown? I think it was Motown. Not Motown. He was the vice president of Motown at the time, something like that. Y'all can look these facts up. These facts are out there. So we all together, we chilling, and we at Ball Harbor Mall. We at here, there, and everywhere. We shopping, we chilling. But I know that night I'm trying to get a deal. We're trying. We have my demo. We are trying to shop to get me a deal. I had done some stuff. I was trying to work with Kedar Massenberg. Those in the music industry who know. Kedar Massenberg is the guy who brought out Erykah Badu. But Erykah was his big artist, his bread and butter, and we sounded too much alike. What became known as neo soul was that genre of music, and that's how I used to sing as well. And so he couldn't have somebody competing with his big star. I sounded just like, that whole neo soul. That's how I used to sing. The reason I used to sing like that is because my dad, my stepfather, was a jazz musician. And so I cut my teeth on Billie Holiday, Ella Fitzgerald, things like that. So naturally, that was the vein by which I used to sing. And people used to be like, this one producer made me sit in the studio, no exaggeration. I was in the booth for about 6 hours singing. He'd say, sing it again, making me sing the same line over and over again. He was so annoyed. He's like, that style of singing is never going to come back. You sound old fashioned. I need to break you out of it. So go back in the studio, sing it again. Sit there. He kept making me sing it again and again and again. And I got fed up where I was like, I ain't got no time for this. I left. And trust me, when I left, the week later, Erykah Badu came out and sounded just like me. He said, you sound like Billie Holiday. That's never going to come back in style. Yes. Look, Jag said, that insane midget. You talking about Kedar? Exactly. My sis Jag knows. We all used, when you wanted a deal, it's not like today you put your stuff on SoundCloud and this, that, the other. No, we used to have to pay money, buy a ticket, get outfit, fix your hair, get a team, print up tape, get some ADATs, get some this, it was a thing. And so you would go to the music conventions, Jack the Rapper, Impact, all the different music conventions, you would physically go, and all the everybody from the record industries was there, and they were looking for artists. And that's how you would go and hand out your mixtapes, hand out your demo, hand out your stuff, or flyers, which is your comp cards, whatever, to get discovered. Chicks that were cutie cutes was trying to get in the music videos. They would hand out their comp cards. People who could sing was handing out their demo. This is what it was. My sis Jag know. My sis Jag know. She's in the chat. She will confirm. We were at Ball Harbor Mall. I found this big resplendent black hat because I had this Gucci vintage dress. That's back when your girl was slim, trim, and lovely and brown skin. Baby, I couldn't fit mine up to here in that dress right now. But I had this vintage Gucci dress. It had, as a matter of fact, who wore that dress? Vaughn. Who was it that wore? Oh, I know who wore it. What's Steve Harvey's daughter name? She came back my sister sent me a picture of her. She was like, sis, look at your vintage Gucci dress. And she wore it. Lori Harvey. She had the dress on in some picture. It was a green. The sheer part of the dress was black, and it was recessed, and it was flocking. It had these green, like, what is this thing called? I can't remember. But I'm going to show you a picture of the dress. As soon as I'm going to show you a picture of the dress. Either who, we're there. I find this big fly black hat, and that's what I wear to hide my hair. And while we were, it was Island Records night that night when we went to that show. And this is in the early days of Kenny Bird getting in the industry. Oh, you must be talking about Kenny Bird as the midget. It was Kenny Bird's, he was new to the industry. Plus he was light-skinned, and light-skin was in style then. It was their time. And he was just hype for no reason. We was all grown, cool, but he just kept doing this. Look at me, look at me, look at me. And that night, Steve Harvey was on the stage hosting the show, and he kept screaming things out while Steve Harvey was on the show. And Steve Harvey said, turn all the lights down in here and put the spotlight on that table. Who is this red bone nigga interrupting? Do I come to your job and say, French fries, French fries? And they turned all the lights down in that Island Records night and pointed the spotlight on our table. It was me, Clark Kent, Kenny Bird, Al. I was humiliated. We all did this and leaned out of the spotlight, and Kenny Bird was the cheese stands alone in that spotlight. And can I tell you, Steve Harvey commenced to clowning him. He would not get off of him because Kenny Bird kept screaming stuff out. Now, if Kenny Bird is somewhere out there in YouTube land, or somebody that knows Kenny's out there, go ahead and verify. Oh, Martha said she just looked up the green Gucci dress. Yes. See if I can find a thing of it. And we ducked out. I didn't want nobody to know. Like, I was ducking out from being with him because I didn't want that. You trying to get a deal. You don't want these record company people to think you were on some clown shit. So I was just like, chill out. Like, chill out. It was embarrassing. He would not let up on him. Steve Harvey would not let up on him. But anyway, the night goes on, this, that, the other. And then we went to the Atlantic party. And when we got to the Atlantic party, where they were holding their night, the stage where they were holding their thing, all of them, Little Kim, Brandy, everybody, Boyz II Men. That's when, what's his name from Boyz II Men was going with Brandy. And the table we were at, it was all these executives from Atlantic. And they were like a lot of, white shirts, the white people, like highbrow executives. And Lil Kim was up there, and Brandy just kept going, oh my God, she's so vulgar. Oh my God, I can't believe it. And it turned me up because I was like, why is she performing for these white people? Like, this your label mate. Like, what are you talking about? She just was talking buku junk about Lil Kim, like she's too vulgar and she's too this and this to that. And then it got to a point in the night where all the white guys were like, okay, so we're going to call it a night and we're going to get out of here, guys. And they were shaking hands with everybody at the table and leaving. And when they left, Brandy ass was on the chair. We want to rumble with the bee and all this. I was like, She just sat here and talked all this junk, and now when they gone, she's the biggest Lil Kim fan, like little-ish like that. I don't like that type of stuff. But I digress. I'm just giving y'all backstory to let you know I was up in them things. All up and through. This ninja randomly and arbitrarily making shit up for no damn reason. For no reason. Why? Why you gotta make things up? Why? You making things up and running interference behind the scenes because these YouTube mafioso, it's a bunch of them. They are the new friggin' gatekeepers trying to control, currency on YouTube. They're trying to control who gets to make money on YouTube, who gets notoriety, who gets to build their platform, who gets subscribers, who gets blah, 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 blah. Everybody I done spoke on already is a liar. I still got more receipts. I ain't done. But let me let this Gene Deal thing finish. Like I said, 2 truths, 7 lies.
Yo, this at the wrong table. You know what I'm saying? And she said, no. The gentleman over there sent the bottles over to the gentleman over here. And they pointed to my man Black. And I looked at the gentleman over there, and I looked at Black. I looked at the gentleman over there, and he's smiling. And then I looked at Black. I looked at the gentleman over there, and it was Tyler Perry. I was like, oh, snap. I said, yo, little ninja, let me find out. You wake up.
Copyright Fair U.S. Code 17, Section 107. Fair use is a limitation to copyright set forth in 17 U.S. Code 107 for purposes such as criticism and commentary. This is criticism and commentary, protected by the First Amendment.
Up in the morning and Muddy's in the room with you. Man, he sent my man 2 bottles of champagne over. I was like, yo, Black, you know him? He was like, yo, no. I said, send him back. He was like, I'm drinking them. I said, all right, dude. Go ahead and drink them all if you want to. Tyler Perry sending grown men bottles of champagne over to their table back then. So when I told that story, I guess some people was mad at me because I told the story.
Some people was mad at you.
I also knew about the Boondocks. Did you ever watch the Boondocks? And they did this segment on there when this actor was acting like he was a woman, like Muddy, but only to have sex with men. You ain't never seen that?
Nah, I never seen it. I heard about it though. I've been hearing about it all.
Now you 60 years old, but you up in these YouTube streets lying for no reason. Why? Why can't you tell a lovely story about a time where you rescued a kitten from a tree or lifted a car off of somebody while you was pregnant and you was walking down the street on your lunch break because you was in light duty at your job and you just happened to hear a lady screaming and a car crashed down on somebody and you went and lifted the car off of the man because the lady was screaming and nobody was around and you were pregnant, 8 months pregnant, and you had the strength from God to push this car up a hill off the man who collapsed on the floor. And then you had to scream for his wife because she was so hysterical to get in the car and put the car in park because as a pregnant woman, you couldn't hold this car no longer. Oh, you mean what happened to me? Because that's a real story that happened to me in my life. That's a real story that happened to me, but don't nobody care about that. They want to hear him tell a lie about in the early 2000s, he was in Puerto Rico with his man, Black. Who's Black? Who's Black? What Black name there? Nobody cares about your good truth, but they like them saucy ass lies. For what? Why? Don't you understand when you tell stupid, unrequited lies like this, it calls everything you said into question? What's the reason for it? What's the reason for it? Why? That's why I be believing that people be double agents for this kind of reason alone. Why would you be muddying the waters with all these hyperbolous tales of BS when there's a whole YouTube, there's a whole internet out there. There's a whole internet out there, and there's a wayback machine where all these things I'm telling. Listen, there's pages on IG where people are just committed to telling the stories of the 90s and all that stuff, and the 80s, and all this gangster stuff and hip hop stuff and lore is up there. There's everything I say. Listen, if I tell you a story, I guarantee you it can be proven. That's why I call names, because there's people out there that can friggin' confirm what I'm saying. Now, it wouldn't be in Kenny Burns' interest to tell a story of how Steve Harvey ragged him that night at Island Records, or I think it was Island Def Jam night or something like that. But he would have to say, you know what? It's true. It's true. It happened. I grew up since then, but it's real. It definitely ain't no lie. Rest in peace to DJ Clark Kent. See, I had access to a whole lot of people because, first of all, I always walked the straight and narrow. Secondly, I grew up around the corner from Clark Kent. That was my people's my whole life. That was my people's my whole life. And his brother and his sister. And his whole family. Shout out to the Franklin family. Why? I'm calling names that people can friggin' confirm. But you got people out here that want to shut me down so the liars them could take a front seat. The ones that'll tell you on Monday, I guarantee he's going to be convicted. And on Tuesday, come on. Or Wednesday, come on, guys. I told you, there's a chance he might not get convicted. They're dropping charges. And then double back when you find out that's a lie. I'm telling you, beyond the shadow of a doubt, they laid that case out. He's getting convicted. Like, all they're doing is, that's called carnality. That's called straddling the fence. You want to double back and say a whole different narrative, and your people is so drunk with idolatry, they take whatever you say. That's dangerous. There was something called the Guyana tragedy, where a man, Jim Jones, that a rapper named himself after, he named himself after a serial unaliver named Jim Jones, who created a cult. And they went and moved to Guyana in South America. We still call it a Caribbean island, but it's right outside the Caribbean, South America. And he made them all drink tainted Kool-Aid in this massive unaliving pack. And the most part of them unalived themselves because they thought they were going on to some greater foolishness. Hence the term, don't drink the Kool-Aid. See, I come here with facts and sources that I cite. I come here with receipts and correct change. But they want to shut me, not shoot. Once is enough in a lifetime. That was a Freudian slip. But they want to shut me down. Why? Why you want to shut me down? I be coming with facts. I know some of everybody and been through some of every situation, all the scenes, look, my good sis Jaguar. Look at my good multi-talented sister. Amazing vocalist, amazing musician who been walking, stomping in these same grounds, could come here and confirm. And anybody else out there in YouTube land could confirm. Anybody out from the culture could confirm. Who's confirming these lies? For everybody you hear telling story, you hear people confirming them. But people want to shut me down and elevate him. Why? I'm not competing with him. But for some reason, they want to come at me. They feel the need to do a whole Gene Deal exposed, and it's nothing but a love piece. He's great. He tells the truth. He not lying. He be speaking truth. No, that ain't nothing but that Diddy money and whoever else is spreading their money around the internet. I have my ideas, but some of these people be deadly and be trying to come for you. Say it louder for the people in the back, Keisha. Truth, facts, integrity, and receipts. I come with it all. And I cite my sources. MLA style, baby. Because I'm a nerd. I'm going to do it in a manner that is academically integrous. MLA style. I'm citing my sources and I got all the bibliography and the references. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Now refute that. But wait, there's more. Y'all see it. It's 2 other names up there. Let me pull that up. Your girl is coming to clean up house today. I'm coming to clean house today. Because I ain't playing. I don't know who the singer is, but what's that little song she said? Don't play with it. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. Well. What do we have here? Some more friggin'.
First of all, I have never been near a Puff party. Never.
Real?
And anybody who knows me knows if there is a party, I'm the first one out.
Right.
I'm the first one out.
But people love salacious.
Yes.
Stories.
Yeah.
They love salacious stories. And you can tell them stories about you feeding those girls in South Africa.
They don't want to hear about that.
They don't want to hear about that at all. If you tell them about Puffy's biceps,
I never been to a Puff party.
all the way around the world. And I think it's because we have become so engrossed in other people's lives to keep from having our own. We are drunk off of things that don't matter to distract us from the things that do matter.
This evening, yes.
Yes.
I never been to no
And if you watch the timing of it, the intoxicant always comes out while something big is happening that we need to be paying attention to. And we pay it no attention because we are engrossed in counting up something that is salacious and not true. Not true.
Not true.
I stopped by Puffy's house for 30 minutes to say happy birthday to
you
him
did?
during the day at 2 o'clock with staff people. And out of that came a love.
Locked. Can you put the copyright fair use quote in there and the constitutional protection quote? Thank you. I'm snatching wigs today. I'm snatching wigs and toupees and everything. I'm not playing with nobody. Nobody. Y'all gonna respect this truth. Y'all gonna put some respect on my name. Hey, Nick's Mountain Goat said, shine a light on them. Shine a light on them. Hold on, let me put this disclaimer up here. Copyright, fair use, Code 17, Section 107. Fair use is a limitation to copyright set forth in 17 U.S. Code 107 for purposes such as criticism and commentary. The views expressed on the Dopest Nerd channel are based on opinion and belief and protected by the First Amendment right as stated in the United States Constitution. I'm snatching wigs, baby. Snatching wigs. Call me the great lie detector. Let me put up Justice Network said. People lie to me all the time. I've been fooled again. Man, there's a need to be a great lie detector app. I am the great lie detector because I serve an on-time God who don't play with me and I don't play with him. I am too in honor, too much reverence, too much respect, too much just grace to lie. To listen, as I used to say when I was a kid, I'm too fly to lie, and I take the ass whipping. I want y'all to.
And all kinds of stuff that I have never seen.
You too?
Yes.
This is a picture of them. I don't know why it's so
We
high.
were sharing the same. Let's get your finger on there. You can't fight it.
You can't fight it.
You can't sue it down. You can't tear it down because of a
I ain't never been to a Puffy party.
in the way
I
that
ain't
our
never.
laws are in right now. And our people don't know that. And not only do they not know it, they help spread it.
Absolutely.
They help spread these
They
laws.
help
I ain't never
spread
been
it. They help spread it. Now, I'm almost 70 years old. What do I look like? And I am a grandfather. What do I look like at this late day? You know, going, but that's the kind of world that we're living in.
Who that back there? Anna Wintour? Let me take it off the fridge. Let me take it off the stage for a minute. So what they said about me? I'm a what? Wig snatcher. I ain't no liar. I agree, joy to the wig. Joy to the world. You see how the thing does jump in? She said disturbingly disgusting. I agree. Snatching wigs, toupees, and everything. Yes. TD Jake's time is coming too. Utter laughter. Shameful. Missed the last 20 minutes. My boss called. Doesn't she know the Dopest Nerd is on now? The nerve. Tell him, Lisa. Hey, gold stars for you. Oh, disappear off the chat. I mean, my SIM card just became non-existent while I'm typing. Lies will be exposed. Asheo Beverly. Keep selling those houses in Virginia. Judgment is judgment. Joy to the wig. Oh Lord, I know that one, child. It's nothing but Freudian slip Thursday. Cause baby. Why? Why choose to play with me? Why? What I done did? Except get shot involuntarily and against my will. But continue. Listen, there's gatekeepers out here. There are platforms that consider themselves that are a vanguard in the industry. They consider themselves to be, the creme de la creme of the culture, all things the culture. They are the vanguard of putting up. Thank you for sure. How everybody party, but nobody stayed. Now listen. Excuse me, Locked. I'm gonna need a whole string of gold stars for my brother because, baby, that's the statement of the year. How everybody partied, but nobody stayed. Sarah said 100. You spoke the truth. That's what you did, Nick's Mountain Goat. Joy to the World said, for sure. That part. Bennett said, right at for sure. Mocha said, I agree. I had some tenants talking too long. I'm like, don't y'all know I'm chilling with the nerd herd? Hey, go on now. Go. Walk out the door. Just turn around now. At Beverly, I agree. Natanya snatching so hard and fast got her saying joy to the wigs. Yep, that was a big Freudian slip. Hello, fam. Good to see you all. Hello, Lindsay Lou. Yes, for sure. We want the male perspective. Let me drop this link for you right now. Please come and give us the male perspective because that's so important in a time like this. It is super important. And I always used to say, I'll tell y'all about a show I was trying to do. He said, she said, because I always felt like there's so much to be said, but I don't ever want it to just be my perspective. I want a balanced perspective. And maybe we can incorporate that and do that once a week. He said, she said, because it's so important to have a male and a female perspective if you really want to get to the truth. Come on up here, brother. I just dropped that link for you. Please come up here and give us the male perspective because absolutely. Come on, sis. You know you all. Come on, girl. Now, come on, Jag. You know you can always come up here. Get on up here, girl. Don't play with me. Today is wig snatching. As a matter of fact, I'm not just snatching wigs gratuitously to be mean. Baby, it's hot. The hot flashes is hot and it's hot. So I'm snatching wigs to be kind to people. You need to take your wig off and let your scalp breathe. I'm letting scalps breathe. That's what we're going to rename it. I'm letting scalps breathe today. Because what you're not going to do is gatekeep on these YouTube streets while I'm out here being kind, telling the truth, giving people remedies to heal their body and help them and all that stuff. And you just gatekeep and trying to block me. You got actual whatchamacallits that are the vanguard of mental health. I'm not a faith walk in a mental health story of somebody who got shot by the most famous person in the world and maintained my mental health and stayed. God kept me whole and preserved me. And I'm just out here living right, raising kids, sending them off to college and doing good things. And y'all mad at me? Gatekeeping me off this YouTube streets when I'm giving people, when people be sick, what I did when it was a snowstorm. I gave people my family's Trinidadian recipe to heal people. But y'all out here mad at me for what? So what? What up, my loves? For show TV Tom and my sis Jag. What up, boo, boo, boo?
How you
I
doing?
don't know. I figured I'd come up. It's starting to feel like a support group.
And listen. You see, I be calling names, snatching wigs. I'm freeing people. I'm freeing people from hot, letting their scalps breathe. But this Jag, you ever met for show TV?
No, I don't think so. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing, Chad?
And this
Big
is
fan.
my
of
Um,
you.
honorable
trying
Jag.
not to be triggered.
What'd
Go
you
ahead,
say?
sis.
No, just trying not to be triggered because I'm listening to you and I understand how you feel and it makes me sick.
Yeah, I don't like
No,
it.
it makes me sick. I don't like, it's I try my hardest to stay out
Mm-hmm.
of the fray from one content creator to another or from one whistleblower to another. Um, you know, the word whistleblower, it's subjective these days.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I don't like to start no beef. And I don't like people going back and forth between platforms. But the one thing that I will say is this. I have never found it in my personal employ to have to disparage someone else's truth to make mine's more relevant.
Yep. And that's what my problem is. I'm
I
not
don't
out here snatching scalps
understand. I
because
don't understand that. It makes no sense to me
Mhm.
why people feel the need to have to constantly, uh, you know, I'm sitting with Natanya right now. Um, and it's just it's ridiculous. Why do we need to attack one another? Why do we have to go after each other? Why do we have to rip each other to shreds? See,
Mhm.
in my opinion, all of us come from different places because the one thing that I've learned throughout the years as I've been, you know, just unburdening myself with all of this uncomfortable reality. That's why I tell people all the time, my receipts are time and reality. I
Mhm.
say what I have to say, give it a little bit of time, and let reality show up. And then there really shouldn't be any question about anything. I don't go out of my way to say things to try to force people into uncomfortable situations. But when it got to the point for me that I could no longer be quiet, I can't edit. I can't, I can't forget. I can't, and I see a lot of that. I see a lot of people who say things that are there but then not there, and there's a piece of this. Oh, well, some of that's true, but really it was like this. And it's like, no, that's not what happened. When I first started hearing about you being on YouTube and people, there were specific people, and I'm not going to get into any names that came to
Mhm.
me and told me to stay away from you and to not talk to you. And all I could say is why?
Mhm.
Why would I not talk to her? We all came from the same era in the same time, but we came from different trajectories. We
Mhm.
came from different spaces. You know what I mean? There are things that you saw that I didn't see. There are things that I saw that you didn't see. But see, when
Mhm.
you start taking all of those things and putting it together, you get a more accurate, full picture of what's going on. So when I
Mhm.
see people going out of their way to try to derail whistleblowers from talking to each other, or to
Mhm.
try, to get people to convince people, oh, they're not this and they're not that, and whoopty whoopty woo and yada yada yada. I'm not saying, oh, hey, you're looking out for me. I'm saying, what is it that you don't want told?
Mhm.
What is it that you don't want to come out? And that's really what this is all about. And that's why I said it earlier in the chat. For all of these people who call you a liar, call me a liar, like it's weird.
Mhm.
Let's just be
But
clear.
Yeah.
as much as they
90%,
as much as they try
90% of
to
them weren't
impugn my
there.
integrity, yeah, they weren't there. And as much as they try to impugn my integrity, guess what they ain't showing up with? Receipts and correct
Receipts.
change. Ain't not one of them could bring you a receipt to say Natanya, blah, 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 blah.
Oh,
Where
well,
they at?
Natanya, let's be very clear. A lot of people swear to God they got receipts about me, and the truth is they're really pissed off that I got involved in the Demore Hadley story, because the one thing that I proved is that AI evidence is being passed all over this stuff. They
Absolutely.
have tried to remix me. I have seen 80 million different this, different that, and they allow it to happen. And it's
Of course.
wild because people really want to believe, they don't want to believe we're telling
They
the
don't want to
truth.
believe the truth. No.
They
People hate.
don't want to believe.
Malcolm X said people will love a lie and hate the truth.
Let me say this real quick. Let me tell y'all what's going
Please
on.
do for show.
Let me tell y'all what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
When we was younger, we was taught to tell the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Now that we older, you're getting condemned for telling the truth. It's not good to tell the truth. So Jaguar, when you started talking, you start opening up cans of worms that them people didn't want told.
Mm-hmm.
Because we all know, I never been in the rooms, but doing my research and doing the history check, we all know they like to get stuff to hang over you.
Mm-hmm.
So once you get to exposing the stuff that they don't want out, even if it's the truth, they're gonna make you sound like you crazy and you're the liar.
Yep.
So it's like it's a reverse now. It's like it's not good to tell the truth, even though we all like telling the truth and we want the truth, and the people want the truth. The other people, the higher ups, they don't want the truth. They want all the lies, and that's why they made all these different rules where you can just lie on YouTube and on the news and all this stuff now, because they want the lies out there to cover up the truth. And
That's right.
you started telling the truth, and you started back in '99 by saying that man shot you in the face, and Jag, you opening up the book of worms. They don't like that, and especially it's by females.
Mm-hmm.
So they really don't like it. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying this here now. As a man, I'm riding with y'all. So if y'all need anything, y'all need any type of male support, anybody around with y'all holler for sure. I got y'all. Because I
Thank
ain't
you,
scared
brother.
of none of them, because I'm with right. And I know how to talk about this stuff without having emotions and just look at it
Mm-hmm.
logically with common sense. And that's what it is. It's reversed now. It's to where the truth hurts and
Mm-hmm.
they don't want to be hurt. Instead of finding the truth and making an adjustment, the truth is hurting them and they affected by it.
And the crazy thing is, all you got to do is be like, "Yo, that was mad years ago. I made a mistake. I stand corrected. You know, my bad. That was when I wasn't being my best self," and repent and let it go. But they can't do that. They can't do that. They rather drag our reputations and try to call us everything. But where the receipts at? Where they at? Because what did I do? Did I make anything up? Did I not show y'all stuff that's readily available on the internet?
Yeah, everything you said is
People
you can
could
prove.
call me. People could call me. You, as my mother said, you can say what you want, just spell my name right. However, I don't have no history of being no liar. I don't have no reputation of being no liar. And see, I always tell people, I don't play a game of your word against mine. I play your word against you. What did I do here but present video and print footage and cite sources to bolster what I know to be facts or lies? Everybody else did their own lying. Oprah and TD Jake sat up on that stage and said, I ain't never been to no Diddy party. And then doubled back and did a Gene deal. 2 truths and 7 lies. If I did, I was the first one to leave. What do you mean if you did?
Can I tap in?
Absolutely.
I'm not going to say the person's name because I get it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people that I know that could come forward and say Jag's not lying. But the truth is, they count on this. They count on this business. They count
Mm-hmm.
on what's going on. It is their bread and butter. It is how they survive. It's the only way they know how to survive. And unfortunately, a lot of the people that know I'm telling the truth are in our age bracket. And for a lot of people, this is retirement age bracket. They're not ready to throw away. They're not going to do it. They
They don't
want to
want
retire. They went through all of this stuff. But there was a memo that was sent out. All of the big PR firms sent it out to everybody that was still working and operating. And it was very simple. Everyone was to say, if anyone ever asked if you went to a Diddy party, Yes, I went to a white party, but I never went to the after party and I left early. Everyone was told to say that.
That was the question that I posed. Not for me to cut you off, Jag.
Mhm.
That was the question I asked. How did everybody go to the party, but no one ever stayed for the after party?
Which is why I had said in one of my other, real life appearances,
Mhm.
if you didn't know, how would you know to say there was an after party? If it was a secret invitation,
Mm-hmm.
all you would simply say is, hey, I went to the party, I stayed for a while and I left. There would be no need for you to say, I left before the after party and I didn't don't. But this was a
It was
memorandum that
disclaimer.
went out. Everyone in the industry got the same thing. And what I'm starting to see and realize is there were a lot of people that said a lot of wild, salacious things
Mhm.
online, coming forward, trying to take the real light away from real survivors like you, Natanya. And
Mhm.
I'm kind of disgusted with
Mhm.
the Courtney Burgess, Ariel Mitchell era, and all of the weirdos that came along with that. They took these videos, they pushed them forward, and people don't think that that was tampering with the jury pool in advance. I told
No.
everybody when I sat down on Piers Morgan,
Mhm.
they put
And what
these
a
people
masterful
out there.
job you did.
They put these people out there intentionally to say the most ridiculous things. So when it came time for the trial, people would
Yep.
be more apt to not believe anything that anyone
Right.
said because they had already heard the most ridiculous of things. And now these names that were out there, they
Have all disappeared.
all disappeared.
Disappeared
Ariel
into
Mitchell
oblivion.
came forward just once to say Diddy's going down, but said nothing about Ashley Parham, who was in that documentary with you, who was
But isn't
also,
that her? Isn't that her client?
yeah,
Mm.
and my name was also put in there, and we all found out that that wasn't true.
But here's the thing. Here's what gave it away. Here's what gave it away. See, people that do dumb things and lie, they never is the devil is in the details. The biggest thing that exposed that whole Ashley Parham addendum lie to the lawsuit was when they said, what's the comedian name with the blonde hair on top?
That Drewski boy.
When they said Drewski. Drewski is young now. When this grape supposedly happened, he was 16 or 17. Why these people are so stupid? They don't think about those details. It's different if they just stick to, first of all, they shouldn't lie. But if they choose to stick with big people, you looking for somebody you could throw under the bus. The boy was a child. He was in high school when y'all said he was at the Diddy party. That's like when that dumb was like, she was at my house. You was at my house when, dummy? When I was raising my kids? When my
Yeah.
husband was here? Why would you be here? I never
Just
see
like
this
when
child
she
in
said
my
I
life.
was her Uber driver and I was driving her back and forth to the parties.
But
And
people
I
were
was
willing to
never an
believe.
Uber driver and I wasn't even in Dallas at the time when she said, which is why I thought it was egregious of the content creators that kept trying to sit there and force that. And the thing is people aren't holding any of the people that brought any of these fake people forward. They all should be charged. They
And
all
guess
should
what?
be charged.
Who's the truth, the premier truth tellers in this whole shit has been Jonathan Oddie, you
Mm-hmm.
and me.
Yep.
Jonathan Oddie, you and me. Where's Jonathan Oddie?
In
Huh?
jail in Florida.
Hiding the man, making sure he don't come out. This man,
They're
this is what I
holding
tell
him.
you about
They made
holding
sure
him
they
until, yeah,
intentionally and
of
purposefully
course.
held him so that he would not
He
be
would
able
not have
to come to
a,
New York and testify.
but
And
guess
this
what?
is the ugh.
His video lives in infamy because look at the caucasity and the shade that the cops were giving him when he was just simply telling the truth. He was like, they are this, or this one is that. I was a sex slave. He was just telling the truth, but they were so inclined. They were like, yeah, okay. And what else? Oh, really? Okay. That's what they did to me when I said God gave me a prophecy, and he said Puffy's world is going to fall apart. He's going to try to unalive himself, and Babylon will fall. We sitting here in World War III, this ninja is about to be convicted, and they snatched him up early because he was going to kill himself. I said that 3 years ago when he was just fine, and there was no hint of Trump being in office or dropping a bomb on Iran or nothing. And people was going, really? You seem obsessed. You should get over yourself. Clowning me. A couple of people was like, oh, word, because they know I have a prophetic gift. And they was like, really? Oh my God. And then a couple of people was like, if you see something on me, girl, tell me. God told you anything about me? Tell me. They hate the truth. The truth doesn't require all the extra hyperbole. It just comes off. We just say it. It's all these friggin' extra lies that come with all that other shit.
Do you know what's really pissing me off right now? Of all of the lawsuits that came forward, all of those fake victims, they called out a lot of names. They called out a lot of people. They accused a lot of people. And the people that they accused are people who are typically known for suing. And none of these people have come forward, especially people like Kevin Hart and Jennifer Lopez. Their names have been mentioned on several occasions by a lot of these fake people, and they never even bothered to sue. But when things started popping out about the case and about you, Jennifer Lopez was going after content creators on TikTok, having everything shut down, no different than
Remember the
Desiree
young lady
Perez
that
trying.
passed away? What was that young lady's name that passed away? She was a content creator, a white lady.
Yeah, the one, yeah, on
Snatched
TikTok.
her page, took all her money, and she couldn't pay for her medication. She couldn't pay for it, and died right after that. Like literally right after that.
I know.
Wow.
J-Lo snatched her page down, flagged her. And remember they had all those J-Lo bots, and whoever made the bot misspelled something, and it was like 500 comments the exact same. Oh, I was her server at the restaurant the other day. She ordered soup. She was really nice. I'm like, y'all can't see these are bots? Y'all can't see?
They can't see that 2/3 of the AI content that's being done on YouTube now are all bots. They're all doing the same thing. Everyone, like, and this is the thing, and you were saying this earlier, just talking about the homosexual side of all of it and the being in the down low and in the closet and all of this and all of that. Nobody cares who you are or what you are.
Oh, especially
But
not
I'm
in this.
having a problem with all of the people who are listening to all of this man on man, woman on woman, all of this perversion, all of this stuff, and still trying to sell heterosexuality on these people as if it makes sense. Like, that's the thing that's,
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Cognitive
Oh,
dissonance.
they're a happy couple. He's
It's
a
cognitive
sodomite
dissonance.
and she's a weirdo.
Cognitive dissonance. It's easier for them to just believe the fairy tale. People want to be in the matrix. See, it's like that old statement that they said Harriet Tubman or her Araminta Ross, which is her real name, but Harriet Tubman was what she went by.
Yeah.
It's like the line she said, I freed thousands of slaves. I would have freed thousands more if only they realized they were slaves. These suckers don't realize they're slaves. They are marching down the road like sheeple, following each other in a circle over and over again, happily. They love salaciousness and all this foolishness. They want to drink the Kool-Aid. They want to believe the fairy tale. They love it. They love it.
There's no way in the world people should be so easily seduced, because the thing is you're not getting anything out of it. Like, all of these people that are fighting for this, all of these people that are trooping for this, what are you guys getting out of it? You're not getting any. I understand why these weirdos are fighting to hold on to it, because the truth is without the money and without the power, they are nobody. They are nothings. They don't want to have to go back to a real life. They don't want to have to go back to waitressing and doing all of these things, which is why they would be willing to sell anyone out for it. I understand why they're doing it. But the people that are going along with it, the cheerleaders, the collaborators, what are you getting out of it? Because these people aren't bringing you along.
Adjacency, a false sense of adjacency. They feel like they're on their team, and
Yeah,
they're
but
swatting down this other person who, oh, you're not going to hurt. I loved her for years and years. You're not going to take away my love.
That's idol. That's idol worship. That is
It's idol
idol
worship, and it's a
worship.
sin. It's a sin. But they's the same ones that also don't like me talking about God all this time either.
Well, they don't like me talking about God. They don't like
Can't stand that.
anyone that talks about God. And what I think people are totally missing is that when you are sitting here hyping up the celebrity, and this, I'm sick and tired of people. Oh, you bringing down a good black man? Really? What good? What good was ever in any of these people?
When I said Babylon will fall, which is another name for Hollywood, you want to know the God showed me. He opened my eyes to it. He was like, "I need you to open your eyes and see what I'm showing you." And I was like, and then I was just like, "What the hell is Royal Flush? How come all these high price what are considered A-list celebrities all hawking a free app that you don't have to pay for? You don't need Wi-Fi. You don't need this." If that ain't something to steal all your information and lock you, it's probably something hypnotizing you on that app. I said, you mean to tell me everybody that they call A-list celebrity are all advertising a free app? I said,
When
what is
I
the
saw them using the celebrities to get people to sign up for the spades games and to get people to sign up to this,
Royal
like
Flush?
I
That
don't.
gave me a Royal Flush. Something
Yeah,
ain't right.
and the other, there was a spades game, there's some
Ain't right.
slots games. People don't
Mm-hmm.
understand. You sit there, you invest this time into this thing. They're sitting there stealing your data. They're
Yes, they
sitting
are.
there
And
collecting your data.
not the least of which is they're also broke. If a free app has this much money and pull to pay all these A-list celebrities, have you ever seen an A-list celebrity advertise a game before? It means they are hemorrhaging money. They are broke. People are getting on B. Simone for saying, I can't shop at Bloomingdale's anymore. Now I have to shop at H&M or whatever. Well, what about A-list celebrities that were the creme de la creme of Hollywood's finest? That's like, oh, what are you playing? Is that Royal Flush? Oh, I'm on. Come on. They got 2 and 3 celebrities on one commercial. You know how much it costs to, and these are people that's about their cake. We know they are the quintessential gatekeepers of Hollywood. You got
Yeah.
Kevin Hart, you got Tina Fey, you got this one, you got, it just looks bizarre. I was like, are
See,
they starving?
that's the thing.
Everybody's
Nobody's
talking
being
the game.
honest. Nobody's
Nobody's
being
being
honest
honest.
about all of the things that are happening in the backdrop.
That's right.
Nobody's talking about the fact that a lot of these celebrities, a lot of the brand deals that they have are in the fashion industry.
Mhm.
And after they all got busted for all of their stuff really being made in China, when they were sitting there switching
Child.
the label, and when people were paying thousands of dollars for something that didn't cost more than a couple $100,
Mhm. And that
all
ain't
of the
nothing new.
fashion houses,
Them
no, but all of the
was-
fashion houses are in trouble.
Oh,
See,
they in big
when
trouble.
when Trump put in the tariffs,
Mhm.
China said, ain't no need in us propping this up anymore. He took
Listen,
a lot of money away
eh,
from the
you
fashion
know,
industry when he did that, because now people are going and they're getting it direct to consumer and they're still
listen.
paying the smaller
China
price.
created a travel bundle where you could go to China with they got a round trip airfare, they got
Hmm.
accommodations for you, they got transportation from the airport to the shopping districts to your hotel in a bundle, and it's dirt cheap.
Mm.
They said, "Oh, you want to play with me? We gonna eat your liver with fava
Mm.
beans and a Chianti."
And guess
Okay,
what? The
and I
people
ain't
that are
mad.
suffering the most are the fashion industry and the celebrities that have been supporting it.
That's
Mm-hmm.
right.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's
you
right.
got to understand there's a lot of people that are upset about a lot of things
Yeah.
right now that no one's talking about, because if they can't hustle that stuff, people are also forgetting, like companies like Louis Vuitton,
Mhm.
headquarters and all of that, 51% shareholders in Rock Nation.
I
The
know
liquor
LVMH.
companies are the other.
Yeah,
So
LVMH.
understand this. So understand this. Their
They
money
suffering.
goes down through the floor. They can't support these companies anymore, which
And
is why they got everybody coming over to Paris and sitting there and putting on a good show of it and making it look good, because they got to get company morale back up, because
right.
if they don't, all of them are going to lose all of their sponsorship deals. And
Gunner.
everyone knows that money, well, they already are.
losing, hemorrhaging. Babylon is falling.
More importantly than that, I don't think anybody's paying attention to the fact that most of these people who had these deals and who had their clothes, especially brands like Ivy Park, that was busted for their sweatshop conditions and all of that stuff, were using illegal immigrants to do all of the work for all of this stuff. There's a lot of stuff that's going on nobody's talking about.
Listen, it's just counterproductive for all of the people who want all of the immigrants out of the country. When you cannot get an apple in the supermarket, you will see. You cannot cry for someone else's destruction because, like the old people used to say, when you're digging a hole for me, dig one for yourself to drop in, because you will fall in that same hole you dug for me. Make room for yourself. People are digging a hole and thinking other people will fall into it when it's their own hole. You hear what I say? I could tell the people who have been popping out of nowhere and contacting me out of the blue, people I've known for years. I've had people that I haven't talked to in 13 years straight pop out, hey girl, what's up? I was thinking about you. They won't even be honest enough to say, oh, I saw you in an interview and I was thinking about you. I just want to make sure you're okay. No, they just like, oh, what you doing? You doing hairstyle? Random dumb shit. I'm looking at them like, Ninja, please. Ninja, please. Like, stop. Stop.
Let me say something real quick.
Please.
I just heard what Jag said about the Rock Nation, and I saw something earlier. Desiree Perez lady admitted that Rock Nation not doing well. They had to borrow like $40 million to stay afloat. I just saw that.
On top of all of the PPP loans they got that they didn't have to pay back.
I bet. And a lot of, listen.
Yeah, that's why audio just been leaked.
What you said is on what?
It was a audio just been leaked of her talking about it.
Did you hear that? So did you know that Jag filmed the thing with her daughter about the lawsuit? You had to see this interview. Dope. They snatched it, right, Jag?
They snatched it, and well, they're trying to go after one of our channels. I'm trying to be as quiet about that. I'd rather, because I don't want to bring too much attention to it, but it's looking like they're trying to take down Set in the West. So they're just trying to punish, and it's they want us to stop telling it, and I'm going to have to switch up how I'm getting it out there, but people need to see the rest of it. And that's why we didn't put it all out at once, because I knew if we didn't break it down into a series, number one, it was a ton of information. But number two, if we had put it all up at once and they snatched it down right away, then nobody would have gotten a chance to hear everything the way they heard it. Plus, I wanted other content creators to start seeing it and hearing it so they would start talking about it.
I was gonna say I wanted to interview her as well too, but I ain't got no another channel to save me. So,
well, the thing is they put a gag order on her, so she can't do any more interviews.
Crap.
Wow.
Crap.
Wow. BJ, she saw it on Pacer and she announced it, and then someone that came through my chat and I said I'll wait till I hear from the family directly, and then they confirm, because as it stands right now, unless I hear it from the people that I'm dealing with directly, I don't want to pass any information. I don't want to say anything, because no, it's just there's too many lies. It's just too much crap out there, and you don't know who's got the right information and who doesn't. So I just keep it straight to the line. I'll hear it from them. But there was
spread misinformation as well.
That part. But it's it's kind of sad that it's so easy to shut people up. And it's just so funny because part of what they cited for the gag order is that her interviews were tainting the jury pool for their trial. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? After the bang up job that they just did with Diddy's trial, they had a whole 9 months, and then they found ways to get real survivors involved in documentaries just so that they can say, well, we can't have you at the trial because you did an interview, which once again, I really want people to really pay attention to what a clever job the media did with that, because all of that was done intentionally to keep
Intentionally
people
and in
like
tandem. In
you
tandem.
away
Yep.
from the trial, to keep, I'll be sure, away
Think
from the
about
trial, to keep me away from the trial,
it.
to keep.
Think about the notion. Just think about the notion of me sitting on that stand. When I tell you, say I would have buttoned up tight. I put on my best girdle, baby. I'll be sitting there, honey. I created a company after my lawsuit with Puffy. After that trial, called
Yeah.
Dep Prep. I prepare people for their depositions because I understand the legal process. When I see people drop the ball in a case, I'm mad at the attorneys. You ain't prepared your client properly. You know how many people I've not only prepared for their depositions and they had successful cases since then? This is a private company. I do word of mouth with Dep Prep. Not only have I prepared people, I had one guy who was a friend of a friend. He had a spot that he rented, a warehouse spot he rented from another lady. She had the business, it wasn't doing well. She subleased it to this guy. He knew a guy that was having a party, and the place that he was having the party at the last minute got something happened and they couldn't have it. He was like, all right, you can have it at my spot. Just put it on IG and have it at my spot. Well, he had it at the guy's spot, which was the sublease, and the feds were watching that the guy who was having the party and raided that spot. So they entangled this guy who just offered him the spot the day before into the thing. This guy was frantic. His relationship was fractured. They ended up breaking up because it was just too much on his child's mother, too much on him. It was a massive rugs bust here in Georgia from offering, from doing a favor to somebody, seeing a hustle. Let me make a few dollars renting this space to this guy. He didn't know what to do. He had tried to get one attorney. People were hands off with him. My homegirl said, oh, talk to Eb. She the dopest nerd. She know everything. I said, give me all your paperwork. They actually asked me to come over. The lady who rented it to him and him we were all in her house. And I sat down. I said, let me read the papers. I was reading the paperwork, pulling up case law. I was like, I said, you are prescribing medicine without a license? He's like, what? Hell no. I said, this is what they're charging you with. Dispensing medication without they're charging you as being a fake doctor. And he was like, why would they charge me with that? But you know what it was? Because he let the guy use his spot. And the guy had all kinds of rugs. They know it's not your stuff. They know it was the guy's stuff. You can see the text messages and all that. However, they wanted to ensnare this guy, to squeeze him. Baby, this is pre-chat GPT. When I tell you I wrote a legal motion for him, he was so afraid. He literally was supposed to go for deposition on the Tuesday and made a mistake and went on the Monday. I had met with him that weekend. I typed up everything. We went over, I interviewed, we sat and talked for hours and hours. I went home, wrote up the motion, wrote up the legal briefs, gave it to him. I was like, you're going to be fine. If you need me, call me. I will come and meet you. You'll say I'm your sister. I will be there with you. He was like, okay. He was so scared. He read the date wrong and went on the Monday. And he was like, I'm here for my deposition. They were like, what's your name? No, we don't have you scheduled for today. They were like, oh, you're scheduled for tomorrow. He was like, I thought it was today. They're like, no, sir, I'm sorry, it was tomorrow. And he's like, okay. And they're like, well, he said, do I have to give you these papers? Because I wrote up the motion. He gave them the papers and left to come back the next day. They called him Monday night and said, the charges are dropped. You don't need to return because of my motion.
That's what's up.
They was like, who the heck is this? When I tell you, he blessed me with and they paid me, but he blessed me with a rotted tip. He was like, I've been fighting this thing for so long. What did you write on this paper? And everybody was like, I told you Eb is the dopest nerd because I'm a factoid. Information in my brain is like, I don't even know what to connect it to.
But that's the problem. And that's the problem.
You know,
do you know how many people have gotten ensnared and been forced to go and be falsely incarcerated for things that they didn't do just simply because they didn't know, simply because they didn't have the information? Let's not even talk about all of the people whose attorneys are actually working with the other side and get paid to railroad their own clients. And it's wild because,
it's really sad.
you look at a lot of this happening. Well, I mean,
did you
allegedly
hear that
that's what
Tyrone
happened.
Blackburn was arrested yesterday?
Yeah, I heard.
That's another bag of noise,
It's
right?
well, He's been dancing on a razor's edge for quite some time
Yeah.
between good and bad. And
Yeah.
what I will say is this: I hope that it's real, because the first thing that I asked myself is I wonder who that process server was that got him that scared.
Child. Because
I
they
wonder
said
who that process server was.
oh, he backed the car, they said, allegedly, hit him, and then pulled off. I was like,
See, the last
what?
time I heard about something like that, it was with Suge Knight. And that was a
Exactly.
terrible situation. But
But what didn't
from
they
what
say?
I've
Didn't they
heard,
say that
from
was
what
his
I've
friend?
heard, well, he was cool with them, but everyone said that they were loyal to the person that sent them and that they were coming to get him. So, it's I mean, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on. Antonio Brown is fleeing the country, has fled the country.
Are you serious?
Oh, you didn't hear?
I didn't hear, but he's looked like. So I keep getting this energy off. That's the football player, right? The former football player. He owns that.
Yeah.
He said he put out a tweet said no more child support. He left the country.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Listen,
Well, the thing
you
is
see
at the top of the year he was worth somewhere between 12 and 15 million, but the last report said that he was down to his last 50,000. That means somebody put the screws to him and drained it. What I'm not understanding, because everyone knows that the system knows how to do this. They know how to let you live, and they know how to make you broke. They do. They
Here's the
create
deal.
all kinds of things to create financial distress so that you're forced to have to make a desperate choice and only take this, only take that, tortious interference, so on and so forth. I've been through it a million times, still
Now
going through it now.
here's somebody who I say a lot of people sleeping on. See, people like
No, but that
salacious.
I
So
gotta
when they
look
see
at. I
a
want to
thing,
look more into that, because there's something that's just strange about that
yeah,
whole situation,
yeah.
Natanya. It's very
But here's the
strange.
thing. Somebody who I keep seeing his name in the thing. So I had to go and do my own due diligence. And I started looking at videos and little snippets of him. And I was like, this young man seems very intelligent. And he doesn't strike me as a dummy. But people keep coming at him, coming all different ways. And I know the art of someone who looks like sweet as pudding pie. And so the world feels sorry for them. But if you speak with authority and assertive, they think you the bad guy. That's what they do to you. That's what they do to me.
I know.
So when I started looking at these little snippets, the young man DDG. So I saw this thing. People like, oh, he's so
Mhm.
stupid. Somebody put up a post that said DDG just let such and such finesse him out of his money. And I was like, let me look at this with my God's, those who have eyes to see and ears to hear. I saw a different thing. I saw a different thing. So I say he's a brilliant young man. He's not well, from what I was able to see, he seems level-headed. He seemed like he had a real intent to have a relationship and a baby, and things didn't go right. And it's now being weaponized against him. And he took a page out of our superior-minded Gemini who got his own issues that need tissues. But there's something in a Gemini, baby. I'm a Gemini. There's something in a Gemini, baby. Especially when God is hollering at you and the rest of the world think you crazy, but everything you say and do becomes vindicated later on. He took a page out of, when I see the world celebrate somebody's downfall, I know God is in the midst of it. Just
Yeah.
like when Kanye said all that crazy stuff about the group of people whose name you should not speak of because they sue you for everything, and
Mhm.
snatched his thing, and his money dropped from billions down to this and that. And people's like,
Mhm.
oh, you see, he lost all that money in one day. He's brilliant. He said, if you snatch my money, I don't owe it in child support. His
That's right.
case, support and divorce was settled once the money dropped. And so if I got less money, you could only get from the less money. And right after that, he went back up and became a billionaire right afterwards. Because if you could do it once, you could do it more than once. I see the same thing with DDG.
If
People
they
celebrate,
let you through, DDG, that whole situation. But once again, his
but you
baby
see what's
mom
connected.
is attached to that whole evil nest over
I
there.
believe you. I
And
see it.
all
Here's what I
but
say
they're
too.
always putting these women on these men. And
Exactly.
it's
But here's my
just
point. He signed a deal And then they had in the small print, they said, oh, he just got finessed out of all his money. In the small print in the deal, it said, upon signing of this deal and binding of this contract, 80% of the proceeds of his money goes to this company. So everybody was online laughing at him, saying the company finessed him. But if the company take 80% of my money, you can only get out of my 20. And there's no court in the world that's going to give you the bulk of my 20, because I still have to have something to live off of. Now, I have eyes to see and ears to hear. So I might be seeing something that the rest of the world ain't seeing. We might come back a year later and people be like, Natanya was right.
The money situation is one thing, but it's really the paper handcuffs that they have on him with the restraining order.
Of
Because if
course.
anything should happen and anything should go wrong
They
while
coming.
he's on paper, they're going to take him and they're going to throw him in prison. You know, and it got me thinking about Tory Lanez. And
Yep.
now with this story coming out, you know, about this audio about Rock Nation being in financial trouble back in 2020. This was also around the time when Tory Lanez had
Yep.
completed his contract deal, walked away, said he wasn't going back. And
Yep.
then
And did the NFT.
July 2021, he had that huge NFT offering, made $1 million in one day, and said, I'm going to teach everybody how to get this. You don't have to sign that contract. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do that. So now when you're looking at it, and here we are 5 years later, so the company was in trouble, begging for loans, on the verge of collapse if they didn't get the money. They got all of these PPP loans, and then one of the artists that they wanted to come into the fold, just like they wanted from DDG, just like they wanted from all of the other people, is sitting there saying, you don't have to do this. Hey, I can show y'all how to do this. And you're telling me there wasn't a motive?
You're right. And let me just take a moment. Go ahead, for sure.
Can I ask you this real quick, Jack?
Yeah.
Now with the DDG situation, now would it be as bad if she left him, because it is alleged he left her? So would it be as bad for him if she left him?
Well, see, the
No,
thing is, it really doesn't
because it's a
matter, because the
control.
whole purpose of the leaving was to get him on paper.
Oh, okay.
Because
But
as
here's what
long as
Cassie's
as long as
explaining them,
you're on
Jack.
paper, you can't carry a firearm. That
But
makes you a
here's the
sitting
thing,
duck.
Jack. I see what he's getting at, because if it's a locus of control based in a power dynamic, if she leaves you, then she feels autonomy. I left you, and she ain't sweating it. But when you leave her, and there's videos out there where she's saying, I like drama. I am the type of woman in my relationships where I'm in your face and I'm this and the videos are there where she's just sitting with her sister. Old videos. Video is there when she said, oh my God, guys, today I'm going to the dentist. I cracked my tooth. And that was years ago. And then in the paperwork for DDG, they put
She blamed
he
it on
abused her,
him.
cracked her tooth. And this was supposed to be a new crack. And she made a video about it years ago. See, people are forgetting these breadcrumbs
This
that are
is the
dropping.
same thing that happened to Demore.
Yep.
Demore, she said, you know, her and Javon, it was still when they were in college, and you know, she was cooking and she had burned herself, and she was like, oh my God, look, I got my first, you know, cooking scar, my cooking battle. I made dinner. Whoopty whoopty woo. Her mother actually used those pictures, those old pictures from those incidents. She had been in a car accident. She had had some bruising on her body. Her mother literally went to her social media, got those pictures, and provided it as evidence that he was abusing her.
Let me tell
Now,
you something.
these
The
aren't
level of
details that anybody's really listening to or talking about it, because that was all what was coming up on episode 3.
people like the salaciousness better. See, a regular story about how we all look. I got a burn right here from ironing. When I was ironing, when I was 14, we was going to hang out. And you remember when the old irons, that burst of steam would come out the top? I stretched across the ironing board, and the iron burst a thing, and it caught me right there. But nobody wants to hear that story about how ironing burned me. They would rather believe your baby father did that because he caught you sneaking. Nobody wants, the truth is not juicy for them. It's not succulent enough for them. They like foolishness. And people
Well,
just have to be, I keep saying the internet is a friggin' social experience. I believe the elites have created social media and the internet as a social experience to really display and show how demented mainstream society is. And
Yeah, but
every day,
not just that. If you look at all of these stories, you're not hearing these stories about the white couples. You're hearing it about
well,
couples of color.
well, of course, because listen, who is the flavor in society? If you think about it, back in our day, we knew that there was like pop music, and most of the white kids listened to the pop station, and some of them listened to hip hop and stuff like that. But it was always like this is our music, that's their music, that's those people's music over there. Now everything is in one. People that claim to hate you really just be studying you. They're really
Oh
just
yeah.
upset, and they got displaced anger. They're really not uh haters, they're fans with displaced emotions that they don't know how to process. They really be
Or
upset.
or they've been hired
Well,
to do
absolutely. And
what
even
they're
those,
doing to you.
you're 100% right. And even those get in too deep and be obsessed. I done had a
YouTube don't
couple of
let
those
you
in
talk.
my life too.
YouTube
Huh?
don't let you talk about some of the people though.
Oh, you 100% right. They don't.
It was a country singer. He had got some charges, and I
Yep.
did a video on it. And YouTube did something it never did before. It said we would not promote your video.
Yeah.
I was like, what? I didn't cuss or nothing. Like I only played the evidence that was presented. And I don't even want to say it because I don't want to get bring the heat to your channel. But yeah, it was a
Listen
country
to
singer.
me. They struck one of
Jag
our
know about
channels.
that.
They struck one of our channels for all within the guidelines commentary regarding the Demore Hadley story, and they're just letting Desiree Perez just strike and strike and strike when the truth is none of it allegedly is real. She's claiming copyright ownership of photos that she doesn't own, or that maybe she, like, it's really insane. But once again, YouTube has a vested interest in controlling narratives. But what I don't like is the narratives that they like are the ones that make people of color look like
Of course.
absolute weirdos and absolutely insane, and then the ones that actually go after their people or have their people look, because let's just be honest, most of these weirdos, they don't look like us.
No.
They don't. And the ones of us that are weirdos that act like them are controlled by them.
Hmm.
And there's absolute proof, because when I was doing my research yesterday evening, I was looking up some stuff. So I wanted to play the Malcolm X quote where he said they will have you loving a lie and hating the truth, and talking about they'll have you hating the victim and loving the colonizer, and
Yeah.
and and loving the oppressor. And I wanted to play it. So I was like, I think it's the bullet or the ballot. And I was trying to remember which speech it was. So I was going through some speeches and reading comments. And I took a picture. I screenshotted something because an older white man said, he said something like, I'm an 80-year-old white man. And for all those years, they tried to tell us that Malcolm X was crazy and dangerous. He said, my God, what an amazing man he is. I feel cheated that after all these years, when I first heard him, and I realized he wasn't all those things. In this day and age, I come to the internet to listen to his speeches, and I have to have a disclaimer on YouTube that says, beware, such and such, most of this stuff is false, or like fraudulent narrative of something. And he said it's a shame that somebody else would come here to hear this information and have to see that disclaimer. And all the black people started saying, excuse me, I didn't see that disclaimer when I came here. It's on your thing. This is the thing that they're putting on the white man's page. So if white people come to the video, because the algorithm knows who you are, they put that like, don't believe this. This is proven to be fraud. But all the black people can go see it, and it's not on their thing. People were saying to him, that's on your thing. We don't see that when we come to this. He's like, what? You don't? You don't have a banner when you look at this? I said, how would we know
How
but for the
insane.
someone takes the time to write it out? We wouldn't even know. That's how nefarious their actions are. I screenshotted it. I have it in one of my phones.
It's
That was
but once again, I have to, I started thinking, you see all of these people talking about boycott this and boycott that. Why don't we ever boycott the things that are really damaging our society?
Hmm.
Why don't we ever do that? Because the
mhm.
truth is, if there's one thing that all of this new information about, that's coming forward about Rock Nation, I get it. They don't want everyone to go down. They want to choose their loser and they want to blame it all on that person and then let everybody else go free. They did it with R. Kelly. Now they're doing it with Diddy. They're trying to make sure that no other this person is attached, even though they've all been together, even though they were all the best of friends, even though they are like it's really weird. But my thing is, if we don't stop these people from doing what they're doing, it's going to ruin us all.
Yeah. So
And
can I ask? Can
meanwhile, no, but the thing is the money that they're using to do all of this damage with, it's coming from the public.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's coming from the public.
Yeah.
Tory Lanez, whatever's happening with him, it's being funded by the public.
Yeah.
They rely on your money. They rely on your dollars. They rely on your support. They
But it's
rely on
cognitive
your
dissonance.
streams.
It's cognitive dissonance. People want you to comfort them with a lie instead of hurt them with the truth. They don't want the truth. Or a bad boy former employee coming into a radio interview saying, this woman is not lying. We knew he shot her. We all knew. The whole entertainment industry would not be sequestered. Why are no other content creators talking about this? The call is out there. I know they watch me. I'll be seeing them in my chat.
The thing is how do you, if you're not, but my thing is you have had so much YouTube interruption in this trial.
Mm-hmm.
You've had and they did the same thing with Tory Lanez trial.
Mm-hmm.
They do the same thing with every trial they show up to. Why are you allowing these people? I think of 3 YouTubers right now. I know one that got pulled into the judge's chambers. Michael Braggs. He got pulled into the judge's chambers during Tory Lanez trial for being in the elevator talking to one of the jurors.
Who's that? Who's Michael Braggs?
I'm not going to say his content creating name. I would not give him that satisfaction.
Okay.
But he is a content creator. He was a part of the sector that was stalking me and lying on me and spying on me, pretending to be a supporter, pretending to be this, and then helping people get me arrested while framing me, giving information. This stuff is real.
What's wrong?
Oh, I know. People sad. I know it's real because
I've been framed for 2 cases in the past 2.5 years by YouTubers with AI evidence and lies.
Crazy.
With YouTubers as the witnesses.
It's craziness. I don't understand why grown people in their 24 hours a day that we all have, wake up and say, what can I do to ruin someone's life today? Listen, I get that evil exists in this world and some people ain't got nothing better to do, but I will never understand it. I will never understand it. The stuff that I watch them do to you, the gaslighting, the attempting to, the doxing and the swatting and all, that's too much. Too much.
They've done this to me on several occasions.
That's too much.
And what I don't understand is all of this goes against YouTube guidelines and the same content creators over and over and over again. And they keep letting them operate.
Selective accountability.
There you go. They're part of the mafioso. So the family, La Cosa Nostra, they take care of each other.
So can I ask y'all a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
So both of y'all had something to do with the industry. Both of y'all been in the industry. I did a video yesterday and I said something, and I want to know my far-fetched in what I said. I said I think the end goal is Oprah. Am I wrong?
The end goal is what? Over?
Oprah.
Oh, yeah. I don't doubt that. Not one bit. I think she's one of the big fishes. Absolutely.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I'm thinking. That's why they constantly throwing little jabs at her now, because I think they're going to eventually go after her.
Well, they're eventually going to have to go after them all. The sad part about it is all of these people, they're nothing compared to the people that they're really hiding.
Yeah.
And the people that they're really hiding have nothing to do with entertainment. Our government is so infiltrated with so many bad actors and so many terrible things, all colluded. And I'm just sitting there looking and I'm watching the feds. I'm watching the way that they're handling this case. They're not trying to protect celebrities, they're trying to protect politicians.
Yes, it's very deep. It's very, very, very deep.
It's
And I'm gonna
very
tell you
deep.
something. When I was doing research yesterday, I came across so many articles, so many video things. I was just like, where? And I'm very adept in the internet. Like I'd be digging in them crates. I saw so many things that I'd never seen before. I'm like, why? How am I getting access to all these videos and articles that I've never seen before? I felt like I thought I knew everything. I uncovered yesterday and today, a treasure trove of articles and I was like, where did these all just come from? I had to check the dates. I was ready to start having Nirvana help me check metadata because I was like, are these all just thrown up here? What is this? What did I uncover? For Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, I couldn't even access getting on YouTube. All I could pull up was old videos. I couldn't comment on nothing. Everything was grayed out. If I pressed the comment on anything, it said 0 comments for everybody. I don't care who it was. I don't care if it was a scripture. I don't care if it was a cat video. Everything. I couldn't access nothing.
Sweetheart, they got a new gag for me. They turned part of the reason why I don't have no memberships no more is because every time I've tried to get a membership or try to support and super chat something, they turn my account to Japanese.
Wow.
They switched the country on my account.
Yeah.
So because I had tried to come and get a membership on your channel, I had tried to come and it said you can't use USD from the country that your account is registered in. You'll have to use your currency.
That's crazy.
It's an inside job because they know that you got to do something like that to block you. Something we wouldn't easily just think of.
They literally took my account and sent it to Japan.
Let's give a shout out to the one-hit wonders of this world that came to the world with their good talents and their skills and their desire to spread their music and their artistry in the world. And they ran up on one of these devils and backed the hell up and left. Even though they had a massive success and most of them still bang hard to this day, some 30 years, 40 years later. Let's take a moment of silence for the one-hit wonders.
Hold on, that's a little inside information that you giving out right there.
Oh, without a doubt.
People one-hit wonders?
That's why one-hit wonders are one-hit wonders, because they ran up on them devils who tried to squeeze their nuts and they was like, no, thank you. I'm the F out of here. I'm going to go work at Wendy's.
That's part of the reason why I fought to get out of my deal. Because I saw what they were going to do. I had to fight to get out of my deal. Oh no, trust me when I tell you, most people that you call a one-hit wonder, they walked away because they already saw what was going on and they couldn't deal with it. Not only that, they knew that they weren't going to fight. See, I stayed in the system to fight. That's why they go after me, trying to shut me and my partner down for cruelty-free, trying to get that up and running, to create a space where artists don't have to be a part of that system, because that system is designed for nothing more than to chew you up
and spit
you out. And if you stay, you have to become one of them. You have to become terrible like them. See, that's why the industry is so mad at me. Not because they're mad that I'm telling the truth. I was supposed to be one of them. I had them fooled. I had them tricked. They thought I was down with them. They didn't know.
Let me ask you something, Jack. Do you know Matthew? He used to do background singing for a lot of people. He had sang for Mary at one point. He was like a brown skin. I forgot his last name. He was dark brown skin. So Matthew used to come to my shop and get his hair cut by the barbers in my beauty salon, and one of the barbers. And I used to sing all the time. And he was backup. He did backup for a lot of artists. Like, he was dope. And he was just like, you know me, every time I'm doing hair, they be like, I'll be like, oh, this is my jam. And he said, Eb, everything is your jam. And everybody started laughing. I said, you ain't lying. And I be singing, I be doing a whole concert. You come, he is the person who got me with MBK Records to go and get a record deal, to shop my demo straight to them. And he was like, yo, I ended up doing his sister's hair for her wedding, because I was supposed to do like 5 people in the wedding's hair. And the morning when I got there, like 6 o'clock in the morning, the sister showed up also, because the lady who was supposed to do her hair never showed up. So she had to come over to my shop. And so I had the whole team helping doing the other people's hair while I did the bride's hair. Matthew was like, damn, and my whole family just love you so much. Like the wedding party was coming up. The limousines were coming up Bedford Avenue, and they were dressing the last flower girl inside the bathroom, dressing her and sending her to the wedding. I just did everybody's hair that morning, like 6 people, and got them off to the wedding. He was like, Ed, my family love you. He said, tell you what I'm gonna do. You sing so good. I know you want a deal. You shopping your demo. Let me walk you in to MBK Records. I was like, word? Okay. And when I went up in there, they loved me instantly. And the guy at the time who was quote unquote light managing me, he was more of a passive aggressive guy. You know, in that industry, you can't. The song that,
because they'll run all over you.
Oh, they'll run all, and that's what they did to him. And it was testing him, and he was punking out. So the song that I brought, because he made this deal, he made this arrangement for me to walk in there. You know, when somebody give you that last minute opportunity, you can't be like, hold on, let me get it together. No. So I had done a song with a Jamaican guy I grew up with, Casey Jockey. And I said, Casey, let me take this song and shop this as my demo. So it was a reggae R&B fusion. It was dope. I took that in. We went up there, and they loved me. I came back. They brought me back like 4 times that week, twice in one day, to come and see different other people in the industry, and have this one hear me, and this A&R hear me, and that A&R. And at one of the days, and they kept clowning him like, oh, we're going to take this Jamaican nigga off, and we're going to put a rapper on. I was like, no, you ain't. And they was like, yes, we are. I said, no, you ain't. This ain't my song. This is the artist's song. If you want to use this song, you got to use him. Who you think you are? You don't tell. And this was back in the day where the A&R was the person. You don't tell us what to do.
Honey, but I don't think you understand. See, and that's how I know. That's how I know they stopped you, because that's not how it works.
I know.
I'll never forget how excited Jill Scott was when You Got Me was about to hit the radio. She was so excited. Scott Storch did the track. She was so excited, and she was just, oh my God, my song, my song. Oh, you da. And she didn't even know that Erica was put on it until it came out on the radio. Nobody even bothered to tell her anything.
That's how they get down.
You want to know what's even sadder? I actually saw her reels at the studio with one of the engineers that used to record Erica when I moved to Dallas. And I'm like, those are Jill's vocals. And he was like, yeah, I remember when Amir told me to take her off and record Erica and put Erica on. They said that they wanted to win the Grammy, and the only way they were going to do it is if they got Erica on it, because Kedar had already put the fix in that they would be able to finally win a Grammy as long as Erica was on the record.
And look, I told you, I grew up around Kedar. My god sisters.
I never liked Kedar. Kedar is the devil.
I grew up around Kedar. God sister is Kedar's cousin, his first cousin.
You see how quickly they got rid of him, and you never heard Erica mention his name ever again.
And here's the crazy shit. Kedar was like, yo, you talented, Eb, but I cannot sign you. You sound too much like Erica. I cannot sign somebody that sounds like my star. I can't do it. He's like, switch it up a bit or something. And I was like, I gotta be true to myself.
That's why Hank Shockley wouldn't sign me to MCA in New York. I was at MCA at least twice a month, bringing my promo picture up, bringing up everything. And it was crazy, because he would always say, well, you kind of look like Mary. And, this was back when I was younger. I was size 2. And I guess to a certain extent, there was some resemblance there. I'm like, but I'm nothing like her. I can actually sing. This has nothing to do with that. And he was like, well, we just don't need anybody competing with her around here, and whoop-de-whoop-de-woo, and yada, yada, yada. And I was like, no, what you're saying is that you don't need anybody like me who has a conscience. I said, because I know she'll do anything.
What you said, Mocha? You see something strange in the chat? Somebody's chats are disappearing. Who's deleting chats? Please don't be deleting chats. Whoever's doing it, or it's the application or something. I'm gonna
The
keep an
only
eye on.
person, the only person that has a wrench it is Western Peace. So you already know who's deleting is YouTube. They're pissed off about this conversation.
Yeah, she the
No,
only
they
person that can delete. Yeah, she the only
the
person that can
other,
delete.
the other, unless YouTube is doing it, and
Yeah, that's
YouTube
Yeah,
can do it.
YouTube.
yeah, that's what we're saying. YouTube doing it. It's not her.
Yeah.
She said she
Crazy.
getting hacked. As a matter of fact,
She said something was wrong with her phone a little while ago.
yeah, West P said she getting hacked right now. So I don't know.
And you know the hackation be on my behind, baby. They be
Too
on
much
me.
truth coming out.
They be on me like it's going out of style. We had Sonny Williams on the other day. You dropped in, Jack. At one point,
I was in the
kicking
chat.
Sonny out.
Listen to me. I was sitting there watching, and I ain't want to have nothing to do with it. I ain't want nobody blaming it on me. That I said I'm gonna sit right here in these bushes and I'm gonna watch. I was like, cause I want to see how this gonna go. I want to see what color they gonna paint the wall today.
Listen, you see, they kept kicking Sonny out. He could every time we try to bring him back in, it was just buffering.
And
I was
guess
like,
what? And when you shut it down and you put it right back up, I'm telling you, I took it and I went and I shared it on my channel and said, part
I know they
two,
were.
get over here.
It was tight, and that's the giveaway to people. If I always tell people, nobody robs an empty store. First of all, we got to give a shout out to that good age of Aquarius, because in the age of Aquarius, as we all know, and those who don't know, you've heard me say it here before. You heard Jag say it before. I don't know if you're familiar for sure. We're in the age of Aquarius. It's a 19-year cycle. Only truth shall prevail. All lies will be exposed. All fraudulence will be exposed. Everything nefarious is going to be exposed. That is why all these people are falling. It's why also if you right with God, He's going to fight your battles.
Do you want to know what I also don't understand?
What's that?
What makes YouTube think that they're not going to be exposed?
Honey,
I don't
that part.
understand how they think that the only people that are going to be exposed are the people that they lie for and the people that they cover for and they cape for. Y'all going to be exposed too. And it's going to look 10 times worse because y'all are just a bunch of average people pump faking it, trying to be somebody. You know, it's wild because there's a lot of people who get on here and think that just because you do a bunch of content about one person or you run down on somebody's name every day, that's making you popular, that's making you famous. No, it's not. You know, that's why they're all of those channels, they're upset that they can no longer just come and do whatever they want to do on my channel. They're
Listen,
mad that I keep it members only, that I don't allow strangers in. Like, you need to have it. And also, you know, I like doing the members only chats and stuff like
you
that because
echoing now too,
when the
Jag, just like
trolls,
I said, you echoing now just like Sonny was yesterday.
oh boy.
You echoing like crazy because they did it to me yesterday too.
Oh, see, here it goes. You know, you can't get too. Oh.
They dirty. Listen, nobody robs an empty store. They
I
only
just
come to where there's value or truth.
no, but
They,
it just
these two.
it makes me sick. It makes me sick. You guys have every advantage. You cheat at every turn, and you
Yep.
still gotta cheat. Like, my thing is it's very clear. You can't beat us straight up because if you could, you wouldn't need to do all of the stuff that you do.
That's
But
right.
the constant cheating, the constant capping, the constant interruption, like, it's, how does nobody see? Or maybe people just don't want to see.
Well, for
But
sure
what
said
I
the same thing. He said that they don't push like his channel doesn't get pushed because they talk about too much realness.
well,
But you notice
for
the channels
sure,
didn't you say that for sure?
Yeah.
I
You
don't
don't get pushed
know.
in the algorithm.
We got to figure out a way
Mm-hmm.
to change that. I don't believe in just letting anybody keep winning on me. I don't
Me either.
believe in that. And for Natanya to be being attacked, like I couldn't believe what I heard the other night, that there was a whole members only live that little Ling Ling weirdo girl did
Yeah, I
on
know about.
you.
Hey, and here's the joke. The person
Crazy.
came back and said, somebody came back and said, "You're a liar. They never talk about you." I said, "What about the members only chat they got right now?" And they got my video playing in it. That person was snatched. They was clutching their pearls like, "Wait, how she know?" Because I got eyes everywhere. You didn't hear what's his name said? Me have 2 head and 4 eye. Screw fierce. Don't play with me. I always
Like
got
it's
eyes everywhere.
my
But
my
they but,
thing
but
is
then
is
they'll come back and tell me I'm lying when they know fully well that there's a live going on and they're using my video and talking junk about me.
yeah, and they
Stupid.
do it on members only. And they do it
I
on
know.
members only so that they can no, but my thing is I just don't get it. If you feel so confident in what you're doing, and if what you're doing is so right and so above board, why do you need to make it members only? You could make your chat members only. I
You
do
said
it
the
all of the
magic,
time.
you said the magic word. Feel confident. They don't feel confident.
They lying.
They 90-pound
But
weaklings. Oh, shout out to my boy set in the West.
my thing is this here. Y'all ladies been in the industry for a while.
Mhm.
Y'all been through things. You got a lot of people that's just straight up weirdos that have never been through anything.
That's
How
right.
can you tell somebody that been in this wicked game, that been through the stuff that they've been through,
Mhm.
you been shot in the face at point blank range, and watch this man just continue with life like nothing ever happened? Jag, you've been in all type of situations where people try to take advantage of you and elite, you know what I'm saying, trying to, just force themselves up on you, all type of different stuff, bad contracts, whatever the case may be.
Mhm.
How is people trying to tell y'all how y'all supposed to act, how y'all supposed to feel, and how long y'all supposed to see people? See, I'm gonna say it real quick. Dopest nerd. Some people looking at it like, well, since you got a settlement, why are you
Mhm.
talking about it? No,
Pocket
you got
watching.
it in your face. You
Mhm.
want justice. Yeah,
That's
you
right.
got some money, but you want that man locked up. Jack been through all type of stuff. One of the greatest singers you go ever hear.
Mhm.
But everybody knows she been blackballed for at least the last 10, 15 years.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
15 years. It's funny because they keep on blackballing me and I get bigger every time they blackball me. But they won't let
Mhm.
me put no music out. Or I'll do a deal with a company and they'll buy the company and then shut that down. Or I'll invest this and I'll do this. And then the next thing you know, somebody will come and then the company is going out of business. It's bizarre. It's bizarre.
And you know what they doing to me, Jag. I'm gonna say something. I don't think I've said it really publicly. I talked to you about it. There's a house next door to me. When I came and brought this house, there was a family there. They ended up going through some stuff back and forth, and then all of a sudden, I watched them buy all this new furniture, all these cars, all these trucks delivering new furniture, and 4 months later, all their stuff was on the sidewalk, and then the house was empty, and then somebody bought the house. They said like a corporation bought the house. Right now, it's somebody in the house. There's a lock on the door, the real estate lock. Ain't a single. There's not even a box in the garage, but there's a family coming in and out, like people coming in and out strange, like they lived it. There's no furniture there. You think I don't know who that is?
I remember the
They
first time they put somebody around the
Mhm.
corner from my house. I remember when they started watching me. The sad part about it is I think that's what really pissed them off about the Demore interview, is us showing them her receipts from her investigative team of
Mhm.
the people that were
Watching.
they bought a house across the
Mhm.
street and had a
I know they next door to me.
team. They've done
I
it
know
to
they next
me.
door. And this
But
is the thing
salute
that I'm
set in the
telling you.
West.
The thing for sure. This is set in the West. This is Jaguars, man.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing?
Unmute yourself. I don't got you mute, do
I'm
I?
good. No,
Oh,
no, no. I'm good. No, I'm
for
still in
sure.
traffic. I'm taking care of stuff. But yeah, what's going on, y'all?
How you doing, brother?
Good,
Yeah, I
man.
wanted you two to meet because the two of you kind of have something in common. The both of your channels really is focusing on getting the truth out there about what's going on in the culture, in the community, and you don't get enough credit for it. So I thought it would be a good, you know, I thought y'all should.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Elevate our brothers because too much for, and we don't. And here's the thing: we don't just need women's voices in the lexicon. We need our brothers talking. Like I'm 100% on that.
Yep. Yep.
It's good to have both perspectives. It's good to have both perspectives, especially when people are talking. Like when you got people that is talking at each other, now that's not a good conversation. But when you got people that's talking to understand and to get somewhere, that's a great conversation.
That's right.
Right. Right.
One thing I love though, I'm so happy this trial about to be over and all them people got to hush. Ooh, I promise you.
I
I'm
mean,
so
the thing is the trial is over, but this is just the beginning. This isn't done.
yeah, I know they'll find something new, but
No, I'm talking about this whole story. It's not done.
oh yeah. Far from
It's
it.
not done. The Diddy downfall is not done. It's not going to be the end. You know,
It's
that's why
the beginning of the end, because I think they're gonna pull in some other. There's just other people that got to go down as well. That's just what I think. I don't know.
I believe that.
I think if he hits the street, they're gonna put him out there broke. That's what I think. If he make it back to the streets, he's gonna be broke.
I don't see. Listen, really and truly, and I'm hear me clearly when I say this. I am not wishing anyone, but I know the prophecy God gave me. If I think the safest place for him is in jail. If he hits the street, he's a danger to. Listen, nobody likes a spy. If somebody uses a spy, they use the spy because they can get information that serves them without the other side really knowing that they're getting the benefit of that. But when you a double crosser, you dangerous to both sides.
Yeah.
Why would you want to be walking the street? Ain't that much security in the whole wide world. With all the people that know that you blackmail them, you want to go back amongst them? Come on. Really? It don't even make sense to me.
I don't understand how anybody on that jury would feel comfortable with letting him go when they've finally gotten a taste of all of the terrible things that I've been telling people he is for years. I have sat there and I told people about the pharmaceuticals. I've told people about the moving people around. I've told people about all of the stuff that's going on. And everyone wants to sit there and they can say whatever they want to say, but nobody's heard anything different other than what I've been saying that he's doing. The only thing that they're not hearing is all of the names of all the celebrities that they want to know about, because ooh, they want to know who's this and who's this and who's that. And it's like, y'all need to be afraid that
The
these people's
priorities are
names aren't
Mhm.
being like y'all should be afraid that these people aren't coming forward, that these people haven't been brought forward before now, because that means that the cover-up attempts are a whole lot worse. And I don't care what anyone says. That man's feelings is hurt. He's not taking all of this on the chin. He's not taking being just abandoned and thrown off to the wayside. I don't see, he is not the take it for the team kind
No,
of
he's
guy.
not. No, he's not. He is
He
plotting
mad.
like Pinky and the
He
Brain,
mad.
baby.
He mad.
He plotted like Pinky and the Brain. And then they said his sons were planning like a Independence Day party because they expect him to come home and there's going to be this who's who guest list. What? You
Do
mean the
you
who's
know
who
what I
guest
think that's all
What?
about? Do you know what I think that's all about? I think that's all about them trying to make sure they don't get cut off once he's convicted.
Oh, without a doubt.
That's what I think. If anybody thinks that any of those people that are so-called called a family, which is nothing more than a criminal organization, in my opinion, allegedly, they're worried about what's going to happen when he's convicted. How are they throwing 4th of July ceremonies when they can't even pay their credit card bills?
Listen.
Right.
You know what's
Are we
the most
are we
amazing
forgetting?
thing?
Are we forgetting that all the boys have been sued for non-payment of their credit card bills, their Amexes?
But you
American
want to know,
Express don't come out and be suing people unless it's crazy. They're suing people for $17,000.
listen, you know what's the most notorious out of everything? All the things that people swore Jag was lying about, all the things people swore I was lying about or trying to disregard what I said or disavow. We've been vindicated. All those naysayers have disappeared. And baby, ain't nobody but a silly Willy tried to sue Jag. Okay, my philosophy is if you think I'm lying, drag me in the court, baby. I can't wait for discovery. I tell people all the time. That's why I said to Jaguar, drag me in. I mean, not Jaguar, J-Lo, drag me in the court, Jennifer Lopez. I can't wait till discovery come, baby. I'm laying it all. I'm pulling your coattail. What y'all think I've been doing for 25 years? Sitting around twiddling my thumbs? I've been collecting and gathering. I'm the queen of cite your sources. Please, let's go before court so I can lay that discovery out and lay you bare. Lay you bare with all your little videos from Entertainment Tonight. Oh, what happened to your relationship with Puffy Combs? In 2001, she's like, you could say it ended with a bang. What?
That's not
You
even
literally
funny.
ended with a bang, you dummy. You
That's
dummy.
crazy.
You big dummy. And the video is out there. It ended with a bang. You didn't hear what Sonny said the other night? He was still believing in Puffy, and Puffy was stringing him along. Puffy called him crouching in a bathroom, whispering. And he said, all I can hear is some Spanish Latina talking in the back. It sounded very aggressive and angry. And he said he was in hushed tones. He was like, what's wrong with you? I got problems. I got woman problems. You got woman problems? All that money you got woman problems? He said, this man told me everything but he had just shot you. That was the night afterwards. Puffy called him because he knew that ish was getting ready to come out, and it was the anniversary of him, his sister the next day. He was desperate. I bet you he was in that building contemplating taking himself out. Because how you buck up on how many chances God gonna give you in one life? How many? I would have never even known that had I not gotten a chance, had for sure not connected me with Tony. It matched completely the story from Kim's book where she said her and Puffy were in the house the day after the shooting. All of a sudden, she heard a loud banging at the door. You don't believe me? Go get the book. It's on the internet. And J-Lo was at the door. She opened the door. J-Lo busted in screaming, what's wrong with you? Why you shoot that lady? You got bodyguards for that. He said, chill out. Don't even worry about it. We're going to be okay.
This is the thing. And now they got you echoing too, sis.
No, I hear it.
All
Keisha,
of
baby.
this,
Turn your mic off and turn it back on.
all of this is and this is why all of these celebrities is mum's the word, because like I said, the only way you stay and make it is if you become a part of the monster making machine.
Mm-hmm.
You have to become an agent of it.
Mm-hmm.
You have to.
Yeah. And I want to add on to what you're saying. On top of that, money makes you more who you are already.
Yeah.
So a lot of these people that got money, they not good people before they even got the money. So now that they got the money and they got the stuff that they had to go through, now they really pieces of shit.
Facts. I've said that so many times. They say, oh my God, I can't believe how much he changed after he got money. And I'm like, no, he just couldn't act that way broke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Vaughn.
You can act that way once you got a couple of dollars, because now you can pay people to be your bodyguard, and you can get away with this, and you can buy this off, and you can buy that off. You couldn't have got away with that at 23rd and Lehigh. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Or 117th and Second. You couldn't have got away with it then.
Yeah.
You had to walk in and out your house like everybody else. You had to go to the bodega like everybody else, you know. But you get that money, it starts giving you that false sense of security. And that's why so many of them fight to hold on to it, because they know they can't go back to that life. See, when you got God in your heart, you can walk away from anything because you already know you got the most important thing. And you know you're going to be protected. But when you devilified, you need that money.
That's
That
right.
money is your protection.
Yeah.
That's right. You can go to the bodega and get a chopped cheese with an orange drink. If you know, you know.
You know what? I can't. I can't.
Ooh, yeah. You know I
I
gotta bring the
can't. I can't. I just no, it's just it's funny because all of these people actually sit here and they believe all of the lies these people tell because they saw it on a screen, and it's just it takes me back. Second Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 9 through 12. The meat of that, for they will not believe the truth. I will send them strong delusion and allow them to believe a lie. And you really don't get the gravity of that until you see people lying on you, defaming your name, trying to convince people that you're something that you're not. That strong delusion. You know, when I did the AI breakdown of the video with Demore and Javon, I was so grateful that I got to do that for them because I saw how many people were just running with that 40 seconds and just, oh, well, I mean, maybe what she did was wrong, but look at this guy. He's a bad guy. And I'm like, you're sitting there saying this about a black man and you don't even know if this is real. Because a lot of people keep cutting that part of the story out, that this is an innocent black man. And he is innocent until proven guilty, and he cannot be proven guilty by the evidence that we have seen. But this is an innocent black man that has been railroaded yet again. And my whole thing is where are all of these black organizations like the NAACP and Black Lives Matter and all of this stuff? Why is no one trying to come help the Hadleys? Because this is another black man being
Well,
railroaded.
they
I'm
don't
sorry.
care. No, not to cut you off, Jack. No, you're right. As far as where are these organizations, well, they don't care. Number one, because it doesn't suit their interest, but also who you got to go up against. You got to go up against Desiree and Rock Nation, and then now there's the boogie. Ooh, the boogeyman. Like, yeah, people are deathly afraid of these people, but I think that the shift is turning because everyone's seeing they're seeing for who they really are. But yeah, there
Mhm.
should be a lot more people advocating for this couple for real.
Those organizations are sleeping with the enemy, so they're not going to sleep up. They have unholy alliances, and when you maintain unholy alliances, you don't speak up for the people who are being victimized by the system. When I watched your interview with Demore, first of all, I have to say she is so calm and level-headed. Her energy was so mild and calm, and yet so strong. You have to have a
Mhm.
level of resilience and strength to be able to step up against the enemy like that, even if it looks like your face.
She's
Even if the
also
enemy shows
God
up,
fearing. She is very much so
I
God
know.
fearing.
And
And
her
later
energy,
on in the interview, we talked about that. Like we said, we had only got through the 2 episodes. We still have 2 more. We're gonna have to figure out how we're going to roll that out. But we need all the help that we can get because people
and
really
do it on
need to see.
Patreon.
Well, that's what we're thinking
Well,
about.
we're gonna more than likely get on over to the Patreon, and don't forget you got Rumble as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, but I'm taking care of some business because they are really coming after the channel simply because they are who they are and they think people are afraid of them. But they have the resources and power to
To do it.
do what they do so that they just yeah. It's ridiculous. But yeah, we're still gonna get it out there. It's just all they're doing is this is gonna propagate. All they're gonna do is propagate the story. Because trust me, I'm gonna talk to some media folks that I know, and it might go national. We'll see.
And what they're doing is just telling on themselves, because what they're doing is why would somebody keep attacking someone if there's no there? If somebody's saying something that you like, she lying. I ain't even gonna sweat you when you're over there lying in it. Child, please, I ain't got time for that. But if you're going so hard in the paint for something that you swear is not true, see, you can never disprove a negative. When you go do all of this, all you're doing is proving that it's true. When you strike in everybody's channel, you doing, and if she's so relentless, her name is on the strike. Like you got to be, you at this point, she ain't even got an employee or a subsidiary or somebody that she could say, go ahead and strike this.
Well, I'll tell you about it behind the scenes because initially it wasn't her name, but then like look, she's like, hey, she's just bold with it.
I wouldn't consider it bold. I would consider it desperate. It's against all odds. It's like, okay, well, I don't got nothing to do, so I don't got nobody else. Let me do this. It's desperate.
Honestly, it's beneath her.
When people
it's beneath her.
But desperation is where people always go wrong.
No, see, my thing is striking a channel is one thing. You could have simply sent a cease and desist. Given somebody the option to take it down. No, that would have been for someone in her position.
The professional thing to do, exactly.
For the position that she carries, a cease and desist would have been best. But see, you can't send a cease and desist when everything in it is true. See, you send a cease and desist when someone's lying on you. You send a cease and desist when someone is making up something salacious about you and they're doing something to you. That's why she couldn't send a cease and desist, because it's all true. That's what those strikes prove. It's all true. Allegedly, I guess.
Yeah. Just to be on the safe side. We know what the real deal is, though.
So it's I mean, sis, when I heard you over here today and I heard you calling people out, I'm sitting there and I'm looking and I'm just like, I hate this for you. And I hate it for me.
Yeah.
And here's what it is. I'm reporting. I am simply reporting the truth. When I tell you God opened my eyes to other things, like people literally using rugs online in front of everybody without anybody noticing, I was like, wait a minute. What the? God said, pay attention. I said, oh my God. I'm certain of it. But I ain't going to call him out. I'm going to let other people figure it out on their own. But I know God has opened my eyes to a whole lot of things. I said, my God, I'm talking about the definition of the thing. What I'm doing is making sure people understand, don't come for me unless I send for you. Your subtle innuendos, your conjecture, your speculation, and your direct attacks on me, we're not playing those games. Y'all go over there on that side of the playground and I'll stay over here. But when you
there
come
was somebody trying to call me a drug addict earlier today saying that they don't know what I be smoking. And I'm sitting there like, are you kidding me?
Other people that listen, let me tell you something. I got shot in my nose, and every now and then my nose is sensitive, and you'll see me go like this or push my glasses up because of the misshaping of my nose. They'll slide. I watch people rub their nose 9 million times on YouTube, and everybody else sit there like they don't see it. Ain't that much nose rubbing in the world? I got shot in my nose. I mean,
I see people that don't blink a minute at a time.
Listen, I got shot in my nose, and I see and I don't touch. I see people touch their nose more in one YouTube video than I touch my nose in a year. I'm like, that's that powder.
Yes,
that's that powder rub.
Nose candy.
Let me tell you something that like they used to call it back in the day, the booger sugar.
The booger sugar. That's that booger sugar rub where they got to keep acknowledging. Listen, I said,
I'll never forget they had 2 content creators a few years back saying that they caught me doing the weirdo stuff, up my nose stuff. They didn't see me do it. They heard me backstage in a StreamYard link. They heard me doing it. I've heard people say, like, it's the most far reaching, and it's wild because anyone who knows me and
It's
been around me
conjecture,
knows. No, but it's in it, and it's also defamation.
of
Um,
course. But when you
people
do
talking
subtle
about my
innuendo,
body, people talking about my body odor, people talking about this, people talking
oh,
about
child,
that. Like it no, it's just funny. It's like this whole little weirdo sector that they put together. They all
mhm,
went back and found all of the stuff that they used to say about people who were better than them in high school, and they decided to just take it all and
project,
dump it all on me. Like they
yeah,
all sound
yeah,
hella juvenile. They sound like children. And
very much so.
and it's the thing is it doesn't, it didn't upset me because I thought that they were exposing me. Like I hate when people use the word, like you hate breaking news, I hate
Standard.
exposed. Because usually what it means is that they're lying.
Yeah, and they're trying to project. Yeah, I can't stand
That's
breaking news. That annoys me because, baby, breaking news. Two squirrels ate a peanut outside of the courthouse. Live. Tune in. It drives me crazy. Like,
it's,
come on. Everything ain't
it's,
breaking news.
it's just it's no, but I gotta ask myself, and it's wild because sometimes I look and I think to myself, would I be able to get up and lie on people every day to earn a couple $100 to a couple $1,000 a month? Could I do that? Could I literally sit around and say, hey, what lie am I going to make up about this person today? What lie can we make up about this person today? Hey, we're all going to get together and we're going to convince everybody that this is true, and you're going to say this and you're going to see this. And guess what? You're going to meet her, and you're going to pretend to be her friend, and you're going to get
Yep.
a picture with her, and then you're going to come back and you're going to lie and lie and lie, and
Oh,
we're going to tell everybody you're telling the truth. Like I couldn't imagine.
it's why my nerd herd always says they'll send me emails and be like, Natanya, where are you? When are you coming back? When are you coming back? Because I really come when I want. I ain't out here saying everything under the sun is breaking news. I'm not out here saying, hold on one second, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not out here swearing everything is breaking news and every single thing is newsworthy. Every single it makes it lose its steam. Like reserve breaking news for things that are very, very important. And other than that, just be like, put a thumbnail note, put a title on your thumbnail and draw your people.
No,
Stop
you
being
don't
so
understand. That's not what
dramatic.
they were taught. That's not what they were taught in the YouTube class.
I heard you talk about the YouTube class too, and I
They
heard you say
actually have a
your name
YouTube
on it.
class
I heard.
that teaches people how to troll and
Oh, wow.
teaches people how to grow their channel. They tell them what hashtags to use, what things to say. YouTube will promote your channel if you tell lies on these specific people. Yeah.
And it's so corny. Listen, you know, back in our day, corny was the worst thing that you could be. If somebody say you corny, you might as well crawl in a hole. I can't stand corny. I don't mess with nothing that's beneath me. I don't have time. I don't have time. I don't want no corniness attached to me. I love my Brooklyn stripes. I love what I've overcome and survived. You think I got at 55? You think say me I go play at a schoolyard with like a dibby people and do corniness? Like it's beneath me. My ancestors, I owe my ancestors better than to be involved in some dilly-dally corniness for 20 pieces of silver on this tell live vision internet. I cannot do it. Those will be the heaviest 20 shekels of silver you ever get. I can't participate. I
That's
come
why a
here
lot of them,
with
that's why a lot of those weirdos won't even sit with me, because
Mhm.
they already know I'm going to bust them out and I'm going to catch them. Matter of fact, the ones who most notoriously go after me refuse to sit on panel with me. They will never touch my link. They will never see, because they already know I'm going to eviscerate them from the very moment it happens. And it's the same with you. They already know they can't do it with you. But what I do, I guess what I need to say more than anything is just that we, a lot of these subs, they got to hold themselves accountable because you encourage it. And
Yeah.
And it's just, it's getting to the point where YouTube is just becoming a place where people, it's like a voyeur vortex,
It is. It's
where
absolutely.
voyeurism,
YouTube has turned into a place where the uncool kids, the lames, and the
Yep.
goofies, they get the voice now.
Yes, they do.
Like you get the people like academics and stuff like that. Like a dude like academics couldn't kick it with me. But in the
And
YouTube world, he way bigger than me. But if you put us side by side in the real world, academics couldn't
Yep.
kick it with me. But in the YouTube world, I can't kick it with him. You get what I'm saying? But yeah, so it's a platform where all the goofies and the lames, the dudes that didn't get no girls in school, and all the girls that didn't get no attention from the guys and all that, that's the people that's in the forefront of YouTube now.
And you ever notice that those are the most sensitive people, the people that talk about everybody the most? Because I'd rather come here and discuss topics and tell you about it, take this if you're having this problem and this doesn't constitute medical, diagnosis or information. However, this is what's worked for me. Or we talk about actual substantive things. We talk about topics.
Yeah.
They comfortable going online talking about somebody else. Okay? Say one thing about them, they lose their mind. Petulant as the day is long. I don't understand it. How are you making all of your shekels talking about everybody under the sun and you're so temperamental? You're so temperamental. Why you got a problem with somebody calling your name? What's wrong with this?
Sound like Stephen A. Smith.
What's wrong with accountability? What's wrong with constructive criticism? What's wrong with any of it? But they talk about people all day, criticize, and then say their name. Everybody's up in arms. Like, all I do is I let your own truth speak for you. I may package it and present it in a manner which is conducive and cohesive so that the public can ingest it. I'm giving virtual Thanksgiving dinners.
I'm answering that for you. See, what a lot of people do is they hide behind I'm just doing my job.
Mm-hmm.
So when they put I'm just doing my job, it makes it look like they're just doing their job by over criticizing you, making it personal, whatever the case may be. So they use that I'm just doing my job excuse to be an asshole. So
yeah, you're right. And like Keisha said, they can't compete where they don't compare. You said a whole mouthful. Give this lady a gold star, please.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe in the beginning I was like, they don't understand verb subject agreement and stuff like that. And people got a little offended. Listen, they should be thanking me. They've improved their delivery on YouTube. I can see the differences. Can't you see the difference, Jack? A lot of them.
I see effort. I won't say I see a difference. I see effort.
I see effort as well. But if
that's
nothing,
that's a start.
There you go. It takes an effort. But it's constructive criticism for people to view themselves. Because prior to me saying, what is all of this foolish gobbledygook with lacking verb subject agreement, mispronouncing everything and just talking out your behind? What is this? We're adults. Have some journalistic integrity.
I hear what you're saying, but that's what makes it so bad. Because all of these lies that they tell are printing over to Google. And real news outlets are servicing it to the public as real news.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That means real media is literally being sourced by a gang of idiots.
And a gang of La Cosa Nostra, Internet Cosa Nostra. And that's why I cry aloud and spare not. That's why I serve up truth, too much truth, with a side of sweet tea. And if you don't like it, too bad. Improve
it's
yourself.
Arkham Asylum.
Change. I see people improving their pronunciation of words, using all of the similes and the metaphors now, using all of their vowel sounds. I mean, come on, like, give me my credit. I mean, I'm not trying to be, I might have said it facetiously a few times because people were trying to poke the bear. And so I said it facetiously, but I meant it also. Like, have some journalistic integrity. If you're going to be a journalist and every single thing you say is breaking news, you have to do your due diligence to practice your craft. Go learn to practice those words. All you got to do is type those words into Google Translate or bring it up on the dictionary. They got a little microphone horn. Just press it. It'll pronounce the word for you. These suckers will come up there arguing down. I'm telling you, and then they get to a word and they'll skip over 5 words in a sentence. I'm like,
Oh, honey. Not even skip over. They'll sit up there and say it wrong 4 times and then say, y'all know what I'm trying to say.
and then get mad at me coming up here with this good pronunciation and shit. What you mad at me for? Why
They're
you
mad
me?
at you because not only can you pronounce it, you actually know the definition.
Yeah.
I don't care how much better they're pronouncing the words. They still don't know the definition. You can tell. Because they say all of those words with a question mark at the end of them, in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah.
I listened to somebody on Monday go hard in the paint. I'm telling you, he's getting convicted. I'm sitting in the courtroom. Blah, blah, blah. And then Tuesday come around and they start saying like, or Wednesday, oh, they're going to drop some of the charges, and completely Uno double reverse card, circumlocute all the way back around to be serious. I'm telling you, I know you can't think he's going to get convicted of all of it. I was telling you, and I was like, wait a minute, you absolutely was not telling none of that. Just flip the script. Because one monkey see, monkey do said, oh, I know how to get them. Let me throw it out there, say they deleting the charge, they dropping charges. And then everybody jumped on it. They don't even cite their sources. You know how many people had to
no, because they trust their source. Because allegedly that got leaked out from the courtroom to the so-called YouTube press score by TMZ.
Yeah, that's why I see it.
And then they start for everybody do monkey. Remember when it was little, they used to say monkey see, monkey do, monkey look just like you? Because they be testing. These people won't even, why would you fly to another state to cover something and you won't even do your due diligence and check facts?
Because that's not what you're there for. That's not what you're there for. That's not what they paid you to be there for.
Yeah.
They paid you to be there to say what they want you to say.
Yeah, she just said that they pay you to lie, so they're gonna pay you to go there and say what they tell you to say. So
people was hot when I added that math to this whole thing. I said, listen, that day when I was talking about something and I said, hold on, let's do the math on how much these trips cost. That last week they were up in the 14,000s. Just the accommodations was at 10,800 for a generic room, day rate $300 a day, 35 days. Or what was it, 50 something days? They was up in the $10,800. I said, wait a minute, hold on.
Nobody's covering that out of their YouTube check.
Some of them people up there. And then I looked at the calendar. I said, so wait a minute. YouTube paid us once since y'all been up there. And y'all spent $10,800 on just your accommodations, not including food, not including airfare, not including transportation. And I see y'all be jumping in.
Allegedly, Harvey Leviathan helped with a lot of those accommodations.
I said,
allegedly.
Well, and we were on live. I said, somebody do that math and tell me how much that is. When I looked at that, I said, wait a minute.
Y'all know you know your numbers was low, right?
I know.
Your numbers was low.
And I said, if you add in airfare and food and just transportation for the days that they've been, we coming up at 14,000.
No, those hotels that you were talking about, week 3 of the trial had doubled. The bedrooms.
So think about it. So we up to 20. So let's just give a rough estimate of $20,000 for accommodation. And you gonna tell me, and YouTube paid these people one time, and you gonna tell me they all paying for their own thing? We didn't even in the 20,000. We didn't include their dinner. Let's say they eat twice a day. Let's say they grab a little bagel and a coffee off the halal truck in the morning, and then you in New York, so you want to get a little outside time. Come on. You are up into the $25,000 range per.
I'm gonna tell you what, Grindr started peaking in their new algorithms. That's what I know. I know a lot of people was leaving that courthouse and jumping on Grindr to find out how they was gonna eat.
Hear the joke. I know they said Grindr, the algorithm shut down at the Republican National Convention, but baby, I know
Sweetheart,
they out there getting it how they living it. I know
Cooks,
they.
I hear what you're saying. Their fans ain't paying for nothing. They fans don't give up that much
Yeah,
money.
their fans, come on, it's not their fans. People say things like, "Let me buy you a cup of coffee." Ain't that much, $19.99, and it's not the fans because YouTube only paid us one time since this trial started.
No, she's
And
talking
I
about the
contact
people
you.
that are sending people cash apps and
But
super
but
chats and all,
they're not all getting cash apps. A lot of them are getting super chats, and we have to wait till YouTube pays us for that.
and they take half.
Even if you're getting super chats, we gotta wait till YouTube pays us for that. So how we are telling this head? Me, I get the CM check as them. We know the schedule, we know that date. Since the trial started, they've only been paid once. Who's running this $20,000? And then count all, that's 20 per person. Count all of the content creators that's up there. Some of these scallywags, I know they're not paying for that. And I'm not a pocket watcher. I'm not saying what they have access to. I am speaking FACTS.
Grinder.
Put the money where your mouth is. Let me be careful with that. Put the money where your mouth is. Oh God.
They
That
are. They are.
the views expressed on the Dopest Nerd channel are based on opinion and belief and protected by the First Amendment right as stated in the United States Constitution. Because a lot of people in cyberspace were tight when I put that money on it. When I put them numbers on it, because then people were like, oh, wait a minute. I never even considered that.
There
Who
were a
is paying?
couple of people that didn't go live after you said it.
Oh, I know. Trust me, I know. And then they had a whole nice day off, and they didn't use that day to refute nothing or defend themselves or nothing, Lord. They ran for their life, Lord. I ain't take my shoes or nothing. I got bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for that. They got the heck on out of Dodge.
I mean, me and Odell, we were there on the first day. We were in New York for the time that we were in New York. We don't disclose when we come and when we go, but they saw us there at the courthouse on the first day of the trial on May 12th.
Oh, baby, you shut it
And
down.
and he,
Shut it down.
I mean, we saw it for what it was. We saw exactly what was going on, and I've been waiting for the trial to be over so we can talk about everything that we saw. It was absolutely disgusting. And like a lot of those dust ups and stuff that you saw like that, uh they were all staged, all choreographed. I was watching them. They tried it with me. They tried to stage something with me. And we have some of that, on film. We have some of that recorded. They were doing that just to create the atmosphere of frenzy. It really wasn't what people were saying it was. It wasn't, is that were people out there sleeping, hoping to get into the courtroom because everyone was looking for their little viral moment in their viral video? People coming up from Philadelphia, sleeping in their cars and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, that was happening, but it wasn't what people were saying it was. Any disturbances that you saw, it was all orchestrated. And I was very upset to see some of the people that really jumped into that. It was an entire circus. They never wanted the public to take this seriously. And the truth is, nobody in New York was happy about that trial. Nobody wanted to hear or see anything about it. And everyone in New York, like real New Yorkers, wanted it over
Mm-hmm.
from the
Because
moment
it's
that it
making a
started.
mockery of the city. It's making a mockery of the city.
Mhm. Yes. Ooh.
It's I mean, the thing is I don't want to accuse the government of anything, but what I definitely will say is from the defense to all of the press around it, it was an orchestrated shit show.
Mm-hmm. It sure
And
was.
I already knew it wasn't for me to stay there. I already knew it wasn't for me to be making multiple stuff there because I knew that they were going to try to set me up and put me in a situation. I
Yep.
already knew that. And
Yep.
what's the point in me paying thousands of dollars a day for a security team to sit up there and fight with everyone who's lying just to be one of the few people telling the truth. Nah, we had our context there. We know
Mhm.
what we needed to know. We heard what we needed to hear. And for me, I wanted to make sure that people didn't forget the real survivors, the people who really deserve justice, the reasons why this man really needs to be taken off of the street. I did what I had to do.
And you sure did, and I love you for it. I love you for it every single time. When I tell you that I have genuine people around, people that love me, people that know me, I promise you, every single time you have ever said Natanya Rubin, I've gotten texts, calls, everything. People's like, "Why you didn't tell me you know Jaguar, girl? I love Jaguar." I was like, "I don't. What are you talking about?" Like, girl, she'll be saying your name every day, everywhere. I was like, "Really?" Sending me videos galore. I said, "That's my nobody can tell me nothing." And I knew I was in the right place because I gave it to God first. I've always stood by your side and love you because I know a truth teller. I know a truth teller that cry aloud and spare not. And I know how passion comes across. I can read energy like it's going out of style. And from the very first conversation we had, hours, the
I
most
know.
amazing conversation, I said, here come all the emails. Oh, if I was you, I wouldn't be her friend. I said, scram. I don't play those hiding behind, throw a rock and hide your hand, hide in the corner, send a anonymous email. Move your bumble cloud. I don't play those games.
The
I
second that
respect people that step forward and say, hey, here I go. What's up?
the second that they found out that you and I had spoken, they instantly started working on me too. You know,
Mhm.
she only did it for a money grab. You know, she did. And like the things that people have said to me, I don't even want to repeat because I find it so disrespectful.
First of
Um,
all, nobody's a pocket watcher like Black people. Like, let's call it a day.
Oh,
Nobody's a pocket watcher and a hater like our own people. Because what
oh,
is
I
the
know.
value of my life? I am a talented woman who is a business owner. I had 2 beauty salons. I was a female vocalist whose trajectory, and a formally trained dancer whose trajectory was very high. How dare you minimize the value of my life and tell me I'm supposed to take this lead in my head and go to
Let's
bed?
be
No,
clear.
no, no.
Let's be clear on one thing. You didn't get paid nearly enough.
I didn't get paid nowhere near, but it was predicated on a lie. It was
I know.
predicated on, there you go. So
I
that is
know.
why we have a tangible federal case that can be opened and right my wrong.
let,
It's
let me ask
attempted
you.
murder.
Let me
Mhm.
ask you, ladies, this real quick. Not to mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're not cutting off. Interrupt when you want.
So both of y'all said the same thing. Let me ask y'all this: do you think the people are saying that because they would love to be in a position?
Absolutely.
Oh
How
yeah.
many
Absolutely.
people would love to be
Listen
up
to
here
me.
in my spot right now, or in your spot, or Jack's spot, or
For
and
sure.
go? Like, come
Set in
on.
the West is back, and I'm gonna let him speak, but I'm gonna tell you something right now. You have no idea how many people are jealous of our survivor stories
Mhm.
because they wish they had something that made their lives have any value. Like it's disgusting. There are
Mhm.
people who wished it were them because they would be, man, if I was her, I'd be doing this, I'd be doing that, I'd have done this, I'd have done that, and man, I'd have got my money, and man, and it's really it's pathetic.
Hmm.
Mhm. That gold digger that they claim everybody else is, they're the real gold diggers.
Hmm.
They're the real gold diggers because they would have gladly took that money and shut up. No, I know who I am and whose I am, and I know the value of my life. I know what I bring to this table, and clearly God is in agreement with me because something called a cop killer that takes out. They said I had to look up one day how many people survive a gunshot wound to the head. 5%, and only 3% have cognition. The other 2 are vegetables. Here I am 25 years later with the vocabulary of vocabularies that I've had all my life of sound mind and body, a complete masterclass in the faith walk with my integrity intact, crying aloud and sparing not, pulling people to the mat, snatching wigs and toupees. Hello. I'd say wouldn't mess with that chick. She God got her and her, they say, I got the whole world in my hand. God got me up in his hands. Why would you play with me? Why do I look like the person you should play with? You would be better off sticking a key inside of an outlet. You'd be better off sticking a tweezer in an outlet. Why are you playing with me? God is the Alpha and the Omega. Do you think he couldn't take me out like that anywhere between the time I got shot or before or since? And yet I'm still here and I'm the one you want to come test? Clearly he doing something with me. He says, good and faithful servant, I'm rewarding you for your faith walk and your patience of Job and your integrity like Daniel and your sling and your stone like David tearing down Goliath. Baby, I got a pocket full of rocks and a rhinestone sling. Don't play with me. I'm gonna let the fellas have the floor. Go ahead and have the floor, fellas. Tell us what y'all want to know or hear.
Well, I accidentally got logged out, and then I had to take care of some other stuff as well. But yeah, I just tapped back in. So I mean, yeah, I guess you guys are talking about these people that are online that are, they'll do anything for the money. They'll pretty much, they'll sell out their mama, or they have no integrity. They're jealous. They wish they were in, you know, certain people's shoes so that they could take advantage, pretty much take advantage of the public. Some people are, very, very, what is it? The histrionics, like there's that histrionic personality disorder where, they're always the victim. They got to be the center of attention. They crave attention, even if you got a lot of those people that are maybe well, I wouldn't even say misdiagnosed. Just maybe they need to be diagnosed. They have some type of personality disorder because of I mean, I'm cool in all honesty. I never really wanted attention or anything like that. You get what I'm saying? But you know, individual that like you said, man, earlier. This is the place where all the nerds who didn't get no attention, no play, no nothing. This is their heaven. And yeah, it also got just sick people that have ulterior motives and just sick minded. Like all the people that I noticed that were attaching themselves to Jag, and then just sick, man. It's never that serious for me, at least. It's never that serious.
Yeah.
Before you dropped out, I was just sharing with them some of what we experienced up at the courthouse and just the choreographed nature of it all. And
Yeah, yeah, that was crazy. Well, we'll see. The circus should be over soon. I'm assuming what they're going into deliberation today, or what happened.
I don't know. Does anybody know when they went into deliberation?
Was it closing arguments or something? Was that next week?
no,
Did both of
closing
them
arguments.
started today? I know the feds went today, but did the defense go today as well?
I think they said closing arguments were supposed to be today and tomorrow, and then deliberation coming up after that. And they're talking about verdict somewhere before 4th of July. I don't know. I mean, the truth is I got a feeling something else there's another shoe about to drop.
I feel like that too.
I
Yeah,
don't think, yeah.
I'm gonna take the tension off of it. Yeah, it's something. It's just we don't know. But
Well, now that Busby's filing more cases,
oh, he is.
yeah, he just dropped 3 new cases.
Huh.
Busby
Everybody
dropping them
thought he was
like
done.
mixtape.
Huh?
He dropping like he dropping mixtape, huh?
For real.
Well, apparently he was waiting for the trial to be over, so I'm assuming maybe the feds asked him to slow down during the trial. But now
Yeah,
that it's coming to a close, he's dropping more, and the children are involved in these cases, and it's just more of, apparently Justin was luring people to parties where his dad was watching and directing and getting involved in all of this. And I'm just like, why wasn't all of this stuff in the trial?
I'm sorry. How you gonna be a point guard at a freak show? That's crazy.
Damn. Damn. That's crazy.
I'm sorry.
You think they post for that on LinkedIn?
I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
What'd you say?
I'm not sure. A couple of content creators were talking about it. Murad was talking about it earlier today, and I believe the lawsuits are up on Pacer.
What, the Busby new lawsuits or something?
Yeah, the new Busby suits. Yeah.
So are these people that we had heard about before, or new?
No, this is new, and there's some new men.
Wow.
It's like I said, I don't think this is going to come with the conclusion that everybody thinks it's going to come with.
I don't think so
And I
either.
really think it
I
was
can
just
feel
the
it.
first domino. It's
I can feel it. I feel like something, and then there's a lot of talk about that Puffy is apparently extremely mad at J-Lo for not coming to defend him. He had apparently reached out to her for her to try to come and testify on his behalf, and she's like basically ghosted him. And they basically, and of course it could be hyperbole, but they're basically like, she's at the top of his list. I want them to get into a beef. Tell on each other, please.
That's what's gonna happen.
Tell. I want them to get into. Oh baby.
That's what's gonna happen. Puffy said he need a girl to ride. He need a girl that's gonna be by his side. He need a girl who gonna, and J-Lo wasn't it. So I'm sure Puffy has that type of demeanor about him. Like he got to get his lick back type of situation. You know what I'm saying? I think that about a lot of these celebrities, but definitely Puffy. So he's looking at like Jack said with the party the supposed coming home party. That's a play because his sons know they have to put on this part because he still has the little money he does have. He still has the finances, and he could be real vindictive. Yeah, I just think that's
I think to say that they're going to have a star-studded guest list for this supposed party is only trying to assuage people in the public and the jury. First of all, if the case is rested, I think the jury should be sequestered. I don't understand how the jury is going home when they're, dealing with having to convict him or not. They need to be sequestered.
How in God's name are they going to be able to go and blackmail them and bribe them if they're sequestered?
Listen, I said it before. I watched this whole thing play out before. That's what I feel like. The guy, juror number 6, who was put off the case, did a double reverse Uno on them. I feel like he was in there. He was desperate to get on the trial. They probably set him to go get on the trial. They thought he's a correction officer. He seems like innocent and honest enough. And they let him get on the trial. And that sucker got paid off by Puffy and then did a reverse double Uno. He was like, I don't want to lose my job over this. So let me go over here and talk to these folks.
I'm still trying to understand, what does that mean? He's a corrections officer. So was Rick Ross.
I get that. He's an correction officer working at right now. You was a correction officer. Who said that for sure?
Yeah, I used to be one in the maximum prison in Indiana.
And so I believe he did a double reverse. He said if it comes out that he took money, he's going to get out before it could come out. What Puffy going to do? Tell on him? I paid him? What you going to do? You going to admit to jury tampering? Or he did a reverse Uno and took your money and got the heck on out of Dodge. You got thrown off the case. I promise you, that's what's resonating in my spirit.
Yeah, see, what you saying, not me to cut you off. So what you saying is you've been through it. You know how it's supposed to be. What Jack's saying is how it's now and how it is. That's what the difference is. See, you've been through it, so you know.
No, he did the same thing. He paid off the jury in my case.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's why you know the alternate to what to do to combat that. What Jag is saying is, what you saying is right. What Jag saying is, nah, we know what's going on, but they ain't finna do that because them people got to get paid. So if they did what you did, them people won't be able to get paid. What you saying is right, but Jag saying what they're doing is wrong, and they're gonna promote the wrong so they can keep doing more wrong.
Oh, absolutely. It don't make it's foolhardy because a waste of taxpayers' money, and the taxpayers, especially for the state of New York, should or taxpayers globally, because it's federal charges, well, at least nationally, should want truth to prevail and want this process to be seamless and uninterrupted, because these is your tax dollars. Your tax dollars that you don't get the benefit of. If nothing else, we have got to have a higher moral plateau where we say right is right and wrong is wrong. People think wrong is okay as long as it's benefiting them, until it's your daughter. You think everybody's it's a money grab. It's a money grab until some pookie down the block slap your daughter and you up letting off shots in the barbershop while he getting a shave. Why do you think because it's a celebrity, he's supposed to get away with it? This is what they're doing.
That's what they talk about in all of their rap songs.
You're right. You're right.
Because that's the doctrine that they've been indoctrinating the public with for how many years? How many songs has Sean Carter sat there and talked about getting away with crime after crime? How many times has he talked about he was supposed to have been going to jail? How many times did he talk about stuff being moved around in El Chapo's tunnels, which only someone who had cartel attachment would be able to know anything about? Someone like Desiree Perez. I mean, like, they've been bragging about this.
But
guess what?
His biggest
the
problem is
public-
more money, more problems. I mean, that tell you.
Yeah,
that's
but the public eat this up. They eat it up. They want to believe it. They like it. They want to be these people. This is what, everybody wants to be Scarface. Everybody wants to be BMF. Everybody wants to be, and guess what? Ain't none of them paying attention to the fact that all of these stories is lies. Because the real gangsters in all of these stories is the government who had them all turned out to begin with, allegedly. You know what I mean?
Here's the joke of all jokes. Y'all put this whole notion out in your raps and in this persona that you create, this caricature of your life that you create and push forward, that you gangsters and you move weight and real G's move in silence and da-da-da-da. And then you hire a known federal informant to be the president of your company. Like, where they do that at?
They do that in places where they want to have a catch and release agreement with the prison system, and they can put whoever in whenever they want and then get whoever out whenever they want, and they
You know what?
somebody.
Another thing somebody reminded me of, I was watching something and I said it before, and people was like, oh, she's crazy, she's all full of herself. I said Kanye was talking about me when he was going off on Puffy on Drink Champs. Somebody said, oh, she is all sweating herself, that's ridiculous. This man's said he's a fed, F you. And it was like, calm down. He was like, let me say it calm. F you. You was sent to pull my coattail. That's why when you was in the club, letting off, that's how you got away with it. They sent you to come and get me. What other club was Puffy shooting in? Kanye was talking about me. Everybody on the internet was like, she's really feeling herself. What you mean I'm feeling myself? All of these this is what I keep telling them. They don't know the culture enough to understand. This man said on Drink Champs, you is a fed, F you. The only reason you get to walk around is because you was up in the club, and then they let you get away with it because they sent you to get on me and pull my coattail and make me be the fall guy. Am I making it up? How many clubs has Puffy shot up? Club New York. Where did the bullet end? In my face.
That's the only.
There's people on the internet that don't want to. They don't want to hear the truth.
But that's the thing. But that's the thing, Natanya, because nobody wants to accept nobody wants to accept the fact that you were his initiation into the untouchable life. Nobody wants to accept that.
That's what you said on my channel too.
Yep. Didn't I say that it was a ritual? I know it was.
What you said.
I
That's
know
what you
it was.
said. Yeah, you
Mhm.
just confirmed it, Jack. That's what she said on my channel. Yeah.
I know it was. I
That's what
tell
she said.
people
Said that to me and
it
Sonny.
was
Yep. 'Cause you asked Sonny that question. Do he do it? Or maybe it might have been what's the Sonya might have
See,
been.
Sonya was his ability to get a deal. Remember,
Oh,
he was
okay,
at
okay.
Uptown.
Oh, you
He
said
didn't
touch.
have
Okay, my
bad.
bad, my bad. She
This
said a
was
So
touch.
at the end
Sonya
of
in
his
the
intern life.
Yeah,
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 City
yeah, yeah.
College 9
My
was
bad,
his
my bad.
ability to get a deal. That's how he got the deal. That was his first sacrifice. Him shooting me in the face was how he got to the 100 million club, the big ballers club with the elites. How he got his gatekeeper card, entry into the gatekeeper club.
You
Like,
gotta show that you're willing to destroy your community in order for them to
mhm,
trust you to run it.
yep,
Mm,
that's right.
mm. Damn, that makes sense. But it's wrong, but it makes sense. Damn.
No,
It is
listen to
right.
me. It gets real simple. All you gotta do is go back to the way they ran plantations.
Mm-hmm.
If Massa came in, it
Overseer.
was it was business, but it was us who
Yep.
policed us
Chicken
before
George.
they brought in the dogs and the
Chicken George.
deputies.
He is Chicken George. Those were the ones that said, "Come on, y'all. After the cock crows 3 times at night, before he go in the bush, we gonna get down the river." And he said, "Master show is good to us. Why is y'all trying to go somewhere? Master show good to us." Yeah, he got Master. He's serving Master's interests. And when you in there plotting to get down the river, he telling.
I mean, that's the same thing that Suge Knight said about what Sean Carter did when they were all trying to get their own
That
independence and have a
distribution deal,
black
right?
distribution
Yeah,
house,
I
and it
remember
was
that.
Sean Carter that went and dimed them out. You know,
All over.
like it's why is everybody so I don't know, Sudden the West, do you have an opinion on why do you think these people are so just like hot to serve us right back into servitude? It's
I mean, they understand that a lot of times within the industry, I guess what is it, one Negro at a time, right? Look at it. There's only one Jay-Z. When in all honesty, it could be multiple, but the way they play this game, it's a one Negro at a time. So yeah, they're gonna be cutthroat. I mean, that's just because those are the rules that they accepted. You get what I'm saying? They're not thinking outside the box. But yeah, I mean, that's just what I think.
I mean, the thing is one thing that I've always noticed is that they take these average guys from the hood who want to be special, who want to be known as this, who want to be known as that, who don't really got it. You know, I'll never forget when Sean Carter first, started reaching, for a higher height, like right around the time we were doing Unplugged and all of that, and just all of the things that they had people saying. And I'll never forget Amir Questlove Thompson, old sandwiches. I'll never forget him sitting there talking about, oh man, he's the greatest MC ever, man, and he has a photographic memory, and man, all of his rhymes and this and all of his rhymes and that. And I was really excited to get to work with him because I have a photographic memory. I know all of my lyrics. I don't even write songs down. I don't transcribe them until it's time to do something else. Like Odell can tell you, he's seen me in the studio. I don't know how many times you've seen me like straight freestyling off the top of my head, structure and everything. So, brilliance always loves meeting brilliance. Like my conversations with Natanya, I love talking to brilliant
Oh,
women. And then I'm sitting there and I'm looking at everybody and they're talking about how great he is and how smart he is and how this he is and how that he is. And I'm looking at the teleprompter on the floor. And I'm like,
hold on.
Mm.
okay, who's this for?
But you know what they say?
Mm.
Never meet your, not that you should have idols, but never meet your idols because they will disappoint you.
Well, that's the thing. I wasn't even idolizing old boy. I just thought, everyone was talking him up and he was supposed to be so this and supposed to be so that. And then, you know, I had known him before, which is why I was so surprised when they were talking about him, because he didn't come off to be that guy.
Mm-hmm.
But they literally take people and they sit there and
Well,
they
well, that
put
was
people
Biggie's story.
around them.
It was Biggie's story. Biggie was the one that had the photographic memory and
I
didn't write
know.
his thing. But you can
And
co-opt
so did
somebody.
Big L. And so
Yep.
did
Big
Lamont
L.
Coleman.
Exactly. Yes, indeed. And Big L was such a force to be reckoned with. Like, it is disgusting how they harvest the energy of the great ones.
Well,
And
it's just wild. I mean, he was about to sign to Rockefeller himself 6 hours, after he was supposed to have been signing. Dame was supposed to sign him. And sometimes I really wonder how that all went down.
well, I mean, we know because it's not
Well, I
unlike
mean,
what
I know how it went down, but I'm talking about even the deal itself, because there's
yeah.
absolutely no way that Dame would have signed him there not knowing that would have been the end of the Jigga Man.
Listen, I
Lamont
mean,
Coleman was so much
even,
more, and it just makes me wonder if
well, think about
the
it. Given
the
how
instability in that relationship between
oh,
Dame and the
absolutely,
Jigga Man was
absolutely,
already, you know what I mean? Like I
it was
think
already there.
maybe it was already there.
Because here's the deal: looking to consider that could have been the catalyst to want to sign him. Because look at how it turned out in the end. I mean, it's the quintessential biting the hand that feeds you.
Mhm.
When
I
you
mean,
undercut
well,
another like that, come on.
but see, it's easy to undercut somebody when you don't want to be beholden to them because you owe
Exactly.
them everything. See, and
Exactly.
that's the one thing that all of these guys have in common. They all were lesser than the people that they came in the door with. They all attached themselves to brilliant, smart people, incredible people. It was so wild. Auntie Leah, shout out to Auntie Leah. She was doing, you know, our 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 caveat, one of our projects that we had started working on, and we didn't finish. She just started doing background and research on hip hop as a graveyard and just going through all of the slain rappers and talking about Scott LaRock and
Listen,
just
I remember it vividly. And
I
those were the
know.
ones that did the whole. Remember the whole self-destruction thing? These were the people who. I mean, this is when hip hop unified. And
Yeah,
regardless of what label you were on, everybody got together and was like, self-destruction. We headed
I
for self
remember.
on. Do you know where
And,
we would
and
be right now if we stayed on that paradigm?
well, do you know where the government would be right now
If we stayed
if
on
we
that paradigm.
stayed on that
Yeah, we would
trajectory?
have they had fear of a black planet. That's what that was about.
That part. And
A black planet.
and then coming from, and that's why,
You know what?
set
You
in the
said a
West,
I want to help
huh?
you work on that. You said a mouthful. Hip hop is a graveyard. I want to work on that project with y'all because there's so many stories people forget. Scott LaRock was not just a rapper; he was a social worker.
Yeah.
He was a social worker.
And
Biggie,
he was like the first CEO.
Yeah.
and here's the deal: Biggie. People don't understand that when Biggie's mother was at work, there was a man down the street who was like a mentor in the neighborhood. He was a jazz musician. Biggie's flow is as a result of she didn't have money to pay for after school. So this guy he would watch Biggie and let him come in the studio and do jazz. He learned iambic pentameter from listening to jazz.
Yeah.
He listened to Coltrane, and that's how he was able to craft those kind of flows. He's an anomaly. There are college courses on Biggie's flow and his use of iambic pentameter. It's a part of the English lit in a lot of universities. People don't know that, and they need to know that.
They don't
They
want
need
them
to
to
know
know
that.
that. They just
His
want to remember.
ability to modulate and go on a whole nother tangent was bar none. Classical jazz can be matched to his flow.
I know.
People got that.
Just
People
like
need to
Charlie
know.
Parker, like the scatter Charlie Parker. I know. But see, you're jazz trained. I'm jazz trained. We understand these things. That's the problem. People don't understand music anymore. They don't know music anymore. All they know is boom, boom, boom. Get naked, naked, get high, get high. Come on, come on, come
To
on.
the
Now
flow.
die, now
To the
die.
flow.
Hey, take off your.
Let it burn flow.
They have literally dumbed it down to the point where now they can't even compete with AI.
They can't.
But what's
Because
wild
AI
is
be making some
an artist like me, AI can't even touch me.
Yeah. Listen, I realized I was in the house with my daughter and my granddaughter, and my daughter has these wireless mics because she sings as well. And shout out to the Dopest show producer. Everybody get a Dopest show producer some love.
Hey, Nirvana.
She literally we were singing. My granddaughter sings as well. We were in here singing, and this was like maybe about a month ago. I fell back in love with singing. I was like, my God, I've missed you so much. It's like I didn't have the time to love my craft. I got it from my grandmother. My daughter, my sons can sing and are both musically inclined. My granddaughter does
Blame it
recitals
on
all the time.
PTSD. Blame it on PTSD.
You're right. It is.
Because there are moments when I have turned myself off from my artistic side because of the PTSD of everything that I've gone through, because of fighting the machine, because of fighting the industry, because the truth is this is one of the most amazing gifts to have in the world. And I don't care if I'm
Everybody
singing to
says
a
it.
million people or if I'm
Mhm.
just singing to one person or just singing with myself for myself. It
Yep.
it is a cathartic experience. It is something that creates harmony in oneself. And
Yes, it
you know,
does.
when I think back, oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I just want to give you some props real quick because I want to say this real quick. That song "Cry" that you sung on that Unplugged is one of the greatest vocal performances ever put down live.
Did I not
Thank
tell you
you.
that before too, sis?
That's one of the
Yes.
greatest vocal performances ever put down live.
I don't care who they fill in after the fact to try to replace Jack. Nobody hits that.
Hell
Nobody.
no.
Nobody ever will. That's why they don't do it anymore. Because they realized that they couldn't get any of the sounds that they were trying to get to do it. You notice he never even bothered to ask his wife to try. It's it's just so funny. No, for real. They want to
Nah,
be on the run and they want to be singing. He never asked her to try to match me note for note on anything.
you know how
But
bad that would be?
Listen.
yeah, because it wouldn't work. It wouldn't
First of all,
work.
the pain that your ability to make the song cry is because the song in you was already crying. See, you
Exactly.
got to be able to dig deep. There's a
Mm.
place, a reservoir where we hold our deepest pains and our greatest strengths. You have to have the key to that door. If you don't got the key to that door, you can't touch none of that.
But I
My
also
voice
have
has
a gift
gotten
that
better
I know
and
is
better.
anointed.
Oh, without a doubt. Now you without that anointing, ain't even none.
I don't
My
take
voice has
credit for
gotten
none of this.
it's all anointing. It's all the anointing. You know what I always say? It ain't about me. It's about the Most High.
It's what flows through me. But it's able to flow through me because I open myself up as a vessel to God and I let God come in.
Mhm. Mhm.
See, in an anti-God industry, you can't have somebody like me out there. These people are sitting there, they're running their mouths and doing they shaking and dancing and lip singing, trying to prove like they doing something.
Mhm.
Like it still makes me sick when I hear people talk about that wife of his and how oh, look at her. She's amazing. Her vocals is amazing. And I'm like, I sat there and I watched them mixing her vocal track. She literally went into the studio. She goes into the studio before she does her concerts and records all of the vocals and they put it all together and they make sure it sounds fine. And she speaks into the microphone and she talks to the audience, but for the rest of the time, they're triggering those vocals.
Mm-hmm.
And these people fall for this stuff. They actually think she's doing it. It's wild.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the craziness. Cognitive dissonance is a dish served warm. People love to feel warm and fuzzy off of BS. They love it. They don't want to know the truth about things. How, it's always like, how does this work? They don't want to know the truth. They don't care about the truth. The truth. In the immortal words of what's his name? Drake. They don't want to know no damn truth. Please. They love a lie.
Well, they do. It's just what I realized is that the industry is anti-God.
Oh, absolutely.
It's anti-God. Because they don't want to have to give God the credit or the glory for anything. And so because they don't allow God to come in, because they don't have that, they don't want anyone else who is anointed, who does have God on them around, because it just reminds them that it's not them. Truth is Unplugged is probably one of the best concerts he's ever done in his life. You would think, as much as he loves his accolades, he wouldn't distance himself so much from it. But that's because he can't be honest about it. And that's the problem when you're a liar and you can't just admit that, hey, this person made me better. This sound made me better. Let's just be honest. Unplugged was the concert that set him up to become what he is now.
Mm-hmm.
He was just a street corner rapper before Unplugged. It wasn't after that. He did that. And then he had the project with Linkin Park. And then the next thing you know, he's Mr. Commercial. And now he's on the run with a woman that stayed on her knees for 20 years. No wonder she wants to retire. It's like, it's just crazy. But that's how it is. They don't like giving Biggie the credit for being the lifeblood a bad boy, but that's what he was.
And I'm gonna say something. So people use a lot of. I'm not gonna stand here and justify some of the lyrics and stuff, but there is an image of Puffy standing there with the shades on. Let me turn off my mic and turn it back on because I hear the echo again. There's an image of Puffy standing there and Biggie supposedly rubbing his face on him. Look at Biggie's face really good. He looks like he's rugged. He looked like just how they say they rub some baby oil on you and now you not right. He doesn't look like himself. I know Biggie. He didn't look like himself in that video. When he's like, your hand is so soft. And he looks like he is inebriated off of something. See how Puffy's looking at him? People got to stop being so gullible and wanting to friggin' believe certain things. And this is not to say A, B, yes, no. I'm just from the same soil. I know the man. I know Sean Carter. I used to walk up in his office when I used to throw players balls. And when I was going around and giving out the VIP, I would go to his office and give him his VIP pass and give him a couple of them. I remember I had a player's ball. I had been promoting it for a while. Everybody who was somebody was coming. And then Def Jam created a free party on the day of my player's ball. That's what I bought that Gucci dress for. I had, as a matter of fact, you know who drove me up to where the Def Jam party was? Akinyele. Mr. Put in my mouth, Akinyele drove me up there. He was at my party. I was like, yo, I'm not letting my party flop. I spent too much money for this. Akinyele drove me up to the party. I was waiting for these ninjas when they came outside. I was like, I know y'all. I saw him outside. I said, I know you ain't standing me up for my party. He was like, oh, what up, Eb? Nah. Wait, okay, yeah, we go. And then he said, yo, we going here. And my party was packed.
They was trying to shut you down on the low.
Yeah, listen, a free party, baby. You know they wasn't coming. Everybody who was somebody was at that free party. I was like, oh, but you see, I am always the one who's not going to just be shut down. I'm always the one that's going to cry loud and spare not. I'm going to be.
You know what? I can't believe you brought up Akinyele. I remember when that song hit the street, and I thought to myself, I can't believe they letting this on the radio.
Me too. And here's the crazy shit. He was so calm and down to earth and level-headed and so contrary to the song. I had some of the deepest conversations in the world with Akadeli. I just like, it doesn't even, which is Akenyele. It didn't even, I couldn't understand it. I was like,
That's the only way that they would let him on the radio.
this was something
The
different.
only, like, no, but that goes to show you how long they've been pushing this depraved agenda for
It's
our
like,
people.
it's like when I used to do, so I had my salons at the time, and I would go do, people would book me to do hair at, like, let's say they were filming a video at video shoots and stuff. Remember those days we used to do hair at the fashion shows, at the video shoots, and my shop was known. I was right next door to Ralph McDaniel's Video Music Box. People would book me to come and do on set their video shoots. I did a thing with the Wu-Tang family, and that's when they had Jane Grey and what was the other one's name?
Jean Grey.
Jean
Mhm.
Grey and I forgot the other girl's name.
I
And they were,
remember when New York got rid of her and she ended up with the Roots. That wasn't such a good time for her when she got demoted.
they wanted me to come in. So they heard me singing on set, and I was in the corner singing. They heard me singing, and they wanted me. They was like, "Oh, you can sing. Let me hear something." And I sang for them, and they wanted me to sing a song a la Adina Howard. I said, "What?" I said, "No, Vivian. Vivian will not go to the church and say, 'You hear my granddaughter song, freak like me.' No." I said, "No, thanks. Not me." It was like, "Nah, we got you." No, thanks. I am not going to take myself to my illustrious, God-fearing grandmother and say, "You hear my new song? Drop it like it's hot," or "Look at my bottom." Or no, I'm not doing that.
No,
I've
but see,
always,
that's the thing. That's the thing, though. And that's the part that nobody's really paying attention to. And I'm kind of glad that we got to this point
Mhm.
because this was the beginning of what led to the Sexy Reds.
Yeah,
This is the beginning.
yeah.
This is the genesis of what led
Mhm.
to the young Miamis
And
and to all of this,
look how
you
it turned
know?
out. Like they blackballed her.
Hmm.
She had gotten married for a while, and it seemed like life was good. And then it was all bad after that, and they blackballed her and all. I'm sure she's made her way somewhere around back to, you know, center or baseline for herself. But I can't. Although the song was a bop back in that day when we were in that time, I could not
Yeah,
imagine
we
the
all
bass.
did it. But guess what, though? I didn't see, and that was the thing. I tricked them. I tricked them with my music. I sold them profanity, but what I was really selling them was wisdom,
Mhm.
low key. And but that's what they wanted. They wanted that. They wanted all of us to slide off into that. And that was the great thing about Neo Soul because Neo Soul for a short while was really all
So
about us celebrating ourselves,
mhm.
celebrating our culture,
Yeah,
celebrating, the normalcy of life,
yeah,
celebrating those things. And when they started realizing that what it was doing was bringing pride
elevating.
back to the
Yeah,
community,
and
Yeah,
and
raising the vibration frequency.
next thing you know,
it wasn't.
they started offering all the neo soul stars money and collaborations with popular rappers. And
Yeah,
then it was, I hope she cheats on you with a basketball player. You know
Mhm.
what I mean?
yeah,
And
yeah.
and I wanna, I wanna be your this and they perverted us. And that's what when everyone would ask me, what happened in Neo Soul? I was like, they should have never gave those niggas money.
Listen, I say it. That's one of
That's
my
the
number
first thing
one
I
lines.
say.
I say it all the time.
They should have
Say it
never gave
all.
those niggas money.
Because remember, that was the backpack Shea Butter crew.
Yeah,
Everybody,
there was
That's
a
what
people
they
that
called
won't
us.
focus on sex. They won't focus on being sex symbols.
Well, no, we
mhm,
were supposed to be focused on being black people
that's
and
Hmm.
right.
celebrating ourselves. But there's always
That was
somebody.
that Lyricist Lounge crew.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but
When we
there's
were Lyricist
always
Lounge.
somebody to say, man, I want a Mercedes.
Raucous group.
Man, I want a house here and that's all it takes. And this is what we do to our people every time. You know, why are we so all tuned up and turned on to the idea of we gotta live like this and we gotta do like this? That was never who we were.
You're not
You know,
lying
we
either.
were
That's what I heard the other day. It's crazy. That's what I heard the other day. I
what?
was I went down one of my little rabbit holes where I just, like I said, I've rediscovered my music. So I'd be down in the, on YouTube searching for my good. And I heard, I bet you won't even remember. I know you remember him, but most people they won't remember him. Remember, I think his name was Horace Grant. I'll be living in an 8-room mansion on a hill, and we're driving the Lex Cruise. People, it's that same thing that you're talking about. It was the whole shift. Remember Horace? It was the shift from just partying bullshit and having fun and peace, brother, and I want to be in love, to that whole excess and grandeur. I was listening to songs. I was like, oh my God, I forgot about him. Ill and Al Scratch and all. I was like, yo, I realized in my 90s, I forgot about the 90s because
it was the rock and roll people that had 80 million girlfriends that were dressed like whores and doing all the debauchery. That was the rock and roll people. That wasn't us.
But you see what they did? They started that fusion. Wasn't it Aerosmith and Talk This Way? They started fusing us and making, it's like the white man's ice is colder. It's like, let me introduce them to these, make them see you should want what they got. You're right.
They started sex tapes.
There you go.
Yeah, every rapper had a sex tape after that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right.
Good old 90s, man. The 90s was so dope. Like
there was so much that our people just totally missed out on, and it's
truth
so
be told,
wild.
this one goes in the excess and the quest for the fancy life, and this Puffy was really the architect of that. He really if somebody was a builder of a shack, he came over and built a strip mall and then a skyscraper.
Well, let's just be honest. He really resembled the whole archetype of Andy Warhol.
Yep. And everybody was his muse. And we know about that.
Exactly.
We know about that.
I mean, muse or victim.
AKA muse and victim. Because ain't that what Andy Warhol did to Basquiat?
Exactly.
I remember I used to walk around the city, take the train, and you could get off the train and see a friggin' metal gate boarding up an area where there was just junk back there, and Basquiat would have drawn a whole thing on it, and somebody is sitting there with a blowtorch trying to cut that whole piece of metal out.
I was a big fan of street art, and I love Samo. And I hate the fact that nobody really talks about Samo. They talk about Basquiat, but they don't talk about Samo. And that's who he was before he started using his name, and they started making him pop culture worthy, and he got with Andy Warhol, and then here came AIDS, and here came the pharmaceuticals, and then they both ended up dying right behind one another. And it's kind of funny because when you think about it, that's who the Jigga Man and the Diddy and the Diddler are. They like the Andy Warhol and the Basquiat of this generation. It's very interesting.
He did say he was Basquiat.
Say it again.
I said Jay did say he was Basquiat.
Yeah.
And do you ever see that when they did the Simpsons episode of them, and he has on a T-shirt of like a Basquiat T-shirt or image of himself in current times, but this was back in the days. It was on the T-shirt. I know. Listen,
a lot of people also forget that Jean-Michel Basquiat was also into the dark arts, and he also was into sorcery and dark magic, and used to use his own body fluids and stuff in his canvases when he crossed over to the dark side.
And his canvases would be you could not know that when you saw his work. It was definitely reflected in his work.
Yeah, but he was Banksy before Banksy. Samo. Samo was Banksy before Banksy.
He was definitely dealing with some heavy dark things. It is very apparent. It was I remember in the 80s walking in the train station and seeing Keith Haring drawing on, remember the posters in the train station? Our posters were littered with not littered, but Keith Haring was just doing his art all over the train. Like, I remember these golden days, and I'm young enough to sit here and talk about it. I'm old, but I'm still young old. I remember these
And the
vividly.
second that Warhol introduced Jean-Michel to those witches that he was hanging with, he was never the same.
Never the same again. And they harvested their energy harvesters. They harvested all of this man's greatness. Now, what he has gone down in history for is most artists do not get recognition until their death, until after they're long gone, then they're acknowledged.
Yeah, he
Basquiat,
got it and then he died.
he broke a rare thing in the art world where he was highly regarded and recognized in his life. Warhol as well, but Basquiat really was this. Warhol did abstract, the Campbell's soup and all that. Basquiat was actually doing art. And Warhol did it.
Just like Diddy did with the catalog at Bad Boy, resurrecting all of those disco records and making it hip hop.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Which was Warhol's era, the disco era. Like, it's when you start looking at a lot of it,
the similarities. Ooh, you just opened my eyes to something.
Mm-hmm.
You really did.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I guess we could call hip hop is a graveyard and something else, because it's the yin and the yang of it. I don't want it to all be graveyard, but it's definitely a conversation that needs to be had. Definitely.
Yeah.
It's so I really wish people could have been there in the early days of hip hop. That's why that's one of the things that could really rub me wrong. When people say you was trying to take down hip hop, you trying to take down a good black. I am hip hop. I walked to Rick Straker's record store on Utica Avenue in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, with my allowance and bought such a early copy of Rapper's Delight. I had a white jacket. When everybody knows
I knew every lyric of every song.
Me too. That powder blue jacket with the kaleidoscope piano keys. I had a solid white jacket. It didn't even have the coloration on the jacket. That's how early. I can mark that where my sister was born a week later.
Yeah.
August 1979. I remember vividly. So ain't nobody gonna tell me I can't take down hip hop. And the week before that, Fat King Tim III by the Fatback Band came out. It was a 45, half black, half green. I am hip hop. Can't nobody tell me. I'm still
So am I.
I'll be
Let
in
me
a
tell you
professional
something.
and I'll call hip hop portable.
That was one of the dopest things about when me and Set in the West started working together. The hip hop connection and learning all about the West Coast. You know what I mean? He's kind of like to West Coast hip hop what I am to East Coast hip hop. So when you take all of that knowledge, echoing again.
Yeah. I turned off my mic and turned it back on. It seems like it works. That's a good thing for sure.
Let's see if it works now. But I'm glad I came by. I'm glad we all got here. For show TV.
Yeah.
Dopest Nerd has my information. You should get in touch.
I'm gonna exchange it. Yeah, I'm gonna exchange it. I'm gonna give it to y'all, both of y'all.
You should get in touch. No, because the one thing that is missing right now amongst all of this stuff, people are talking about hip hop and they're talking about the culture, but nobody's really acknowledging what the culture really is. And I'm glad we got to have this conversation because people need to realize the very things that are on trial right now is what stole the spirit of hip hop from us.
That's right.
Yep.
We should all care more about the fact that the soul of hip hop was stolen out of hip hop and replaced with something much darker. And we really need to go back to looking, sometimes when you're trying to figure out where you need to go next, you need to go back to the beginning and see where it all started from.
And to somebody that's watching that's kind of like not in the loop of what she's saying is there's no songs like Self-Destruction. There's no song We All in the Same Game. There's no more Public Enemy albums. There's no the community is not raising the kids anymore. The music is. So that's what
all they're raising is victims.
You have.
Because everything that they're teaching and everything that they're putting out there is only encouraging people into the penitentiary or into death.
Mm-hmm. And it's not yielding anything. It's like It's like the human body has something called, I know I'm nerding out right now, but the human body has something called telomeres. And telomeres are attached to your life cycle. Telomeres can, when you're born, you have all the telomeres that you're going to have in your body until you die. Telomeres can grow and regenerate. However, if you treat your body poorly, those telomeres will start to die off. Once you run through the entire litany of your telomeres in your body, that is where death comes. So that's why you'll have somebody that they'll say was 24 and died of natural causes, because they probably was doing a lot of things in their teen years and they burned all those telomeres out. The better you treat your body, the more natural, the more homeostasis that exists in your body, the more just like treating your body well, taking nutrients, living organically, living without all those preservatives. The better you treat your body, the longer your telomeres can survive. They have the ability to regenerate, but it's all those extra things that people do to them. And then good vibrations also. Vibrational frequencies will kill. If you're one of those people that man every day and mad and always, your telomeres will die.
It's
That's
funny
the same thing as
that you
this
say
hip-hop
that, because that's exactly what Triple X Stacion was on right before he was taken out. He was starting to talk about frequency poisoning and all of these things. And
look at my bamboo and my rope. This is how I'm so true to this. I tell
yeah,
people all the time, baby, we need to take it back.
Dookie roll. Hell no.
Listen, and the door knockers, aka bamboo earrings, aka
Yeah.
sack chase. I don't know what
Oh,
we
you got Oh, you was the one LL talking about, huh?
Yes, honey.
Huh?
Mhm.
culture, the
Culture.
real culture, the
Yeah,
real
Mhm.
culture.
yeah, the bamboo areas.
I'm gonna get ready to tap out though. I gotta get ready for a phone call coming up. Sis, I'm
Okay.
gonna be in touch. Thanks for having me.
No doubt,
The
boo.
show, it was lovely kicking it with you.
You already know.
And I'm gonna say something before you leave, Jag.
Yeah.
I thought Nirvana to get this for a reason. These bamboo earrings, it was a culture, it was a look, it was a time, but people have to understand what the root of it was. Our rappers weren't just adorning themselves in big rope chains because it was cute. This is a natural mineral. The juxtaposition between gold and diamonds and our melanated bodies was elevating us and charging your melanin and your telomeres. There was nothing stronger than the black men of the 80s with their big rope chains. They knew that. These minerals charge our body. Don't let people fool you into, oh, I don't want to be like that. They're going to think that's hood and that's ghetto. Because everything that's called hood and ghetto is on the runways of Milan.
Wow.
Boxer braids and dookie earrings and rope chains is now part of.
Yeah, until they confuse everybody into thinking that they came up with it first.
Exactly. We have to, it's nothing wrong with going back to our origins. The big rope chain wasn't about thirst and trying to act like I had more money. It was power. It was charging melanin. It was energizing your body. We got to understand our culture, baby, so that we could go. We need to go back. Sankofa. We have to go back, look back, so we could go forward.
But that's why they want to say that all of this depravity and all of this gaudiness and all of this craziness, they want to call that culture, so people will forget to go back and tap into theirs. And that's why I had such an issue with people from the so-called conscious community and from the so-called, the neo soul community and the this and the that, because we were supposed to be upholding that. We were supposed to be preserving that.
When the money came. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. They abandoned it as soon as the money came, which was, I saw it happening. And I was just like,
And
wait,
it's
what?
crazy because that's all it took. All it took was a couple of shiny things. And,
And
it's,
adjacency.
That was some of the best music too.
but that was the problem. That was the problem with artists like myself, because I wasn't willing to abandon those things. I wasn't willing to do that. And then here comes the financial pressure. And then you don't get picked up on this tour and you can't be on that tour. If you're not doing this, if you're not doing that, it's constantly teaching us to devalue what we are when there was nothing wrong with what we were. For whatever
Nothing.
reason, it was, oh, this is better. This is better. No, there is no better. There is, and then there is what is not. And it's just that simple, you know. So I salute you. I'm glad that I came through. Yeah,
So dope. This was
It's nice
super
to
dope.
meet you. Yeah, this was dope.
all right, guys. Well, I'll see you. I'll see everybody soon. And
All right, nice
What
meeting
you
you.
been going on live?
Meet you.
I'm not
Nice meeting
sure
you,
quite
Joanne.
yet.
If y'all go on live, I'm hopping over there, guys.
Okay.
Keep your
Yeah.
eyes on.
All right, y'all.
All right.
If they go live, y'all, we're gonna all go over there and jump on over there.
Okay.
This is why I love these dope conversations. Like people, people don't like this. That's why I said from the get go, I know real ones. I know real ones. That's why I was like, oh yeah, he definitely my brother now because there's too much fake ones out here. You got to know a real one when you see one, but it takes one to know one. And
Yep.
where you gonna get these good conversations on YouTube? People talking about a bunch of bullshit. They don't never have no connection problems.
Yeah.
People is out here on YouTube with some foolery right now, and there's no connection. Their streams are flawless.
Yeah.
We up here talking that good talk and having these conversations and edifying and elevating the culture and what's real. These need to have. Like I keep telling people, I don't just talk about it, I bees about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really about this.
Yeah. Yeah. I can tell with a couple minutes in our conversation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I was
so
literally out there. My
appreciate
mother used to be like, why are you here with all these? Because this is what I love. This is my culture. This is what I love. You decided to leave the island of Trinidad and come to America and live in New York. This is the culture of New York.
it.
We hip hop kids.
Yeah.
I remember when we used to listen. I could freaking remember days where we would walk around. We had our Pumas with the big laces or Adidas, shell toe Adidas with the big laces. My sister was the friggin' putting a crease in your pants queen. People used to pay her to iron their pants. That
Oh,
crease
yeah.
was sick,
Yeah.
better than the colors.
Yeah. And
I
razor
used to
blade.
walk around with a crew with the big boom box and some linoleum. And any corner we get down on is on and popping.
Mm-hmm.
You had your money to chip in for them D batteries because you got to buy 12 D batteries for a box.
Yeah, because as soon as you put it on the ground, them old batteries done.
Look, the earth is pulling the
That boy
energy from
grass.
us. We didn't know no better.
Yeah,
We
you
didn't
sit
know.
on the concrete. You be like, man, why it die so fast? Because you sat on that concrete.
That was it.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is a great
Those are the
combo. I
close
appreciate you
it
letting me
was.
come up.
Thank you. Absolutely. I told you your invitation is open and endless. Whenever you want to come through, you here. We
I was about to go live. I seen you live. I was like, let me come on in. And I heard what I saw the title. I was like, I was just about to talk about that stuff. So I'm listening to you and I'm hearing you talking. I'm like, and I'm sitting here talking like, okay, I see what she's saying. So that's when I was like, man, I'm gonna see if she want me to come up because we can
no doubt.
male
Because I
perspective.
always say you can't have just a women's perspective. It has to be both of us. The culture is not just women, it's both of us. But all too often, we got these red pill ninjas out here who are trying to, everything is an argument with women. The passport bros that want to be like, oh, I want to go over here and get an exotic. There's some nurses on the internet right now on YouTube and on TikTok saying, listen, us nurses, we talk. We're not violating your privacy, but we talk amongst each other. The passport bros are all coming back with HIV and spreading it to the desperate Black women who've been home waiting to be loved. And they think, oh, they don't want them Dominican chicks. They coming back to us. They're bringing you that house in Virginia. For those who don't know what that, y'all, my nerd heard know that, you know what that house in Virginia mean? That house in Virginia.
I already know what it means. Yeah.
They doubling back because these chicks don't want them. Half of them got robbed, lined up. Because if you think you're going over there and Esmeralda or Marisol is just going to lay out and give it all to you, baby, her brother is waiting to split your wig back. A lot of them come back home running with everything taken from them. We have got to remember why you got to go across. If you got to go across the sea to find love, then clearly you wasn't able in your hometown. Something was deficient about you where you from. A real G don't got to travel to find love. He could find it right outside his door if he really looking.
Yeah.
They're not going overseas to find love. They're going overseas to exploit women who they deem to be of a lower socioeconomic status than them that is desperate for money and will do what they have to do to get that bread and feed their family. They don't really want love, because then we would have all of the passport bros would be airing all their weddings all over YouTube. They ain't, because they ain't marrying nobody. They just slutting chicks out across the globally and coming back.
See, I'm gonna give you a little inside game of what's going on with that. Now, not all of them, but some of them guys, they not like that. So they went over there to spots where they idolize black men, and they get attention that they never got from beautiful women. So they travel around on that. They can't get them women here.
They can't.
So that's why they doing that and able to do that, because they're getting cherished because they're not from there. And black men are the most desired men, no matter where you go. So once they go there, they're automatically gonna get attention. And then they go on in groups and stuff like that, so they're gonna be able to get the attention and have the fun. So yeah, it looks like they're really doing something, which they are, but in actuality, when they come back home, they're not them guys.
And here's the deal. They're all, first of all, you're 100% right. But what they're also doing is now going and exploiting another group of women that they have no intentions for. It's like, you see, you got an adult daughter. Your daughter everybody wants love. So if she might date Pookie and Man when you ain't around, but she ain't bringing no crumb bum to your face. If she bring a dude to meet her dad, she gonna bring a button yourself up, pull them pants up, get your shirt right. This my father. You can't pop up any old kind of way. There's a standard there. These dudes don't have a standard. They just want to go somewhere else, because they goofies, and they know we know. So of course, we're not going to blame it all on them. The system has created a situation whereby the black man is subjugated, not employed. His record is destroyed. So he got so many charges, he probably can't get a good job. So he has to resort to, alternative pharmaceutical representative, street pharmaceutical representative duties. And that situation, we get all of that. Just like Erica said, my brother's got a complex occupation. It ain't like he don't have education, because I was right there at his graduation. But we understand what it is. But the same level of love, there's a situation right now where a guy is missing because he went to DR, found him a woman, did all of this, brought her back, got her, filed her papers and everything, got her over here, put her in a house, living life. He working, goes to work one day, comes home, the house is empty. She cleaned that house out and was gone. Had already lined him up, had somebody here in the States. He can't find her nowhere. He decides to go back to DR to convince her family to call her and tell her come back. He's missing now. He missing. You thought you were just going to go back to DR and strong arm her brothers like dummy? They take you down in that bush, you gone. Damn. You pushing up mushrooms and daisies now. Who sent you back there? Once she cleaned you out, you was too embarrassed to stay here and face, because you done told everybody. You done stunned on everybody and told them how you got you an exotic. Listen, boo, if somebody's going to be a slickster, they're going to be a slickster around the world. It's not inherent to black women in America.
Yeah.
So we have to cut that misnomer. We have to understand people are people. They're either good or not. And if they're not, they can get good with the right environment. And if they are, they can stay good and get better. But you got to realize it's not conditional things like only black women or only this or only Dominicans or we got to cut this foolishness.
Go back to what we was talking about the other day. When I said people problem is I think I can be the one to change them. No. Yep. No one is exempt. That person has to want to be the change. Mm-hmm. Now you can be a trigger to change him, but you can't just be from the sideline like, oh yeah, you're going to get what you asked for. So yeah, you
think about it. How, even though we know, like you said, black men are coveted the world over, we know that. But the same thing they accuse us of being in America, gold diggers. How they getting these chicks down there? Because they going and flexing money. The exchange rate makes it that the American dollar carries weight. So for $1 you could get 48 or 62 or $120 down there. All they doing is flashing money to pull chicks. Buying 3 outfits from the equivalent of a rainbow shop, and now you the king. You the king.
Like,
you understand what I'm saying?
And just to sum up, to make everything that we saying is just how true it is. Remember, I said these guys are not them guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But
I
they
don't
can
want
tell
to
us
sound like this. I've never been left. Like a girl just, I don't want to be with you. No, like, so what I'm saying is, these guys are not them guys. So they are opportunities. So yeah, they're going to marry you, do all this stuff, and get over here. As soon as they get enough to get to what they need, they gone, because they never liked you in the first place. You was never that guy.
That's right. They like that. They like them dollars you was swinging.
Yeah, because if you was that guy, she gonna come back and gonna be. She don't want nobody else. She gonna appreciate what you did.
And another thing is, I'm not taking anything away from Dominican women or women of other islands or places where they go, because they don't have to deal with the same level of oppression that we have to deal with here in this country. So they get to be able to be reared and taught to be, very domesticated, and how to and submissive, and how to treat your husband, and a lot of things that these single parent households trying to pay the bills and raise your family and all that, and you don't have the money to be able to, or you don't have the time, or society has stripped you of your, smooth your soft edges away, and now you just rough because you're trying to keep a, keep the bills paid and keep a roof over the head of the kids. You might not be as dainty and soft in your soft girl era like you would have wanted to be, to then pass that on to your daughter. So we might be a little more snappy and sassy and all that. A lot of that comes from the plantation. It's like the mammy on the plantation. Sit your one. Now, come on now, y'all get down. That's where that comes from. It's only because the woman in our culture, women are the head of the household. The man is the head of the family, but the woman is the office manager of the household. And that's where that authoritarianness comes from.
Hold up. No, I didn't mean to cut you off. You just dropped a bar in there, and I don't know if people caught that. You need to say that one more time for the people in the back and the slow. You said, just say that one more time, please.
Men are the head of the family, but the woman is the office manager of the household. And so she is giving out the directives. She is running things. She's organizing. She's making sure we got supplies, this, that, the other. Man, we know from back in grandpapa days, he come home and give grandmama his check. The man is the head, but the woman's the neck. You ever seen anybody try to turn their head without a neck? You know that old player. He got a cigarette hanging in the edge of his mouth. It don't never fall. Come here, young boy. And then when he got that stiff back, he turned his neck like this. Uncle Joe, give me $20. He turned like this. Peel off that 20 and turn back and give it to you. Baby, without that neck, you can't turn that head. The woman is the neck. If you make us feel safe and you provide, you can't, Black men love the patriarchy until it calls for them to be the head of household. They want all the head of the family rules, rights, regulations, but they don't want the responsibility. They want to say, I'm the head of this household and I'm the man, and I don't say, he wants the big piece of chicken, and then he like, what you bringing to the table? Cut. Bethany and Becky across town, baby, they drinking Starbucks in the middle of the day while they man at work. They ain't got to do nothing. They shopping at Target in the middle of the afternoon. They housewives. You want the same thing the white man want, but you don't want to do what he doing. He taking care of his household. She's spending the summer in Martha's Vineyard with the kids. All of the women in the house, in the family, the women and the kids go to Martha's Vineyard and live in a big. My mother got a house in Martha's Vineyard. I know. I see them. I see them there. They live in. All of the wives and the kids go summer at the vineyard, and the husbands stay back and work and do things. And a couple of weekends during the summer, they'll come down to the house and plan events and all that, but they working and paying all them bills. You can't want what the white man want and don't want the responsibility. They want to treat you like a roommate. What you bringing to the table? You got half this rent? Huh? I'm your roommate? Am I your roommate? I got to pay half the rent? No, listen, if you make me feel safe and you provide, I will yield and submit willfully. I don't want to drive the train. I've had to drive the train in my life because unfortunately my husband, God rest his soul, had kidney disease. So prior to his kidney disease, he was a provider. But then when he developed kidney disease and he was sick and it gradually got worse and worse, he could not. So I said, I didn't know it was going to continue to get worse. I said, I'll take the steering wheel and I'll drive the train. I'm equipped to drive the train, but it ain't my job. I'm going to drive this train till you get yourself back on your feet and I'm handing you back the reins. I want to put on a sundress and a flower in my hair and be dainty. You know why we can't be dainty? Because we're working too. Somewhere there's a chick right now coming home through the door and the kids is running around and they say, Mommy, what's for dinner? And her man on the couch playing Tetris. He been home all day. He didn't even take nothing out to throw out.
Yeah.
He didn't even take nothing out.
Yeah.
And he like, what we eating? Now she done had her boss on her back. She had to finish the quarterly report. She got to deal with the undercutting colleague at work who might be getting buns from the boss and trying to throw her under the bus. So she got to work extra hard. Then you got, Becky ain't doing nothing at work. They don't got to do nothing. Their uncle is senior VP. They just floating around the office not doing nothing. She's doing everything. And you got to come home and your man is on the couch and they ain't take nothing out. These kids in here hungry. You ain't bought nobody no McDonald's. I mean, we don't even eat McDonald's, but you ain't bought no McDonald's. You ain't throw out the chicken, nothing. I gladly cook a home cooked meal every day, but help me halfway. I got to do everything. And then you want me to, what you bring to the table? After that, it's a little difficult for her to get, you might have some nights where she like, not tonight, honey, I'm tired. It's not that she don't want her man. She tired. Alleviate the burden, provide a life. I don't care if she be like Weezy Jefferson, volunteer at the help center while George go work at the cleaners. Provide a life for me so that I can be the queen that you need. See, I could be in my dainty, I could be in my soft girl era. Hi, honey, how you doing? I made your favorite today, baby. And look at our dessert. I could do all that if you allow me to flourish and be. If I got to be out here being your friggin' compadre and your partner and you doing a shift, I'm doing a shift, and I don't mind working, but if you want that king treatment, provide, you got to do king work. You cannot just get a job and settle and don't get a raise and you want to, but you still want to dominate me. I'm a drive.
But I agree with you, but on the opposite side of that too, ladies, if you want to be queen, you got to be doing what you need to do to get the queen treatment. Because there's too many women that just be like, I'm the table. What the fuck is the table?
Now, you know where that comes from? Because these women they said the number one educated person in the world is the Black woman. See, because society told us, be good, do what you're supposed to, follow directions, go get an education, and blah, 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 blah. And so the absence of all these kangs that's supposed to come rescue us, Black women is getting it. They out here degreed, having careers, owning homes by themselves. They ain't need no down payment from mama. I understand that the system, it oppresses our Black brothers. However, when you get on your feet, you don't even want us. When you were scratching and surviving, we was bestest friends. I call it amnesia and famnesia. When you ain't got no money, you got famnesia. You my bestest friend. Babe, what we eating tonight? You all itched up on my side. Babe, you so funny, girl. Come here and look at this show, girl. Soon as you get $3, that nigga got amnesia. Home? What? You always on my case. He gonna start a fake ass argument so he could go. You know what I'm talking about. Women need to step up and do. They have gone astray. They have been hoodwinked, led astray, run amok, all that, bamboozled, all that. But it comes from, like we talked about, the dissension, the Adina Howard. And I'm not per se blaming Adina Howard, but it's that whole notion of I will be a freak until the dawn. So we can pump all the. It's way more to life than just pump. Look where Puffy is. He took it to heart. Who needs that?
Yeah.
Who needs that?
32, 48 hour rendezvous. I just want to know what the hell he was taking. I asked that question yesterday in my chat. What the hell was he taking for 32 hours?
Or one of the things that said is you didn't see what they said when they questioned Brandon. They said, make sure you bring the Gucci bag, the Gucci pouch with my this, my that, my Cialis, and all that.
Oh, damn.
I once heard, what's that old man? I don't want to call him old man. He's an older comedian. George, what's his last name? George Wallace?
Yeah, George Wallace, yeah.
He said, Cialis is, he made a joke about Cialis. He said, it ain't Cialis. It's hey there, girl. It's Cialis. And I was just crying because I said, yeah. He said, it stays so long. Some people took it and had to go to the doctor 3 days later because the erection would not go away.
Oh, damn.
That's not healthy.
No, I ain't healthy.
Who needs that much stimulation? And then the reason that there's this disparity and men cheat and go find the outside chick, the younger chick, because you're not helping the wife, allowing her to be that blossoming flower in the house. You want her to be your roommate and your partner. She work, you work. You want to go 50-50 like we roommates. So she don't have the time to feel aroused and have the energy to be replenished and be ready to give it to you. And then you get mad. The industry, the patriarchy is such that they create things for the man's libido and nothing for the woman. So if you're making all this Cialis and all these blue pills and all, who are you sleeping with? You ain't making nothing for the women. We tired. I mean, right or wrong. You make these things for the men and nothing for the women because that's the patriarchy. They're not thinking about nobody but themselves.
We better have these conversations. We're going to get too messy. Yeah, we might as well go do that girl and boy show. We might as well go.
Yeah, we need to do that. Yep. She said we need to bring people up to talk about it because they need to. These are the real deal Holyfields.
You know what you just said, right? You know what you just said, right?
Okay.
These boys out here blowing each other backside. That was going on.
This is what's happening.
So
when they get their Cialis,
stimulation. That's what this is.
They get their Cialis, and then they go look for that young girl. They go look for that young girl who don't have the responsibilities. They don't have the children. Their stomach still touch their back. Yeah. Their hips are still perky. Them titties still sitting up here. And they're fun. They don't have no stress on their head, so they're fun. Like, oh, I heard about this new restaurant, and oh, my girl was telling me, let's go to this place and let's go to that place. They can step out and have fun instead of they walk through the door and Shanique were like, this mortgage is overdue, right? They send us a letter saying they're not going to take a half a payment. They don't want to hear the real deal Holyfield. If you do that extra, grind extra hard, and do some other things, start a business, play to the strengths of your relationship. If your wife is brilliant and she knows how to do let her do an at-home business. Let her automate a business so that she can use her strengths. That's bringing funds into the household, but it will alleviate some of the pressures off of her. Give her a semblance of security and autonomy, and she will serve you and submit. But men is treating women like they're adversaries. We got beef. There are narcissists in this world.
It's a battle of both. It's a battle of both.
It is because women feel. And I will say, I'm not absolving women of responsibility because they got a lot of responsibility. But it's that whole Adina Howard, then to the whoever came, then to Little Kim's, then to the Nicki Minaj, then to the Sexy Red. You see the dissension when Little Kim squatted her legs open in the little bikini, and we slid all the way down to the Sexy Red, who making lip gloss called Yellow Discharge. Like what?
Yeah,
it's anything goes. But those girls, and I'm not trying to demonize Sexy Red, but here's what I will say before we wrap it up. We got the Sexy Reds and the Cardi B's and I'm all about my money and I don't care what y'all say and I'm gonna treat them like a hoe and I'm gonna this, that, and an anaconda and all that stuff. We got that generation because these are the daughters of the women who the big men that's still trying to date these daughters, those big men those little girls watched their mothers cry because the man said, "I love you, baby." And when nobody was around, when his money was low, he was up underneath her. That's that famnesia. He up underneath her. We going to the fair. We going to the beach. We doing all this. And as soon as he get a couple of dollars, now he got amnesia. He ain't coming around. He not showing up. She cooked your favorite dinner. You never came home till 3 a.m. She sat on the floor and cried, knocked all the shit off her dresser. That little girl sat in the corner and watched her mother crying, knocking all the shit off her dresser. And she said, "I'm not going to be no fool. I'm not going to be like that. I'm going to get these suckers and live my life." These girls are the children of the women whose hearts you broke. Now you dating the mama and the daughter. This generation of women are a byproduct of all the men who was out there player, breaking hearts. Do you know every other generation, or every other demographic of man to get married in his tw- Do you know every other demographic?
I gotta disagree a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
I gotta disagree a little bit because I see too much. Women don't admit their background.
Where does it come from? If everybody got Cialis,
Let me tell you where I'm going with it. Because a woman will sleep with multiple men, get pregnant, and pick the dude that they want to be the baby daddy.
I won't put that up. While that has happened,
I'm seeing it right now. What I'm telling you, this is real stuff. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, end up finding out that the one she picked is not the dad. So the response is, "Well, that's your kid." So you don't have to, in your heart, to be honest with your kid and tell your kid that you were sleeping around and that's not his daddy. So you would rather this man deal with this knowing that this is not his kid, and you want him to accept it, the fact that not only is it his kid, that you cheated on him, and you just want him to accept that because you want to maintain your reputation as a good person. That's too much. And then on top of that, it's too many women that bash the daddies, and they never get the dad side of the story. It's too many relationships where the kids was taken because the mom was mad, and there was too many relationships where the dad left because the baby mama didn't want to be with him. So it happens on both sides of the coin.
So it does. Now the giving a man a baby, that is a demographic of people. That's a small subsection of society. Because here's the deal. Women go into it, they really be wanting this man. Now I'm not talking about the chicks that's trying to get paper. I'm not talking about those chicks. I'm talking about when a woman lays down and allows a man to enter her body without protection. She is allowing you to implant your destiny, your forever in her womb. It happens every now and then because a lot of women are abused. They come from single parent families or situations where they were not properly loved and guided. And so they were taught the lesson by what they saw their mothers do. They saw their mother have to demonize herself, put up with a whole bunch of junk, just in the name of love, just in the name of paying the bills. And while they're not coming at it from a negative point of view, if they in fact are dating multiple guys and they choose the one, what they're saying is, I want the best possible outcomes for my child. Is it right? No. But if nothing else, if you have 3 doors in front of you and somebody told you that one of those doors has opportunity, resources, wealth, and everything, and the other 2 doors is just goddamn doors, you're looking for that best door. You're looking at the bottom of the door to see if there's light radiating or anything shining on the floor to tell you that that's the door with the jewels and the resources. I'm not saying it's right at all. 2 things are happening here. That shit is wrong, not letting your child know, but I understand choosing the best opportunity for your child because you want to give your child a chance at a better life. I'm not saying it's okay. Also, everybody has Cialis. Who is all these guys using the Cialis on? The women ain't the only ones screwing, men too.
I'm saying these men are using status on each other too. That's what I'm saying.
Dang! I missed that part.
That's
You're right.
what I was
You're
saying.
right.
That's
You're
what
right.
I was saying.
I missed that part. I missed that part. But
Yeah.
and that's another thing. Because our culture has still failed to allow people to be who they are, and we keep stigmas for a long time, and it's a byproduct of who we are, post-traumatic slave syndrome and all of that, because our people went through buck breaking, and they intrinsically tied the buck breaking to the man on man or same-sex relationships. And so the older people always spoke down on it, because what we always had, if we had nothing else, was some God. And in that Bible, it said, this is a sin. And so you heard that around the house. So the people who felt those type of ways and wanted to indulge themselves in those ways did not perceive themselves to be received by their family members. See, we heard all the comments, punk, this, that, everything. So you're not going to do that out in the open, because you fear not only having this thing that's stigmatized, but then losing your family behind it. And so people are sneaking. Is the sneaking okay? Absolutely not. However, we understand why these people choose to opt that route, because they don't want to have ostracization, and the flesh wants what it wants. The flesh wants what it wants. Also, a lot of people have soul ties. People be looking for love. My mother told me as a young girl, women give sex to get love, and men give love to get sex. Let me break it down. Women will give you the skins because they want to hear you say, I love you. And men will say, I love you, because they want to get them skins. See, everybody is coming at it with an agenda. A woman just wants to be loved. She wants to be chosen. She wants to be provided for. She will do everything. She'll carry her weight. But she just wants to be chosen.
Now,
She don't want to be the one somebody chose.
I want to ask you a question, because you said something that these women are product of the men that they saw. Isn't the woman's job to teach the girl how to be a woman and how to conduct herself like a lady?
You ever heard your mother say, do as I say, not as I do? Now every black household heard that. Do as I say, not as I do. Right or wrong?
And I'm saying, I'm reason why I was just thinking of a scenario while we was talking.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom and my dad was married, but I was real young, probably like 5 or 6 when they got divorced. So I seen my mom with like a boyfriend for a long time, but it really was nothing like that. So I never saw her like in a real serious relationship.
Mm-hmm.
So I never saw her talk to my sister and tell my sister what to look for in a man. All she did was ever talk down on my dad.
But you know why she talked down on your dad? Because her heart was broken.
Okay.
No woman let the man deposit seeds that will blossom into humans into her womb without hoping that it's forever.
Yeah.
When it ends, she feels cheated.
Now, I raised my daughter. My daughter was married by 21.
Mm-hmm.
So my daughter been married she's been married for some years now. So it's just a difference when you got the dads there that is really showing how to be a dad. Okay, this is what it is. A mother can tell a woman what she need to do as a woman.
Mm-hmm.
It's a father's job to show the girl how she's supposed to be treated as a lady.
Right. Absolutely.
So I should tell my daughter, you got me. You don't need no dude.
Mm.
So the dude, no, I should
But
tell
what
her.
that does, this is a mentality.
No, it was a reason why I say this. I was saying, if the guy's not going to treat you like I treat you, you don't need him, because it's nothing but sex.
Okay, I feel you on that.
You don't need to go chase no love, because you got all the love you need right here. A lot of girls get caught looking for love that they didn't get from the dad.
Absolutely, but that's what I'm saying. It's the manner in which you articulate it too, because here's what I automatically went to. You don't need no love. You don't need no man. You got me. on a girl's ears that doesn't have the wisdom and maturity that you have, it sounds like my daddy could be my man. You understand what I'm saying? Like if children, their brains are developing. So if something is not articulated to them so precisely, this is where that craziness comes in. It's like back in the days where they used to say hi to Uncle Charlie, but Uncle Charlie was your mother's man. It was disrespecting when you just called an adult uncle, but look how it messed up the minds of the Black family.
Mm-hmm.
If your uncle sneak in your room now, well, he was in your mama room, so I guess it ain't that big of a deal.
And it's vice versa for the. I didn't mean to cut you off. It's vice versa for the men too, for the sons. You got to teach the son. Only a father can teach a son how to be a man.
You're right.
A mother can teach him how to treat a lady, but she can't teach him how to be a man. So it works on both sides of the coin.
And she could raise a son, but she can't make him a man. But look at the flip side of that too. People are cool with their son sowing his oats, but everybody want their daughter to be pure. Who he sowing his oats with? He gonna get to somebody's daughter. We have to stop.
Yeah. See and it's cool, long as it ain't your son. When it's your son and it ain't your daughter, it's cool. When it's your daughter and that ain't your son, oh hell no, it's a problem.
And here's the deal: if everybody let their son go on thinking he could sow his royal oats, he gonna make it around to somebody's daughter.
Yes, exactly.
We gotta tell our sons to save themselves too.
Yeah.
They said houses in Virginia. Baby, teenagers is having houses in Virginia. It's crazy.
Yeah. But this is
you got a whole generation ain't gonna be a grandparent.
We gotta continue this one here. We got
absolutely, guys. We've been going for
the longest live I've ever been on right here. 5 hours and 40 minutes. Woo-wee.
Guess what my longest live was?
How long?
7 and something. It was my 25th anniversary.
See that tells you know how to keep an audience.
Mm-hmm.
So we've been here 5 hours. I've been here since it started. I ain't never been no live this long, especially somebody else's. So
and
I appreciate it. This is
the whole time.
And I got to meet Jaguar right today, so this is great. I appreciate you.
But you know what it
is? I'm gonna give War and Peace. I'm gonna have to send you my information and stuff, and then we'll link up and you send to Jag.
I got your stuff. I got your number. I'll text you Jag's information after you get off.
Okay.
What was I gonna say? Everybody, give some love to our brother for Show TV for being here with us, and you're gonna see him a lot more. We're gonna do a weekly He Said, She Said. So, because there's conversations we need to have. Conversations
I'm with it.
That's right. How you doing? She said she doesn't need to look for love. She said she doesn't need to look for love when she has the knowledge and love from her parents. That is 100% true. But too many households are broken households, and so there's a deficit. And those kids still need to learn as well. So I think if we come together and we make it cool to save yourself and have a family and do it the right way, we'll get it back on track. Yep. This has been another Dopest Nerd, y'all. You know what I always say, tomorrow, please, God. I love y'all so much. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose to be here with us, and we love you. Throw some love in the chat for our boy for sure. For sure. Our brother, give him some love, and we are going to spin the block and be back with it again. Tomorrow, please, God. Olha. All rise.
Have a good one. Thanks. Appreciate you on your platform.
Absolutely. Bigger and better.
Shouts out to the chat and everybody watching. Till next time.
Amen.
Amen.